I should have read the Eula audiobook by Kevin chapter, one a real fixer-upper, F inali, I said as I stepped out of the mud of the swamp and onto the relatively dry ground surrounding the stone tree. It had taken way too long to get back. The rulers of Ashford were very insistent that we remain to take part in the victory celebrations following the cleansing of the dungeon, and while I did enjoy a good feast, I had a job to do. Only Revan's insistence that leaving would cause more issues for us in the long run kept me from peacing out after the first night. After that, having access to a real bed and shower was enough to keep the desire to leave at bay, especially since the bed was big enough for some amazing nighttime activities. Revan unlocked the door and slid it open wide enough for Tumanako and Lyra to slip through. They wanted to make sure there were no unwelcome guests inside. Revan's wards were still in place, so I thought it unlikely that there would be any threats, but arguing with them was pointless. Wise choice, my love, Dara purred inside my mindscape. She was quite happy to spend her time there instead of in the mud. We just want to make sure you're safe. Her mental claws caressed my cheek. There is much depending on this. I understand the gist of what I need to do, but I'm not quite sure how a single dungeon is going to turn the tide against the demons, I replied. In a war of attrition, having another source of renewable troops can do quite a lot. I dunno, it feels a little dirty, making things just ascend to their deaths, she giggled. They aren't people, love, they are, what is it your people call them, bots, eyes, NPCs. So no souls, of course not, that would be barbaric. Okay, good. Lyra leaned out of the doorway. All clear. Revan nodded and flashed the redhead a smile. As expected, let's get inside and get out of these muddy clothes. Lyra's smirk matched the sparkle in her eyes. Oh yes, I thought you'd never ask. The elven priestess's pale white skin turned red as she blushed. That's not what Lyra laughed. I'm just teasing you. I know that's not your thing. She looked at me and continued silently through our connection. Not that I don't hope she changes her mind. The image that accompanied the thought made the blood rush to something nowhere near my cheeks. Let's get inside and I'll summon Dara so we can get everything started, I said, earning a curious look from the ladies. You want to do it now? You don't even want to rest up, Lyra said. I nodded. The faster we get things started, the faster we can get back out there. I don't think a single night is going to make too much of a difference, but this thing is burning a hole in my pocket. Honestly, it's a bit of paranoia too. I really want to get things started before anything goes wrong. While I do think you're being a bit overdramatic, Revan said as she rested a hand on my shoulder, getting the process started will allow us to secure this place in case anyone is tracking us. Tumanako leaned out the door. You coming? She asked as we all stared at her. She was completely naked and dripping wet. Revan blinked several times before responding. Where are your clothes and why are you wet? The goblin gave her a wide grin. Found bath, she said in broken Thurin. Water cold but feel good. Her nipples agreed. Lyra grinned and reached for the goblin who dodged back inside. No touch. You covered in swamp. I shook my head and offered Revan my arm, escorting her into the sanctuary. So, any ideas on what we should do with the tower portion? She got a thoughtful look on her face and closed her eyes so she wouldn't be distracted by the naked goblin being chased around by a quickly undressing redhead. I'm not sure. Normally there is a theme to any tower, much like that of your dungeons, but it's hard to think of something like that when the world is being invaded. It seems like a distraction. If it weren't for the gods' involvement, I'd be halfway to the capital by now. I nodded. I know what you mean. Couldn't we be of more use on the front? Dara chimed in, communicating with us both through our connection. I know it seems pointless, but once we get the dungeon up and running, we'll have access to the Nexus and be able to travel to other dungeons. Like teleport? I asked. No, but we can build a Nexus gate that can open a portal to any other dungeon that has one too. Tumanako skated past us, barely dodging the now completely nude Lyra who collided with me accidentally. My reflexes kicked in and I caught her before she could fall. Somehow she managed to turn the fall into me dipping her, and she looked up at me and batted her eyelashes and said thanks, before popping up and continuing the chase. Tumanako ducked into the bathing room, and minutes later there was a giant splash accompanied by Lyra's shriek, "Oh gods, that's cold!" Revan rolled her eyes and shouted back, "The heating enchantment controls are near the drain. Please leave some essence in the battery for the rest of us." "Thanks," Lyra said from inside. Tumanako slipped out of the room with a towel wrapped around her and headed towards the single bed in the corner. "I'm going to nap while the rest of you do your thing," she said. Revan looked at me and I raised a finger in the universal gesture of 1 minute please. "Let me summon Dara, then we can get back to our discussion." When she nodded, I took a step away, careful to avoid slipping in the multiple puddles scattered around the room. The summoning ritual was almost second nature at this point, and it was just a matter of going through the motions. The blazing white lines of power burned themselves along the ground, sending up small clouds of steam, and then with a flash, Dara appeared wearing her human disguise. "Huh," I said. "I wasn't expecting this version of you." She smiled, showing off her slightly longer canines. She gestured towards the bed. "That bed is already too small for all of us. I didn't want my wings to get crushed." Revan blushed slightly but quickly regained her composure. "So, Nexus Gates?" she asked. Dara reached out and hugged the pale elf before kissing her lightly on the cheek. "Yes, once we have enough essence we can create a Nexus Gate. It's like a permanent gateway that we can use to travel to other dungeons." Revan tilted her head to the side and thought, "If we can create a portal, why not send the entire war host through? I'm sure they would jump at the opportunity." Dara shook her head. "That would be very, very expensive, and I'm not sure my father would be willing to open up the network to the mortals. There's a lot of bureaucracy and rules, yada yada yada." "But there might be a way," I asked. Dara shrugged. "Nothing's impossible," the elf nodded. "Well, that is something at least. It would make things a hell of a lot easier." Dara nodded and shrugged. "Even if we had a sizable force we wanted to send through the portal, we'd only be able to send a dozen or so. It costs the core a lot of essence to transport a soul, so we need to make sure we only use the gate when absolutely necessary." She closed her eyes and tilted her face towards the ground. "I can feel a fairly large reservoir of power under this place, but who knows how long it will last. We're building from scratch here, and I doubt we'll have too many adventurers coming through with a war going on." Nodding, I looked between the two of them. "So, what should we do?" Chapter 2 Up Down, and everything in between tea here wasn't a lot of furniture, so we made do with what we had. Dara and I sat on the bed while Revan, Tumanako, and Lyra made use of the few chairs available. Revan used her cleansing spell on those of us who hadn't had a chance to bathe yet, making things much more comfortable than they would have been otherwise. She cleansed Tumanako's and Lyra's clothing as well, so they'd be fully dressed for the discussion. Dara was virtually bouncing with excitement as she looked at me with a smile. "So, what type of dungeon are we going to make?" "What can we make?" I asked. I had no clue what was even possible. My experience with dungeons was limited. For all I knew, there could be hundreds of different types. The succubus grinned. "Whatever you can imagine." "Within reason," Revan added. "I assume that the more complex, the more costly it'll be." Dara nodded. "Of course, but anything is technically possible." Lyra nodded. "Every dungeon I've ever been to had a set theme and story that matched up with the dungeon's surroundings. Is that a rule?" "Not so much a rule as a strongly worded suggestion," Dara replied with a shrug. "We could do whatever we wanted, but my father would probably be a bit upset. It would be in poor taste to have a water park dungeon in the middle of a desert, right?" "Water park," Tumanako said, earning an equally confused look from Lyra and Revan. "Where I come from, we have." I started. Dara put her hand gently over my mouth, cutting me off. We can talk all about the weird and wondrous things of your world later, love. Right now we've got a dungeon to plan. She looked at Revan. And a tower too, the elf smiled in thanks. Avil's towers hold no similar restrictions. They are there to test adventurers. As long as there are valid trials for anyone who comes, Avil will be satisfied. Lyra leaned back and crossed her ankles. So, something. Swampy, Tumanako's face split into a wide smile. There are many dangerous creatures in the Dreadmarsh to test us. I replied. I'd rather not duplicate Yuba's critters. I rubbed my chin in thought. How about frog people or alligator people? Dara's eyes widened. I've never heard of a dungeon with that type of creature. That could work. Lyra nodded. Start off with some normal gators, maybe some poison frogs. Toad, Tumanako said. Huh, the redhead asked. Poison toad, Tumanako answered in Thurin. Frogs no poison. Sure, poison toads, I said. Can we do that sort of thing underground? Dara nodded and her eyes went wide. Sebastian, it's perfect. A perfect theme for our dungeon. I raised an eyebrow. What? Oh, it'll be so amazing. The deadliest creatures. Innocent and small critters that can strike from above with no warning. Spiders that lie in wait, just waiting for you to sit before chomp. I just stared at her as her eyes grew even more excited. What? I asked. Her mouth split in a wicked grin. Australia, the dungeon. What? Lyra and Revan asked simultaneously. I was too shocked to reply. It was actually perfect for what we needed. Adding a nice fantasy flair by creating humanoid versions of some of the creatures would make it even better. I am so down with that, I replied. What is Australia? Tumanako asked. Dara stood up and started pacing, her hands making broad gestures as she replied. It's a place from Sebastian's home world. There's an entire continent full of dangerous creatures, where the smallest bite of a fly could be fatal, and I wasn't kidding about those spiders. The people that live there are as tough as nails, and I'm pretty sure they only survived because of the hero named Steve Irwin and his clan, who were able to conquer the beasts and, whoa, I said. What have you been reading? That's a pretty far-out opinion about Australia, she shrugged. I skimmed most of it, plus your memories weren't very focused on the television shows. I was just as distracted by your company for most of those viewings as you were. I blushed a bit, remembering just what and who she was referring to. Good times, good times. I shook myself back to the present. Okay, fantasy Australia it is, I said before looking around at the others. Unless you ladies have other ideas, Lyra shrugged. It sounds amazing, as long as the spiders don't try and take a bite out of you. I've got other uses for Dara giggled. The creatures won't harm us. Tumanako looked confused. We can't fight the dungeon. Oh, I can make the creatures hostile so we can test it, but it'll be a while until the dungeon is powerful enough to be a challenge for our group. Dara bounced with excitement. Oh, I have the perfect layout in mind. She threw her arms around my neck and drew me into a passionate kiss, leaving me breathless. I chuckled. Well, that handles the dungeon part. What about the tower? I turned to Revan. I have some ideas depending on how much essence we have to work with. I want to do something different. I've been thinking about the normal static nature of the tower and wanted to try something new. Lyra raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? With the current war, I think it would be useful to give adventurers some agency in the trials available. I want them to be able to request a specific type of challenge so they can gain the experience they need. Dara's eyes widened again. Like the danger room. Once again, the other ladies looked at her in confusion. Once we have some spare time, we'll have a mental slumber party in my mindscape so you can all get acquainted with Dara's favorite bits of media from my homeworld, I said. Maybe then her references will make more sense. Sorry, Dara said with a sheepish smile. I've been talking to Sebastian alone for so long that I forget that no one else will have any idea what I'm saying but him. Revan smiled and reached out to gently touch her knee. It's all right, I'm just curious as to what you meant. Oh, it's like what you said. A tower where you can choose the challenge, she said. Pretty much, I added. Is that something we can do? I asked, looking at Dara. She shrugged. I don't see why not. I was never trained as a warden, but it can't be that different than what a dungeon lord can do. We might need to define things ahead of time, but if we don't go too crazy with the options, it should be doable. We'll just have to see what the hybrid core allows. Lyra nodded. Anything else we need to plan? An idea hit me like a truck, and I couldn't help but grin. Tumanako was the first to notice my expression. You okay? She asked. I nodded and looked around the room. Dara's got a dungeon design in mind, and Reven's tower plan is solid. I turned to the succubus and sent her a mental image of what I was thinking. I'd like to add a bit of my own personal touch to our new homestead. Do you think it's possible? Dara gasped and closed her eyes in thought, virtually shaking with excitement. After a moment she opened them and nodded. I think so. Plus, it offers some great opportunities for essence gain. Lyra raised an eyebrow. Oh, what's the plan? Tumanako grinned. More fucking. Everyone stared at her as she shrugged. What good essence from fucking? Dara reached out and caressed her cheek, sending a shiver through the goblin gal's body. Soon. I blinked rapidly, forcing my mental train back onto the tracks. Well, our little setup here is going to be one of a kind, at least as far as I know. Anyone coming out here will be able to both delve a dungeon and climb a tower. The Adventurers Guild probably won't know what to do with themselves. Lyra snorted. Tell me about it. This is going to drive the bureaucrats crazy, she frowned. I don't even want to think about having to camp out in the swamp. Exactly, I said, flashing her a big smile. That's where my idea comes in. Instead of having the first floor be the start of the dungeon or the beginning of the tower, I want to make it into an inn. What? Lyra and Reven asked together. I held up my hands and gestured for them to wait. Hear me out. It'll still technically be part of the dungeon tower or whatever we call it, but it'll be a sort of safe zone. We can put the bind stone there, serve food and drink, and offer affordable lodging. Lyra looked doubtful. You've got a good head on your shoulders, Sebastian, but I spent enough time around Vel to know just how much work goes into running an inn. The headaches he had to go through just to supply the Crusaders' call were enough to squash any inklings I may have had of following in his footsteps. Dara laughed. Oh, we wouldn't have to worry about any of that. Once the core is up and running, I can create any food or drink that I've experienced using essence. It's not free, but it would cost less than what we can charge the patrons. And I can make it on demand, so no need for an inventory or worrying about things going bad. Reven had a far-off look in her eyes. That would make the logistics of such a thing much more manageable. Tumanako shrugged. Good beds. Of course, Dara purred. Cleanup would be simple as well. Anything left behind can be reclaimed for essence. Lyra opened her mouth to say something but was answered before she could get her question out. Yes, anything left behind. Reven looked thoughtful. A few seconds later she nodded once. I actually like it. It may raise some issues with the guild, but I'm sure that my contacts should be able to smooth things over. Sweet, I said, happy to see that everyone looked just as excited as I was. Let's do this. Dara chuckled. It'll take a while to grow the dungeon into something we can be proud of, but I'm eager to begin. Chapter 3, Germinate and Not knowing exactly how I was involved in the whole dungeon growing process. I sat with my legs crossed in the center of the hollowed-out area under the petrified tree and closed my eyes. Dara sat directly across from me, close enough that our knees were touching, while Lyra, Reven, and Tumanako sat in a semicircle behind me, each resting a hand on my shoulder. Dara nodded, and I took out the nascent seed and held it between us, cradled in my hands. Dara reached out and put her hands on top of the seed, and it started to glow. Do you wish to activate the nascent seed at this location? Why N? Dara gave me an encouraging smile, her purple eyes glinting in the low light of the elven sanctuary. I could see the love in her eyes and knew that growing this dungeon was going to be one of the cornerstones of our relationship in the future. The hands resting on my shoulders gave me even more comfort. I could tell whose hand was whose by their touch alone. Lyra's grip was strong and solid, while Revan's was almost as light as a feather. Tumanako's hand shifted almost constantly, as if it was hard for her to stay still for any length of time. They were vastly different women, brought together by the strangest of circumstances, and somehow all interested in me. At times it was hard to believe that lore was real, but I wouldn't trade it, or any of them, for the world. And our journey together was just beginning. Yes, I answered and was instantly swallowed by an explosion of light emanating from the seed. It was so bright that it washed out everything else in the room, and I was forced to close my eyes. A second later there was a strong tug on my mind, and I found myself floating above my body with the seed hanging before me. Dara was floating before me, holding the seed in her outstretched hands. With a smile, she released the glowing seed. For a second it floated, suspended in midair before shooting downwards like a comet. The stone of the floor parted like there was an invisible drill leading the way, creating a narrow channel into the planet. The light faded from view, but I could still feel it far below. Dara smiled at me and closed her eyes, and I could feel her mind guiding the core deeper and deeper, as it approached the pool of essence waiting deep underground. Hungry tendrils extended out of the seed and dipped into the essence pool, drinking in everything they touched like the roots of a water-starved tree. My heart beat in time with the pulsing of the seed as it transformed the gathered essence into a true core. Hybrid core successfully established. Administrator designated as Dara architect role granted to Sebastian Crow. Cambion bonds detected. Bonded entities designated as friendly. Designate core room and bindstone location to complete initial setup. Something snapped into place, and the world around me became transparent and somehow less real. Dara made a gesture and the core emerged from the ground to hover in the center of the room. Lyra, Revan, and Tumanako showed no reaction to the change, which was surprising. What the? I thought, looking closer at them. They weren't moving. Like at all, it was like they were frozen in time. Dara seemed to sense my confusion and smiled, confirming my suspicion. Where should we put the core, love? Normally it's buried deep in the dungeon or at the very top of a tower, but this one needs to fuel both. Should we build from the bottom up, top down? I'm not sure how this is supposed to work, or how much energy we have to play with, she smiled. More than I expected, less than I would like. She shrugged. We have enough to lay the foundations, but the energy here should let us expand rapidly. She waved a hand and my sense of the physical world faded even further. Let's get the core settled and then we can discuss the rest. How about we put it right in the middle? I pictured what I had in mind and was surprised to see my thoughts reflected in the world around me. Dara smiled. Good. You're already getting the hang of this. Since we were basing everything on the massive, petrified tree, I decided to keep the whole radial symmetry theme going. I wanted to have the core on the main floor, but not somewhere that anyone but the four of us had access to. Does there need to be direct access to the core? I asked. Dara shook her head. No, it's magic. Everything in the place will technically be a part of it anyways, so there's no need for any special hatches or anything. If we need to get to the core itself, we can just have it create a door. Makes it harder for cultists to get access, too, I said, and continued to fill in the room with my imagination. Planting the core in the center of the room, I pictured a solid stone column stretching from floor to ceiling, completely encapsulating it. There would be at least 6 feet of solid stone between the core and the outside of the column. On the outer wall of the column, I pictured rows of cabinets and shelves full of glassware and liquor bottles, turning it into the perfect bar background. Next was the bar itself. Continuing the circular theme, I built the main bar in a donut shape around the central column with 3 flip-up gates spaced evenly to allow whoever was tending the bar to get in or out. Looking around, I noticed that the space I had to work with was a lot bigger than the actual interior of the tree. "Hey Dara, I thought we weren't allowed to do subdimensions anymore." "What do you mean?" "We're not." I gestured around. "This space is way bigger than Reven's hidey hole. How's it all going to fit?" She giggled. "It'll get bigger, silly. You thought that we'd be fitting an entire tower inside of the tree." She reached out and booped my nose, and suddenly my point of view jumped to an aerial view looking down on the petrified tree, which was slowly growing like one of those time-lapse videos on National Geographic. With another flash, my perspective returned to the interior. "Wow," I said. "If nothing else, someone's going to notice the giant tree on the horizon and come to investigate. It'll definitely cut down on our advertising needs." She rolled her eyes. "Uh-huh. Now finish up the inn so I can get started on the fun part." With a chuckle, I filled in the rest of the floor, decorating the common room with tables and chairs before adding a wall and a double layer of rooms around the outside. The inside layer of rooms were smaller and designed to be the most basic of accommodations. They wouldn't be the most luxurious place to stay, but they'd be far better than the swamp. The outer layer rooms were something else entirely. They came with private bathrooms and would be priced accordingly. I added a large communal bathroom as well, for everyone else. There was no real need for a kitchen, but I added one anyway to keep up appearances. It would make things a lot easier if folks didn't know the true nature of the place. With the basics taken care of, I turned my focus back to the common room. Directly across from the main entrance, I placed a low stage where I or any true bard could ply their trade. On the other cardinal points were the entrances to the dungeon and tower, twin sets of stairs leading up or down. The dungeon stairway I sealed off with a large, reinforced hatch to give the impression that it was designed to hold something in. 10 points for flavor. "Should we have 2 bind stones?" I asked. "2? Why 2? "Well, we're still pretending that the tower and dungeon are separate, right? So we'd need one for each." Dara looked thoughtful. "Okay, we can do 2. With a nod, I created 2 small alcoves behind each staircase and marked them as the locations for the bind stones. "That'll work." I examined the design. "Did I miss anything?" Dara shrugged. "We can always fix it later if you did. For now, let's get all this locked in before Reven and I get to work on our parts." She closed her eyes, and I felt a surge of essence pour in from below, slowly filling in the semi-transparent overlay of my design and transforming it into reality. Dungeon core placement successful. Bind stones locations valid. Complex structure for core and entrance complete. Initial dungeon setup complete. There was a bright flash, and then I was in my body once again, blinking rapidly to focus on my surroundings. We'd done it. Everything looked exactly like I'd pictured it in my mind. Quest complete. Reap what you sow, Part 1. Equals find a suitable location for a new dungeon tower combination. Heavy check mark equals transform the nascent seed into a dungeon tower core. Heavy check mark a small sack containing the essence award for the quest appeared in my hand, and I tucked it into my bag to examine later. "Wow," Lyra said as she regained her feet. "Vel is going to be so jealous when he comes to visit." She walked over and knocked on the bar. "Is the entire place this solid?" Dara chuckled. "This is just the beginning. We still have enough essence left to get at least a few rooms of the dungeon done and create the danger room. It's going to be." She paused mid-sentence and tilted her head to the side as if listening to something only she could hear. "Oh," she said, eyes wide. A second later everything was swallowed in a bright flash of light. Interlude, are you seeing this? D. Walla blinked rapidly as he read through the information flowing from the newly established core. Are you seeing this? Avel nodded slowly, her normally stoic features currently showing shock. I didn't know such a thing was possible. The system. The god of dungeons nodded. Yes, quite unexpected. He gestured towards the circle where Sebastian, Revan, and Dara stood frozen in time. "That core could change everything. We just need them to one step at a time," Avel said slowly. "The current matter is more important, plus we need more time to study these changes." Dawala frowned. "But what if they die, then you can assign a replacement," the goddess said coldly. "There are millions of mortals out there who would make excellent chosen. Obedient chosen, respectful chosen." The god of dungeons muttered something under his breath and then sighed. "There are, but I only have one daughter." Avel shook her head. "You gave her a choice. That is a gift that she has yet to fully realize, but that is neither here nor there. The tower. The tower." He snapped his fingers and the circle holding the trio in frozen time disappeared in a flash of light. Chapter 4. So much for vacay. Teehee light faded, leaving me standing before a massive throne facing the god of dungeons himself with Dara and Revan at my side. The elven princess seemed slightly dazed as she took in her surroundings. As soon as she spotted the goddess of towers, she dropped into a low curtsy. "Lady Avel," she said, "how may I serve you?" "Hi, Father," Dara said with a wave. "This core is amazing. The amount of essence that was under the Dreadmarsh was insane. We're going to be able to have the best dungeon." "I've already—" Dawala leaned forward and raised an eyebrow, and she immediately stopped talking and looked down, a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, Father. I know you didn't call us here for me to gush about what an amazing dungeon we are going to build." "And tower," Avel interjected with a look. "Although I am quite skeptical of the ultimate design that you have planned, child." Revan looked up at the goddess. "Dara didn't design the tower, my lady. It was my idea. With the current invasion, I thought it prudent to allow for a more directed training." The goddess looked over at her thoughtfully. "We will see just how effective it can be when the time comes." Revan looked confused. "When the time comes," the goddess waved a hand, "all will be made clear." Dara winced and looked at her father. "I got your message, but it didn't make any sense." Dawala let out a long sigh. "In good time, daughter. First, let us deal with the immediate reason you are here." Snapped his fingers and a small ebony chest appeared in my arms. "My favor." The goddess made a similar gesture and a matching ivory chest appeared for Revan. "And mine," she said. "You will both need those for what lies ahead." "And what is that?" I asked, looking between the two deities. "What's going on out there? Has another dungeon fallen, a tower?" Dawala frowned. "If only it were that simple." "We have lost much to this incursion," Avel said in a pained voice, "but progress is being made." I smiled. "Awesome, so Dawala cut me off. Limited progress." "What do you mean?" Revan asked. "Limited how?" Dawala nodded to Avel, who gestured towards the ground. The stone shifted, forming an incredibly detailed topographical map of lore. Ripples of color spread over the map, transforming the barren stone into accurate representations of the forests, plains, and other natural features. Finally, clusters of buildings and other trappings of civilization appeared. "Damn," I said, trying to take it all in. Avel waved her hands and zoomed in the view, focusing in on what I vaguely recognized as the continent we were on, highlighting several sections of the map that were covered in black splotches. The goddess gestured towards the dark spots. "The demon spawn have managed to open several footholds on our world, utilizing corrupted cores to open portals for their masters to invade." Within the black were several markers, each with a colored banner. Each banner had a small symbol, likely representing a hellish king. The banners were clustered by type, and very rarely were there more than one type grouped together. So far their forces are limited in strength, but should they amass enough essence, we might see even more of their higher-ranked demons coming through. Dawala gestured, and a second set of banners appeared opposite the first. I only recognized a few of the crests, but considering they were surrounded by an amorphous white fog, I assumed they were the good guys. There were a bunch of gray banners without any symbols. Instead, they had thick borders of red, white, and green. The mortal armies have amassed and have been able to keep the hellspawn from spreading, but they are stretched thin, the god of dungeons said. Unfortunately, several raiding parties of Demonkin and their cultist allies have managed to slip past our lines and have been targeting the remaining cores in the area. Avil nodded. And that is where you come in. She gestured towards the map. A series of glowing points appeared in proximity to the front. Most of them were glowing green, but there were a few that were blinking yellow. These markers represent the remaining cores that are within range of the demon spawn forces. Dara and Revan moved closer to the map, examining the placement of the various cores. My knowledge of lore geography was limited to the few places I'd been, so I wasn't clear on the scale of things. Revan frowned. These are quite far from us. By the time we arrive, Dawala waved a hand. Don't worry about getting there, it won't be an issue, I shrugged. If you say so. The god gave me a hard look and I raised my hands in surrender. Sorry, irreverence is a bit of a defense mechanism. This whole situation's a bit nerve-wracking as it is, and it sounds like we're going to be playing defense against an unknown number of demon raiding parties. Dara snuggled against my shoulder and glared at her father. Avil and Dawala shared a glance before she nodded. Yes, well, that will be your task for now. Dara looked curious. For now, Dawala gave his daughter a sad smile. I know you've dreamed of being able to grow a dungeon that suits your brilliance, but we have to ask, we must insist, Avil cut in, giving the Lord of Dungeons a hard look, that you hold off on any expansion and save your essence for another goal. Dawala finished. I could see the curiosity burning in Dara's eyes, but her follow-up question was cut short when the goddess raised a hand and spoke. We'll discuss that when the time comes. For now, please refrain from any further development of your core. Dara bowed her head. I understand. Dawala snapped his fingers and the map shifted to focus on one of the blinking cores. This is Aelin's Rest. The Hellspawn have invaded the tower and killed the warden, Avil said as a tear trickled down her cheek. I can still feel a connection to its core, but there is something wrong. They are trying something new, Dawala nodded. It is worrisome, but also a minor boon as it gives us time to respond. This is your mission, Avil said. Travel to Aelin's Rest, eliminate the demon spawn, and take possession of the core, Dawala said. Revan looked to her goddess. Can you tell us what to expect? Before he was overwhelmed, Nabil was able to confirm that the demon spawn served Vichy, Avil said flatly. The Lady of Annihilation's involvement in this new development is concerning, Dawala said. Her power to break bindings is of particular concern. Already I can feel the ties that bind me to the tower core weakening. Avil's eyes narrowed. Vichy has always been my least favorite of the demon monarchs. Her slow, methodical approach to everything is so much harder to deal with than the pure chaos of the others. What do you mean? I asked. They're demons, right? Crazy murder machines let loose on the world to devour our souls. Dawala shook his head. Not Vichy. Instead of rampaging hordes, she fields legions of uniformed troops. They are more organized than many of the mortal armies, and while her troops are individually weaker than those murder machines you spoke of, they are much harder to defeat, especially when her generals are there to lead them. Great, I said with a growl. Revan focused on the map. So we are to retrieve the core, Avil smiled sadly. No child, she said and gestured towards me. He is to drain it. Aelin's Rest is no more. At least we can salvage what is left of Nabil's life's work to empower our forces. Revan bowed to her goddess. Then it shall be done. The goddess smiled at her. Mere Court is the closest city to the tower. You can gather any needed provisions and equipment there. I am sure Lord Listwood will be amenable to any requests you might have. Revan frowned. Listwood, she said, her voice dripping with distaste. He and my uncle were close. I doubt I'll receive a warm reception, but I'll do my duty. Avil smiled and placed her hand on Revan's head. There was a pulse of white light, leaving the elf looking completely refreshed. Dawala looked at his daughter, and I thought I caught a hint of pity as he continued. I am sorry that we need ask this of you, but as Sebastian is wont to say, there is no rest for the wicked. Dara gathered herself and nodded. I'll do my duty, father. He smiled. This is only the beginning. Once you have completed this task, I will summon you again to discuss the next step to driving the Hellspawn from our world for good. The god of dungeons focused his gaze on me, and I felt the weight of his divine will settle onto my shoulders. Will you do what is necessary, Warlock? He asked. Of course, I said with a sigh. This is my world now, plus I just got a brand new house. Can't have Hellspawn coming in and ruining the property values. Good. The massive god snapped his fingers and the world started to twist. But how do we get to, I started to ask, but before I could get the question out, I was gone. Chapter 5. Next steps. I barely had a chance to adjust to the random shift in perspective before the system hit me with a new quest. Quest received. Reap what you sow, Part 2. Face the demon spawn army and reclaim the essence of the corrupted core of Aelin's Rest. Criteria. Equals slay demon spawn 0 / equals absorb the remaining essence from the captured core. Reward equals 50,000 essence equals core blueprint. Nexus gate. Holy shit, I said, reading through the rewards. Lyra and Tumanako were standing right next to me, concern evident on their faces. What happened? Lyra said, grabbing my face so she could look into my eyes. You went all glass-eyed there for a few minutes. Tumanako nodded. You okay? I nodded. Ah yeah, seems it was time for an all-expenses-paid spiritual trip to talk to the big man. I grumbled. Big man? Tumanako asked. Dawala, I said absently as I turned to see if Dara and Revan were backed. Looks like I've got to go hunt down a missing core. Where are we going? Lyra asked. A tower named Aelin's Rest via Mere Court. Gotta murder the demons, capture the core they're messing with, and absorb its essence somehow. Tumanako tilted her head to the side. What? Lyra raised an eyebrow. The only part of that made any sense was killing demons. Dara shook her head to clear the cobwebs as she returned to her physical form. An instant later she launched herself into my arms, tears streaming down her face. I wrapped my arms around her and held her close. It's all right. I should be used to the danger by now, I said, stroking her hair. Tumanako looked at the crying succubus and frowned. How much danger? I took a deep breath and explained the situation to the group. Revan joined us after a minute or so and added some additional details that Avil had provided after Dawala kicked me back to my body. All excitement for dungeon design had been thoroughly squashed, as was our plan for a nice relaxing breakfast. I'd expected to have a few days to rest before anything crazy happened, but I guess that just wasn't in the cards after all. Dara summoned a small buffet of breakfast foods for us, and after eating, I felt a little bit better. Better enough, at least, to want to see what kind of loot I'd received for the quest. The bag was full of high-denomination essence crystals, 50,000 in total, and the box had 3 items. A spell scroll for Gate, which was a legendary spell, a fist-sized crystal ball, and a small crystal cube. I used Inspect on the 2 unknown objects. The first was something dealing with memories. Mnemonic recording. This device holds a single memory that can be accessed by the user. The second was something even stranger. Essence battery. This device can be used to store excess essence. Capacity 0.10000000. That was a ton of potential storage and made me feel a lot better about my mission to drain the compromised core. The last time I'd tapped into a core directly, I'd almost transformed myself and all of my party into crimson mist. Now I had an emergency backup. Revan received a similar scroll, although hers was called Divine Gateway and fell under that school of magic. And instead of her own memory crystal, Avil had gifted her with a large pile of essence, which seemed strange until I tried to use my scroll and saw how much it cost to learn. You meet the prerequisite rank in the summoning school to learn this spell. You spell scroll of gate legendary. YN. Essence cost. 5,000 shit, I said. That's an expensive spell. Reven looked a bit sticker shocked as well. It is legendary and the applications are tremendous. With this, Tumanako tilted her head in confusion. What's it do? Yeah, what spell? Lyra added. Mine's called Gate, and while I have no clue exactly what it does, I expect it has something to do with getting where we need to go. Dara laughed. Of course it does. Gate will let you open a temporary portal to pretty much anywhere you've been before. It costs us. She looked at me. What is the expression? A metric shit ton of mana, depending on your rank in the school and the distance you're trying to cross, but it'll allow you to get pretty much anywhere you need to go. 5 grand is a lot for a spell, I said, but I don't see how else we're going to get across the continent in time. I looked down at the scroll. You said it can open a gate to anywhere I've been, but I've never been to this mere court place. I looked at Reven. Have you? She shook her head. Dara gestured to the other item in the reward box. That's probably what the memory crystal is for. As long as you can clearly picture the destination, the gate spell will work. Reven closed her eyes and absorbed the essence crystals from Avil before activating the scroll. The rolled-up parchment dissolved into golden light before flowing into the priestess. Her muscles seemed to stiffen up for a second as the powerful spell was imprinted into her mind, but she relaxed almost immediately. That was intense, she said before looking my way. Letting out a long sigh, I reached into my pouch and absorbed enough essence to use the scroll. Plus 5,000 essence, 0 to Dara. Use spell scroll of gate legendary. YN. Essence cost. 5,000. Still shivering from the rush of power, I closed my eyes and hit yes. The lingering joy from the large influx of essence immediately reversed as it was pulled from my core. I took a step to the side and caught myself on the bar as a wave of vertigo hit me, followed immediately by an avalanche of information on the underlying nature of the universe that both Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson would have sold their souls to possess. Spell, Gate School, Summoning Type, Travel Range, 10, Duration. Variable. This spell allows the caster to open a magical gateway to another location. Knowledge of the desired destination is required to form a stable gateway. The less familiar the caster is with the destination, the higher the odds of failure or instability. Mana cost is proportional to distance and familiarity with the destination. A complex series of circles and runes that would make any anime artist jealous flashed into my mind, searing themselves into my memory. The spell was incredibly complex, with 9 intersecting circles, each containing a separate series of glyphs and sigils that would, if correctly inscribed, somehow poke a hole through reality from one place to another. The memory dump seemed to take forever, but from the look on everyone's faces when I opened my eyes, it had only been a few seconds. Blinking away the afterimages of the spell, I looked around the room and gave everyone a smile. Guess it's time to see exactly where Big Papa D is sending us. Access mnemonic recording. YN. I hit yes and the world disappeared. Chapter 6 Goals W. Hen. My senses returned. I was standing in a plain stone room looking out of someone else's eyes. It was a surreal experience. Whoever the memory had been taken from had been much taller than I was. The memory shifted, focusing on the room's floor. It was carved out of a single slab of pure white marble, engraved with a complex geometrical pattern similar to my summoning circles. It was going to be easy to remember. This is the transit point for Mere Court, a voice said, and I scanned the pattern one last time before the memory ended. Blinking away a wave of dizziness, I looked around the room to see everyone staring at me. Well, Lyra asked. What's in the crystal? I described what I'd seen. The person who recorded the memory said it was the transit point for Mere Court. The information in the crystal was still processing, but as things settled in, I was more and more sure that I'd be able to target the room with the gate spell, even though I, personally, had never been there. I handed the memory crystal to Reven and watched as blue light flashed across her eyes. She nodded. The symbol is definitely elven in design. Mere Court is large enough to warrant a dedicated transit point. She closed her eyes and visibly composed herself. Aravis Listwood rules Mere Court and is not the most cooperative of elves. We do, however, have one advantage. Listwood is more afraid of my father than he is of my uncle. She let out a long sigh. I'll send a message ahead to ensure there are no mishaps when we are ready to go. Dara leaned against me. I've trained for my entire life to manage a dungeon. I was looking forward to building it together. I reached out and tilted her head so I could see her eyes. We will, it just might take a while. Reven reached out and placed a hand on Dara's shoulder. Once the demons have been dealt with, we can all relax for a while. Her expression hardened. Until then we have our duty. Yeah, duty, I said with a sigh before looking around the room. Guess it's a good thing everything's still packed. Tumanako grunted. When do we leave? Lyra grimaced. I wouldn't say no to a solid night's sleep. Gods know we likely won't have the chance again soon. Dara looked up at Reven. How long will it take you to let them know you're coming? Reven frowned. A few hours. I'll need to go through official channels, but as we're on a war footing, I expect my requests to be given the highest priority. Lyra nodded. A few hours then. We should leave as soon as we have clearance, Reven said. Who knows what difference a day could make? Tumanako shrugged in response, seemingly indifferent. While I would have loved another night to rest, I knew Reven was right and that we should go as soon as possible, but just as I was about to agree with her, I remembered the massive amount of essence in my bag. Going into danger with unspent essence seemed like a really stupid idea. Can we set up a time tomorrow morning? I said, earning a concerned look from Reven. I took out the bag of essence and held it up. I'd prefer not to go anywhere before we've had time to prepare. The elf's eyes widened. I can't argue with that logic, however much I think we should hurry. Once I divide the reward, it won't be much each, but what are you talking about? Lyra said. You've already given me enough, plus I'm pretty sure I'm still way ahead of you since you split everything with this lovely lady. She caressed Dara's cheek. I've already received a reward from my goddess, Reven added. Tumanako frowned. No, your triumph, your reward. To take another's rewards would be dishonorable. Dara poked me in the chest. And if you think that I will take a portion of that after the influx I got in the pit, then you are mad. I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded. Good, Dara said. So what should we do with today? I chuckled. Well, I guess we'll have to lock things up here if we're going to be away for very long. But after that, I waggled my eyebrows suggestively. Dara purred as my desire flowed down our bond. We had the rest of the day to enjoy ourselves before we'd have to concentrate on upgrades. With a hungry grin, she grabbed Lyra and Tumanako's hands and pulled them towards the hallway leading to the deluxe suites. Meet you in room 1. I felt a hint of uncertainty from Reven as she watched the others leave. Resting a hand on her shoulder, I gave her an understanding smile. It's okay if you don't want to join us. She shook her head. It's not that I don't want to, I've just never, well. With a woman, I said, completing her sentence. Yes. I see, I get it. I mean, if there were some other dude involved, I'd be out. I have a strict one-dick policy when it comes to my sex life, and that one dick is mine. If you're not interested in women, then I never said I wasn't interested, just that. She let out a long sigh. I'm just nervous, okay? I nodded and kissed her gently, resisting the increasing feelings of arousal seeping through my bonds with the others. I won't ask you to do anything you don't want. She bit her lip and looked down sheepishly. Can I watch? I did promise to tie you up and make you watch, didn't I? I said with a grin. Her smile took on a more mischievous tilt as she whispered, Oh no, the wicked warlock has captured me and is going to force me to watch his lascivious acts. She meekly placed her hands in front of me, wrists crossed. I hope I can escape before his appetite switched to elf. The uncertainty I'd felt disappeared, and I noticed a coil of silken rope that had mysteriously appeared at our feet. With a smile, I picked up the rope and got to work. Chapter 7. A hard night's day hings were well underway by the time I arrived in our shared room, leading the now thoroughly bound Revan behind me. 3 sets of eyes locked onto us as I looped the ropes over one of the support beams overhead and secured her in place. I'd sent a game plan to Dara while I was busy tying Revan up so she knew her part. She extricated herself from the bed, licking moisture from her fingers as she sidled up to me and ran her fingernails down my back. "Oh, lover, have you brought me dinner?" Revan's eyes widened as the succubus ran a finger down her chest. "Or perhaps dessert?" The elf shivered at her touch. "Now, love," I said, taking hold of Dara's wrist. This lovely morsel was caught trying to spy on our nefarious plans, and I thought, why not give her something much better to report? Tumanako and Lyra looked over, both with obvious hunger in their eyes. I gave Revan a powerful slap right on the ass, leaving a faint red handprint on her pale flesh. She let out a muffled squeak through her gag. "Don't keep us waiting," Lyra said, laying back on the bed with her legs spread wide. Her thighs were already glistening with the results of Dara's earlier attention. The succubus let out a hungry growl and pounced, pulling the redhead's hair as she kissed the base of her neck. Slowly sliding off my clothes, I locked eyes with Revan as I took hold of Lyra's ankles and pulled her towards me, stealing her from Dara's tender ministrations. Not once looking away from the bound elf, I kissed a line up Lyra's leg from ankle to knee, and then along her inner thigh. The redhead gasped as my warm breath tickled her already sensitive folds, and as Elle slowly licked between her lips, she let out a low moan of pleasure. Tumanako and Dara slid to either side of the light blade, Tumanako kissing her deeply while Dara nibbled gently on her nipples. Revan's eyes were sparkling with hunger as I continued to caress Lyra's clit with my tongue. With a smile, I slipped 2 fingers into her wetness, speeding up my tongue with every stroke. Lyra gasped in pleasure as her body started to shiver, and as my tongue worked its magic, she surrendered to her desires and came. With a satisfied smile, I pulled away, sliding my dripping fingers free. I slowly brought them towards my mouth, but before I could lick them clean, Dara was there, claiming them for herself. She sucked on each finger, savoring every drop. Lyra lay back on the bed, basking in the afterglow of her climax as Tumanako sank to her knees before me. Her eyes were on fire with desire as she wrapped her hand around my shaft, stroking it gently as she lowered her lips to engulf the head. With no warning at all, she pulled me deep into her throat, and it was my turn to gasp as Dara let out a giggle. The succubus stood up and whispered into my ear, "She is insatiable. I love it." I hummed in pleasure and looked down, gazing right into the goblin girl's eyes as she did everything she could to devour me. "God, that feels good," I said. Dara slipped off the bed and around Tumanako, leaning in to kiss me. Closing my eyes, I lost any ability to concentrate as Tumanako demonstrated an ability to deep throat that would be the envy of any porn star. Dara broke the kiss and pulled away, biting her lower lip as she gazed at Revan. She winked at me and sauntered over to the elven lady, sliding a finger down her arm from bound wrists to shoulder. Revan shivered and locked eyes with the succubus, biting down on her gag. I grabbed a handful of Tumanako's hair and guided her bobbing, still amazed at her deep-throating skills. Her mouth was amazing, but I wanted something better and pulled myself free. Tumanako gazed up at me with a matching hunger, crawling over to the bed and presenting her dripping wet pussy. Revan was in the perfect position to see everything as I slowly slid the tip of my cock along the goblin's slit. Taking hold of her hips, I smiled at the elf as I thrust myself in. The goblin's moan was cut off as Lyra leaned in and kissed her, grabbing a handful of hair to hold her in place. Dara knelt before Revan and looked up into the elf's eyes as she slid her hands up her dress. "May I?" she whispered, and Revan nodded emphatically. I could feel her desire pulsing though our bond as I let the filters I had in place fall away. Lyra's afterglow swirled around Tumanako's primal hunger and Revan's desire to be devoured, igniting a storm of passion and lust that Dara gorged herself on. Tumanako shuddered as I slid deep into her, just as Dara's tongue parted Revan's lips and caressed the pure white pearl nestled within. "Oh goddess, yes!" Revan yelled through the bond as her nerves came alive under the succubus' skillful attention. Tumanako growled and pressed herself into me, arching her back as she leaned forward onto her elbows. Using every bit of my enhanced stats, I grabbed a hold of her hips and fucked her for all I was worth. Her pussy was amazingly tight, but she was so wet I had no problem giving her all that I had. Every thrust produced a low grunt from the goblin, urging me to go harder and faster. I glanced over at Revan and smiled. Her head was resting against her raised arms with her eyes half closed in pleasure, as Dara used her tongue and fingers to play her like a skilled musician. Lyra slid from the bed and wrapped her arms around Dara, her hands caressing the succubus' human form. One hand cupping a breast while the other slipped lower, finding a glistening prize of her own to caress, and Dara's muffled moans from under Revan's skirt joined the coital chorus. Locking eyes with Revan, I opened wide the floodgates of my desire, my pleasure, and my love and watched as her entire body spasmed in ecstasy, just as I filled Tumanako with my seed, igniting the spark that swallowed us all in a conflagration of bliss. And that was just round 1. Chapter 8, Spending Spree. I lay basking in the kind of exhaustion only possible after half a day of carnal pleasure. I once again gave thanks to whatever gods were listening for my increased stats. If I was still working with my earth body, I'd be dead. Completely, unarguably dead. Each of the women who'd chosen to share my life demanded my personal attention, and only the fact that our bond allowed us to share in each other's pleasure made it possible to keep up. My enhanced stats came with an enhanced refractory period, but even Superman needs a breather once in a while. I was also thankful that Dara and Lyra were just as into the ladies as I was, and Tumanako was down for pretty much everything as long as it ended with a trip to Pound Town. Revan was more reserved, but even she was fully partaking in the pleasure buffet by the end of our sexcapade. Literally. But as with all things, our carnal carnival had to come to an end, leaving me surrounded by 4 beautiful, naked, and thoroughly satiated sleeping women. I loved my life. With a content smile, I closed my eyes and focused on harvesting the fruits of my labor, adding the gathered essence to the quest rewards I'd absorbed earlier. It was time to improve my skills. Since Revan's cunt of an uncle had revealed my warlock class to the Adventurers Guild, I doubted my bard cover was going to be useful anymore, at least not with the major movers and shakers I'd need to deal with in the coming days. That could be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how you looked at it. On one hand, I'd be getting the stink eye from everyone, with some even going so far as to try and shank me. But on the other hand, I could fully embrace my offensive skills and not worry about playing the role of the buffbot utility caster. It was much more fun to blast my enemies with pyromancy and balefire anyway. To that end, the first skills I queued for upgrade were balefire and pyromancy, raising them to 15 and 20, respectively. Altogether, the upgrades cost 14,500 essence, but the increase in firepower was going to be sawwheat. Crowd control was my next priority, so I sank another 8,500 essence into enchantments to get that up to 20. The free spell wouldn't hurt either, and with Gate being based on the summoning school, I figured it would make sense to raise that to the next threshold as well. I wasn't sure exactly how the rank would boost the spell, but any improvement was a good thing, not to mention another free spell. That left me with enough essence to raise each of my attributes by 1 and add a few points to Manifest Bond to increase the mana efficiency of the skill. I could probably up some of my lower rank skills too, but I wanted to leave at least 1,000 in the tank in case of emergencies. I was a bit surprised with how quickly I'd burned through the quest reward. 50,000 essence was a lot, or at least it seemed like a lot before factoring in the rising costs of both attributes and skills. I could easily see a time when I'd no longer be able to up multiple skills at a time and would have to make some tough choices. Luckily, I wasn't there yet. I wasn't looking forward to the pain of cramming so much knowledge into my brain at once, but it was better than dying because I left too much essence unspent. With one last sigh, I hit confirm and consciousness fled as the system got to work. Chapter 9, Au revoir when I awoke the next morning, I was surprised to find myself alone. Normally my lovely ladies lingered to say good morning, but a quick glance at the system clock told me why. I'd been asleep for close to 14 hours. Holy shit, I said as I tried to sit up. A spike of pain hit me right between my eyes as the pressure of my pending notifications pulsed. It felt like if I didn't acknowledge them right away my head might explode. So I did. Upgrades complete. 2,500 essence has been invested into your power attribute, raising it from 10 to 11. 3,000 essence has been invested into your mobility attribute, raising it from 10 to 11. 2,000 essence has been invested into your hardiness attribute, raising it from 10 to 11. 3,000 essence has been invested into your magic attribute, raising it from 15 to 16. Power surged through my body and mind, improving every aspect of my being. Muscle fibers grew and elongated, adding both physical strength and speed while my bones and organs were infused with power. My mana channels widened as well, forming additional capillaries that branched off to feed my new and improved body. 6,000 essence used to improve your knowledge of the balefire skill. New rank 15. 3,600 essence used to improve your knowledge of the manifest bond skill. New rank 13. 8,500 essence used to improve your knowledge of the enchantment spell school skill. New rank 28,500 essence used to improve your knowledge of the pyromancy spell school skill. New rank 26,000 essence used to improve your knowledge of the summoning spell school skill. New rank 15. A surge of data filled my mind, and the building blocks of the universe were laid bare before me. For a brief instant I could see how it all came together, how magic and matter were woven to create the world and how to take it apart. Balefire was capable of so much destruction. It scared me, truly scared me. If I wasn't careful, I might accidentally burn a hole in the veil and cause the very calamity I was working to prevent. A second pulse of information hit me, washing the fear away. Instead of facts and figures, the pulse was filled with emotion. I felt the bond between me and Dara grow stronger and wider, allowing access to even more of her power. I could feel our souls intertwined and knew that distance would no longer be a factor. I could call upon her from anywhere and know that she would answer. After the intensity of the first 2 skills, the rest seemed almost trivial. The upgraded spell schools were easy to process, regardless of the advanced skill ranks. Knowledge was always easier to handle than emotion. New spell acquired. Spell. Berserk School. Enchantments type. Control range. Medium duration. 30 seconds. This spell will cause the target to enter a berserker rage, attacking anyone and everyone they can sense to the utmost of their abilities with no regard for strategy or personal safety. The gestures and words for the advanced enchantment spell burned themselves into my mind, bringing with them an understanding of the new berserk spell. Tagging an enemy with it in the middle of a hostile group would be a useful crowd control spell, but it also had the potential to be a temporary buff, as long as proper spacing and tactics were in place. Turning Lyra or Tumanako into a rage monster and letting them go full murder hobo on the enemy forces could be quite nasty, as long as we kept our allies out of their way. New spell acquired. Spell, Lingering Flame School, Pyromancy type, enhancement range, self-duration. 1 minute this spell will cause the flames generated by the next pyromancy spell cast to become fluid and sticky. These flames will continue to burn for 1 minute after the end of the enhanced spell. Instead of the expected spell of fiery death that I'd planned on, the system decided to throw me a curve ball. Lingering Flames was a type of spell I hadn't encountered outside of the Spellsong School. It was an add-on almost like Echo, but instead of casting it after the fact, you cast before the main spell. It took more mana, but from what I could tell, it would change the fire created by the pyromancy spell into napalm. It was awesome. New spell acquired. Spell, Summon Spectral Mount School, summoning type, summoning range, short duration, 24 hours, summons a spiritual mount capable of carrying a single rider. The type and power of creature that can be summoned is determined by the amount of mana invested and rank of the caster's summoning school. The summoning spell was just as surprising, but also very timely. It was almost as if the system wanted to throw me a bone since it was about to toss me into the wilds. Sure, the gate spell would be great for long-range travel, but once we got to our destination, we'd need some way of getting around quickly, and now I'd be able to summon mounts. Congratulations! You have reached levels 13 and 14. Your health pool has increased by 75. Your mana pool has increased by 125. Your stamina pool has increased by 75. I felt a bit guilty seeing that I'd gained 2 levels. Half of that essence should have been Dara's, but I couldn't really argue with her reasoning. She was a walking murder machine already, so her wanting to up my power a bit was understandable. It took a few minutes for all the jitters to work their way out of my system, leaving me feeling slightly uncomfortable in my own skin as I pulled on my armor and headed out to see what the ladies were up to. As soon as I opened the door, the scent of bacon hit me right in the face. Good gods, it smelled good. And it wasn't the scent of one of the bacon-like things I'd experienced on lore, but honest-to-goodness real bacon. Without any consideration for slightly tilted senses, I ran for the common room. About 3 steps later, I rolled my ankle when my legs moved just a bit faster than I was used to, and barely saved myself from cracking my skull open on the corner of one of the small tables in the hallway. I stood up straight and brushed myself off, surreptitiously glancing up and down the hallway to make sure no one had witnessed my blunder before moving at a much more controlled pace towards the promise of heavenly goodness. Chapter 10. Breakfast of Champions. I followed my nose into the common room, searching for that most heavenly of breakfast meats. I would have been happy with just bacon, but there was so much more. The bar was covered in a veritable smorgasbord of breakfast foods from both lore and earth. I had nothing against lore dishes, but once I laid my eyes on the stacks of pancakes, waffles, and the gigantic heap of crispy bacon, everything else faded from my mind. Dara's head popped up and she flashed me a smile from the other side of the bar, holding out a plate already filled with heaps of my favorite breakfast foods. "Good morning, my love," she said. I put the plate down on the bar and reached over, pulling her into a passionate kiss. "You are a goddess," I said, breathlessly as I savored the lingering taste of her lips mixed with the aroma of the delicious breakfast spread. "I know," she said, giving me a wink. "Now go eat, the others are almost done." I looked over and spotted Lyra, Reven, and Tumanako sitting at one of the larger tables. Almost done was a bit of an exaggeration. All 3 of their plates were still full of food, albeit of very different types. Tumanako had opted for what I decided to call the carnivore's delight, which consisted of meat, and you guessed it, even more meat. There was not a carb or veggie to be seen. Reven's plate was the complete opposite. Fruits and vegetables of all shapes and sizes took up most of her plate, with a pile of something that looked like a wet granola swirled with brown sugar at the center. It actually looked pretty tasty. If I had room after my interdimensional continental breakfast, I'd have to try some. Lyra had gone for a bit of a mixture of lore dishes and things from my home world. Half a waffle was balanced precariously next to a healthy portion of the egg and peppers mixture that seemed to be the most common breakfast dish on lore. It brought back memories to my first real meal in this new life at Thera's temple back in Tully Falls. "Good morning, ladies," I said, giving them each a smile. Sorry I slept in, but for some reason I was super tired. Lyra chuckled and Reven's cheeks took on a bit of color as she blushed. "You did have a lot of essence to spend," Reven said. "It makes sense that your body would require extra time to process things." Tumanako nodded. "Mother said it was a bad idea to grow too much at once. Bad for the soul." I winced. It was certainly painful, but I don't sense anything wrong. Dara joined us, running her nails across my back before sitting next to me on the bench. "That's our bond at work," she said with a giggle. "Can't have a warlock burn themselves up growing in power. That'd be pretty inefficient for my father and any of the other pact makers." I chuckled. "Divine health insurance. Got it." Reven rolled her eyes while Lyra just shook her head and sighed. "If by that you mean the gods protect their own, then you would be correct. I wouldn't recommend spending that much essence at once, but I'd rather suffer the pain now than get to Mere Court and not have all the tools we need to survive," I said with a shrug. "Nothing deadlier than politics." We spent the next hour or so enjoying the feast Dara had prepared for us while discussing the new spells and abilities we'd picked up and how they would fit into our tactics going forward. My new abilities were pretty straightforward and didn't take long. We just had to avoid friendly fire with the splash-prone nature of lingering flames. In the end, I think Lyra and Tumanako were more excited about not having to walk all the time than my improved damage potential. Reven had gained a new divine spell called Valkyr's Blessing that she could maintain on one person at a time. It didn't have any active effects most of the time, but it would block a single attack that would otherwise have killed the target. It was powerful too, and as far as she could tell, it would protect against anything short of a god. Lyra's new ability wasn't as spectacular. Don't get me wrong, it was going to up her tanking game by quite a lot, but it wasn't quite as shiny as a "I block the world" shield. The guard skill would allow her to teleport around the battlefield in order to intercept attacks meant for someone else. It had a pretty long cooldown though, which wasn't ideal. When I asked Tumanako about her skills, she just shrugged and told me she was saving up for something special. Any attempts to get any info about what she was saving for were met with a silent smirk, so I dropped it. Dara hadn't purchased any upgrades either, which reawakened my guilt at taking the whole quest reward for myself. But when I tried to apologize again, she actually bit me. It was an incredibly effective distraction. "All right, everyone out," Dara said with a smile. "I'll seal the entrance to discourage any visitors." "You expecting someone?" I asked. "No, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone comes looking once they notice the giant tree that used to be a lot smaller." She gestured to the tree. "They won't be able to dig through, so the inn should be safe, and if we need to get back here fast, you can always open a gate." I nodded. "All right, let's get this show on the road." I slipped my arms around Lyra and Reven and followed Tumanako out into the swamp. Dara brought up the rear, doing her dungeon lord mumbo-jumbo to create a stone wall over the entrance that blended seamlessly with the petrified bark of the tree. Reven nodded in appreciation as she examined the wall. "Excellent work." "Thanks," Dara beamed. Good to know all that training was worth it. Definitely, I said and flashed her a grin before turning to Tumanako. Can you find us a nice clearing somewhere close by? I could cast the spell here, but I don't want to leave any evidence. The goblin snorted. I already know of 3. How far away do you want to go? I looked at Dara, who shrugged. Doesn't really matter to me. You pick, she said to the goblin. I'll be in Bastion's mindscape anyway. What? I said with a chuckle. Don't want to get yourself dirty again. Not that that isn't a good reason, she said, but I'd rather not trip up any wards they have in Mere Court. Revan nodded. I hadn't considered that. Aravis Listwood is the type to have that sort of thing in place. And I don't have to get muddy, Dara whispered with a giggle through our bond. Tumanako shrugged and gestured for us to follow. She led us away from the tree and to a small clearing far enough from the main pathways that I doubted anyone would stumble upon it by accident. It was a perfect setting for my first gate. Closing my eyes, I let the spell take form in my mind. Using that image as a guide, I let my mana flow through me and into the ground, drawing out the complex circle for the first time. The process was similar to the other summoning spells I'd learned, but the complexity was turned up to 11. I doubted I'd ever be able to create the circle as a whole like I could with the lower-level spells. I started with the easy bits, creating the overlapping circles that made up the main framework for the spell. Once those were in place, I moved onto the glyphs and sigils, filling most of the empty space with strings of runes or complex sigilry that gave me flashbacks to classic anime. Every ounce of focus went into casting. Messing up even a single symbol or line could result in us getting shot out into the void, or transported to some weirdo alternate reality where ducks could talk and rabbits spent their weekends performing in burlesque shows. The central circle was the most critical part of the spell, and it changed almost every time. There was a complicated coordinate system in play, and without the info dump the system had shoved into my brain, I would have had no clue how to figure any of it out. 5-dimensional math was not something they taught in public school, at least not where I was from. When I finished the last symbol, everything seemed to freeze in place. A spark of white fire shot out of my hand and ignited the spell, transforming the dull glowing circle into a blazing inferno of power. The flames shifted and blurred before collapsing into a tiny point of light at the heart of the central circle that slowly grew as more and more of my mana was drawn into the spell. With a crack of thunder, the ball of light cracked open and expanded into a glowing doorway to Mere Court. The gate felt stable, but I could tell that it wasn't going to stay open long. I was already running on fumes, and keeping it open and stable required mana. Go, I can't hold it long, I gasped, waving my companions through ahead of me. Lyra and Tumanako led the way, followed by Revan. I followed closely, not wanting to chance leaving anyone else behind. Just before stepping through, I renewed my human appearance. My Cambion looks were pretty badass, but I'd rather not get shanked before I had a chance to say hello. Interlude. Mere Court. Aravis Listwood idly tapped the arm of his throne in thought as he read the missive he'd received from Kava Haimun for the 3rd time. Recently the gossip at court was full of strange tales of her exploits, and if what his good friend Javin said was to be believed, she was in way over her head. The latest rumor said she was somewhere far to the east fighting alongside an orcish war band, using her goddess-given gifts to assist a force of humans unable to save themselves from the Demonkin. That part made sense in his mind. Revendries took her service to the gods seriously. The tales of her companion were what troubled him. Why an anointed servant of the gods would see fit to spend her time in the company of a warlock? He shuddered. No matter, he thought to himself. Soon any hold on her the warlock had would be dealt with. A well-dressed servant approached the dais and bowed low. My lord, the preparations are complete. Listwood nodded. Good. Has my son returned? The servant bowed again. No, my lord. Young Master Aleth was ordered to return by this morning, but as of yet we have heard no news of his arrival. Listwood frowned. Damn that boy, if he ruins this opportunity for our family. The servant remained silent as the lord regained his composure. Make sure everything is prepared for Lady Hymun's other companions as well. Yes, my lord, the servant replied. All has been made ready. Good, good, the lord whispered as he gestured in dismissal. If all went according to plan, a threat to the royal family would be removed, and if Javin came through on his promise, his son would gain a most fitting bride. House Listwood's fortune was on the rise. Soon they would no longer be relegated to the fringes of court. Soon they would be royalty. Chapter 11. Politics. As soon as I stepped through the portal, it winked out of existence, sending out a small gust of displaced air. The room was just as I'd pictured it, except for the pair of elven soldiers standing in the open doorway with crossbows pointed our way. I wasn't sure what bothered me more, the obvious threat to my life, or the elves breaking fantasy tropes by using crossbows instead of longbows. As soon as they recognized Revan, they pointed their weapons to the ceiling and stepped to the side, revealing an elven girl in deep blue robes. If she'd been a human girl, I would have guessed her age to be somewhere in the early teens. Her dark brown hair was held back by a thin silver circlet, and her eyes were an exact match for the cloth of her robes. She performed a very graceful bow. "Kava Hymun," she said in a very formal-sounding fee song. "My father has assigned me to be your guide while you grace us with your presence. On behalf of Aravis Listwood, I welcome you to Mere Court." Revan gave her an elegant nod and replied in the same language. "We thank you for your hospitality. What is your name, child?" The girl bowed again. "Krisanna Listwood, your grace." I watched the barest hint of a smile touch the corners of Revan's lips as she gestured for the girl to rise. "You remind me of your mother." The elven girl seemed startled as she looked up at the priestess. "Thank you, your grace. She has always spoken fondly of you." Revan gave her a small smile. "She was a good friend to me in Silver Oak." "Mother will be ecstatic that you remember her," Krisanna said with another bow. "If you will follow me, my father has prepared a small gathering in your honor." I winced, but luckily our guide was so focused on Revan that she missed it. It had been a while since I'd reviewed my book on elven courtly protocol, so I was bound to mess something up. "Don't worry, love. I'll fill you in if needed," Dara said inside my mindscape. The crossbow-wielding guards took the lead, with another dozen guards falling into place around us as we left the transit room behind. Through the rank and file I got a good view of the area surrounding our arrival point and was a bit impressed. It was almost a miniature fortress, which made a lot of sense considering anyone knowing the pattern could open a portal inside. Our escort led us out of the mini-fort and into an open courtyard that seemed like something that would have fit in perfectly in a movie about the time leading up to the French Revolution. It was more like a giant garden than a castle's courtyard. There were dozens of sculptures depicting what I could only assume were famous elves, but the main focus of the garden was a massive golden statue of an elven man, standing with his foot up Captain Morgan style on the head of a giant chimera. Krisanna had the decency to look embarrassed as we moved past the sculpture, cementing in my mind who it was modeled after. Talk about an ego. Then again, if I was filthy rich and had nothing else to spend my money on, maybe I would think a giant golden statue would be a sound investment. We were led through the garden, moving past several small groups of richly dressed elves who seemed to be enjoying the midday air while doing their best to seem uninterested in our procession. Some even did a pretty good job of it. I could feel Lyra and Tumanako's anxiety coming through the bond, and I couldn't blame them. All three of us were more comfortable in a dungeon than in Lore's version of Beverly Hills. At least they hadn't tried to confiscate our weapons. That would have gone over like a ton of bricks, especially with Tumanako. Revan glanced back at us and gave us a warm smile. Everything is going as expected, she shared through our connection. Krisanna is Lord Listwood's favorite daughter. With her as our escort, I have no doubts about our safety. This is your jam, I replied. I'll follow your lead. Chapter 12. Interesting accommodations. Krisanna led us out of the garden and into a large manor where another pair of guards was waiting by the door, polearms blocking the way. She frowned at the guards. What is the meaning of this? Father should be waiting to greet our honored guests. One of the guards bowed slightly. Apologies, my lady, but only yourself and Kavahaimun are allowed to enter. He glanced at the rest of the party before returning his attention to the elven ladies. Revan grew tense, but relaxed almost immediately as her political mask slid into place. This is unexpected, she said in a neutral tone. I was under the impression that my entire party would be granted audience with Aravis Listwood. That was my understanding as well, Krisanna said with a frown. Apologies, my lady, the second guard said. We are only obeying the orders we were given. Krisanna narrowed her eyes and was about to say something when Revan raised a hand. She turned to me and raised an eyebrow. And what of my companions? She asked. The guard gestured to our escort. These men will take them to the summer parlor where they can await your return. Refreshments will be served. I shrugged and gestured towards Revan. Whatever, I'm fine with waiting while you do the politicking. I always love watching that delicious princess work her magic. Dara pouted. The guard nodded to our escort. Please show Kavahaimun's companions to the summer parlor. The soldiers sketched a crisp salute and one of them moved to the front of the group. I'll rejoin you once I've observed all of the proper protocols, Revan sent through our connection. I gave her a slight nod and then turned to our new guide. All right then, lead the way. Lyra smiled at me. Glad we don't have to participate in the bowing and scraping part. Tumanako nodded quietly. Her eyes were focused on the guards. I didn't expect any kind of treachery, but the elves and greenskins had a tumultuous history, so I could understand her caution. They led us to a small banquet room completely packed with platters of various foods. Classically dressed butlers flowed into the room and presented us with tall glasses that were almost instantly filled by a second wave of servants. I was never a wine person, but if an elven lord was going to break out the good stuff, then who was I to pass it up? Tumanako chugged her first glass in a single gulp, earning a wide-eyed stare from the closest butler. Lady Goblin, the butler said, please take the time to savor the wine's unique flavor. It is a rare vintage. I sipped my wine and let a small smile cross my lips. It was completely different from the wine I'd tried on Earth. Then again, that wine was out of a box, so the elven wine was very sweet with almost no aftertaste. If that was what wine was supposed to taste like, then maybe I was a wine guy after all. Lyra gestured towards her glass and mouthed wow as the closest servant refilled it. This is really good, she said to the butler. Any chance you'd be willing to share the name of the vintner? I know of at least 2 inns that would pay a premium for a bottle for when the nobility comes through. The butler wore a very professional expression as he replied. Apologies, Lady Stone, but this bottle is from Aravis Listwood's personal collection. The last bottle of this vintage to be sold went for just shy of 1 million essence, so I doubt an innkeeper would have the means to acquire it. Lyra's eyes looked like they were going to pop out of her head. 1 million essence. Holy sh, wow. She stared down at her glass and took another sip, determined to enjoy the extremely pricey beverage while she could. I finished my first glass and claimed a spot on one of the lushly upholstered chairs spaced around the room. The alcohol content of the elven wine must have been insane, because the single glass was hitting me hard. A single cup shouldn't have affected me that much, but who knew what kind of magical intoxicants might be a standard component in the elven punch? Tumanako finished her third glass, and then looked at me with a glassy-eyed stare before collapsing to the ground. I started to laugh, but it was hard with the room suddenly spinning. Bastian, you what is? Sebastian. Dara's voice was muffled and barely came through. I tried to stand but couldn't get my legs to function. Everything was spinning. My feeble attempts to regain my feet ended up with me sprawled out on the stone floor, barely avoiding a bloody nose. The voices of the butlers faded in and out of my awareness. I couldn't understand a word they were saying, but their tone seemed somehow mocking. Darkness crawled in from the edge of my vision, and the last thing I saw before succumbing to unconsciousness was Lyra attempting to draw her sword as rows of soldiers filed into the room with their weapons drawn. Chapter 13 Room Service. I woke up face down on a cold stone slab. The air was damp, and it was completely dark. So dark that even my dark vision was struggling. I could barely make out the plain stone walls of my apparent prison. My initial sense of confusion was quickly replaced by a smoldering anger as I reached out to Dara and slammed into what felt like a brick wall. I collapsed to the floor as pain shot through my entire body. "What that fuck?" I groaned, struggling against the pain. I turned onto my back and winced as something metallic scraped against my neck. Reaching up, I found a seamless iron collar. What the fuck? I'd expected there to be some awkwardness dealing with the elven nobles, but I sure as shit didn't expect them to drug me and throw me in jail. Weren't people in fantasy worlds supposed to listen to their gods when told what the fuck to do? According to Dawala and Avil, the entire pantheon was united, and we were on a motherfucking mission from the motherfucking gods. I screamed in frustration and pulled myself to my feet, shaking with fury at the whole situation. I tried to calm myself but couldn't shake the seething anger. I started to examine my surroundings again. The cell was square, probably 10 foot by 10 foot, and completely bereft of any windows or doors that I could see. There was no furniture or anything really, not even a hole in the ground to do my business. They'd stripped me of my gear, but they shouldn't have been able to take my bag. From what I remembered about the soul binding, it had to be somewhere nearby. No one but me should have been able to move it far. I tried to sense the bag but ran into the same mental wall as before, although with a lot less pain. I'd reached out cautiously and it had paid off. Running my mental fingers against the mental brick wall hurt a hell of a lot less than smashing face first into it. There was a grinding sound and a small window appeared in the far wall, letting in just enough light to mess with my dark vision. "Stand back," barked the elven soldier standing on the other side of the wall while leveling a massive crossbow my way. "Any attempts to escape will be met with lethal force." Rage flooded me as I glared through the opening. "How about you put that down and open the door before Revan finds out what you fucks did to me and heads start rolling?" The guard chuckled and stepped away from the window, giving me a view of a very angry-looking Revan standing in the hallway glaring at the guard. "Lord Listwood has overstepped his authority," she said. "I'll have you out of there soon. Word has already been sent to his superiors, and I have little doubt that things will be resolved quickly. When the gods speak, even lords must listen." The guard seemed unimpressed. I shook my head in exasperation. "We're kind of on a tight timeline here. Who knows how long we have before the demons accomplish whatever they're trying with Aylin's rest?" I looked past her at the guard. "Why don't you go tell Lord Limpwood that I'm holding him responsible for anything that happens because of his bullshit?" Revan's eyes went wide, and I could almost hear her telling me to shut it, but I was way too pissed off to think logically. So when the guard's eyes narrowed with rage, I doubled down and pointed my finger at him before slowly letting it droop like a flaccid penis. "Sorry your boss can't give it to you like you want anymore, but if you let me free, I've got a potion in my bag that might help him get it up again. What do you say?" I barely dodged in time to avoid the crossbow bolt that shot through the opening and ricocheted off the wall. "That's right, motherfucker. Open up the door and I'll show you just who you're fucking with." Another surge of rage filled me as Revan tried to calm things down. "You will stand down, soldier." Revan growled, but the stone opening slamming shut cut me off from whatever else happened. A wave of vertigo washed through me, and all I could do was laugh before sliding down the wall until I was sitting on the cold stone of the floor. I had no clue what had possessed me to mouth off to the guard like that, but I couldn't help myself. I couldn't focus my thoughts, and everything just felt so detached from reality. With another dry laugh, I closed my eyes and slipped back into unconsciousness. Chapter 14. You can do that. Indeterminate time later, I awoke to a searing pain in my neck and the smell of burning flesh filling my nose. What the hell was going on? I reached up to pull the collar away from my neck and had to pull my hands back from the burning metal. "Think. They can restrain me." Dara's words surged into my brain, each one bringing a spike of pain as the collar flared. At the same time, each word brought with it a surge of essence that instantly healed the damage done. "I am a divine being," she screamed. A massive wave of power poured through our bond and into the collar, shattering it and sending shards of red-hot iron everywhere. Luckily, the explosion was directed away from me, so I wasn't decapitated by the resulting shrapnel. At first, all I could feel was agony. The heated collar had destroyed my neck, and if it weren't for the constant flow of essence and the regeneration granted by my bond, I would have literally been cooked. After the initial surge, the influx of essence had slowed to a trickle, just enough to repair the damage done by the collar while not overwhelming me. The first few minutes were a blur, but eventually I recovered enough to gain some clarity. "Summon me, my love. We'll show these bastards the price of betraying us." With a wicked grin, I gathered my mana and cast Summon Bonded, carving the magical circle into the stone floor with raw power. Minutes later, Dara stepped out of the circle in full battle form. Her eyes were glowing with fury and her claws were ready to rip and tear. Seeing no one else in the cell with me, she turned and fell into my arms, claws retracting so as to not harm me. I wrapped her in a hug, avoiding her wings, and I breathed in her sweet scent. She looked up into my eyes. "That was horrible," she said. "One minute you were there at the edge of my awareness and then nothing." She paused. "I still can't feel Lyra or Tumanako." Her eyes started to glow again. If they have harmed one hair, rage flooded me and I reached deep inside myself, pulling as much mana and essence as I could to form the biggest blast of balefire I could imagine. I was ready to burn my way free of this damn prison and punish everyone who had betrayed me. Suddenly, Dara had her wings wrapped around me. Waves of soothing energy flowed over me, pushing back the rage that pushed me towards annihilation. "This isn't you, my love. The poison they gave you, it's affecting your mind." Growling, I barely restrained myself as I loosened my grip on the ability. Why would they do this?" I said. She laid her head on my chest. "They want to justify your imprisonment. If you can be painted as a, what did you call it, a murder hobo, then your capture can be deemed a public service." I clenched my fists and then took a deep breath, doing my best to ignore the spikes of rage that threatened my control. "We need to get out of here." I felt my connection to Revan come alive as Dara injected her power into the bond. "Sebastian," Revan said, surprise evident in her tone. How do you think, beautiful?" Dara said through the link. "I am a divine being after all. Some mortal-crafted collar wasn't going to keep me away from my bonded for long." Revan started to answer, but Dara cut her off. "Now tell me what is going on with your soon-to-be-dead cousin," the priestess sighed. "I am close to having Sebastian released, but Listwood seems to be waiting for something." "That would be my impending murderous rampage," I replied. "The fucker poisoned me with something, and it's all I can do to keep from melting this entire palace down around me." I could feel the worry in her voice as Revan replied. That would be very unfortunate, as there are hundreds of innocents in residence that have nothing to do with your capture. What poison? Dara growled. Fenris blood. What? That is highly illegal. Where would he? Blood trickled down my palms as claws grew from my fingertips and pierced my crimson skin. I am going to set his world on fire and then quench it with his blood. Dara's voice grew serious. We need him cleansed right now. I'm barely able to keep the rage from taking over. I could feel the truth in her statement. There was a beast nestled deep inside me, just itching to break free, and only the succubi's soothing touch was holding it in check. I sank to my knees and shuddered. Hurry. Chapter 15. Hang in there. My sense of time was non-existent, as I slipped in and out of lucidity. The poison running through my veins must have been extremely potent to resist Dara's attempts to burn it out of me. Even with her help, I was finding it harder and harder to resist the urge to just let it all burn. Only the knowledge that giving in would likely result in not only my death, but that of Lyra and Tumanako as well gave me the strength to hold off. My sense of Revan through the bond had faded to a whisper, but I could still sense her out there through the stone walls of the prison, and she was coming closer. Light streamed into the cell as the observation window slid open, and I almost lost control as I glimpsed the elven guard outside. Dara barely caught my arm as it raised towards the bars. My connection to Revan flared as she pushed the guard aside and looked through the window. Quick, bring him over here, she yelled, her hand already glowing with healing magic. Dara picked me up and dragged me in front of the opening. I was surprised at her strength, but I really shouldn't have been. She'd been upgrading her own stats and abilities the same as the rest of us. As her focus shifted from holding back the effects of the poison to moving me, I felt the rage inside me surge. Wisps of balefire started to form on my skin, burning her where she touched me, but she held on. Dara clenched her teeth and dragged me the rest of the way to the window, pressing me against the opening so Revan could reach me through the thick wall. Revan pressed herself against the other side of the wall and reached through to touch me. Icy cold power rushed into me with her touch, forcing its way through my mana channels like a glacial flood. The cold soothed the burning rage and quieted the storm in my mind. I started to shiver as the spell continued its work, purging the poison from my blood. Dark green pus seeped out of my pores, staining the rough-spun fabric of my prisoner's garb. The smell coming off of me was enough to make me gag. It was the worst odor I'd ever experienced, and before I knew it I was painting the cell floor with the contents of my stomach. When the last of the poison had been driven from my system and my stomach settled, Revan cast her cleansing spell to wash away the filth. The clothes still sucked, but at least I was clean. That should be all of it, Revan said with a tired sigh. I looked up at her and smiled. My stamina was tapped and I was barely able to keep myself from passing out. Get me out of here, I said, extending an arm towards Dara so she could help me up, or I will burn my way out. Revan looked at Dara, a concerned expression on her face. Is he still poisoned? I answered before Dara could. Oh, it's gone, but I'm still pissed. Where is Lyra and Tumanako? I growled. Why can't I feel them? I reached through my connections to the pair and clenched my jaw as I came into contact with a familiar feeling barrier between us. I can feel a wall between us. It feels like that damned collar. Revan glanced at someone I couldn't see through the small window. I would recommend you answer the question, Captain. Your loyalty to Aravis Listwood is understandable, but I doubt you'll find it helpful once High Priestess Ferindi arrives from the capital. Kava, my lady. The others were taken to the guest wing, a male voice said. No harm has been done to them. What about the bonds? I growled through the window. I don't know anything about that, he said, and I could hear the edge of panic in his voice. Dara stroked my head. I'm sure they're fine. If Avil's high priest is en route, then we'll be able to put this whole thing behind us very soon. I let out a long breath. Fine, tell the guard to return my bag and open the door. Revan frowned. I don't think he can, Sebastian. This prison is something that requires a specific key that I doubt he has. She reached through the window again and stroked my cheek. Please give me a few more hours to get this resolved peacefully. She glanced knowingly at the guard as she continued. If that fails, I will give you my full support as we make our own way free. Dara looked down at me and gave me an encouraging nod. It would be best to put aside any infighting until the demon spawn are dealt with. Once the incursion is over, we can always come back and rip Lord Listwood's heart out and fill the void with salt. I was pretty sure my smile at that moment was bordering on diabolical as I nodded to Revan. I don't have much patience left, but for you, I'll hold out for as long as I can. She mouthed thank you as the stone opening slid shut. Chapter 16, Welcome Distractions. Hera reached out and caressed my cheek. It's okay, love. I'm sure Revan will have everything settled in no time, especially if Avil's High Priestess is involved. Even the king defers to her on matters dealing with the divine. I let out a long sigh. I hate this. She wrapped her wings around me. I know, these mortal politicians are quite illogical when it comes to global issues. She leaned back and looked me in the eyes. But enough of that. It'll take some time for Revan to get things ironed out, and she licked her lips. I have you all to myself for a change. It'd be a shame to waste. I cut her off with a kiss. Taking full advantage of my increased stats, I pressed her up against the stone wall. You're absolutely right. I could definitely use some stress relief. She laughed and ran her finger down my chest, slicing open the linen shirt. I caught her hand before she could do the same to my pants. I'd rather not be completely naked when they let us out of here. I slid my pants off, revealing my growing excitement. She looked down at my cock and licked her lips again. Fine, she said and kicked my pants to the side. With a wink, she reached up and pulled her hair into a ponytail, fastening it with a scrunchie that she pulled from somewhere. She knelt before me and flashed me a mischievous smile. Just like in your world's videos, right? Memories of a brief trend in online videos where women filmed themselves doing the whole ponytail and kneeling thing before their boyfriends. The poor guys think they were about to get a treat before the ladies would pick up a dropped phone or remote control from under the table or something. It was a total tease. I hoped Dara wasn't about to pull the same on me, but if her warm breath on my cock eliminated that train of thought. She was a succubus. Denying herself for the sake of a joke was not in her nature. The touch of her lips on my head finished the process of bringing me to full attention, earning a sultry chuckle from the succubus. Oh yes, she whispered and looked up into my eyes. Her eyes locked onto mine as she took me fully into her mouth, pressing her tongue tightly against the bottom of my shaft. Her lips were just tight enough to be pleasant, and I could feel her own arousal through our bond. The ability to know exactly what each other were feeling was such an amazing perk of the connection. She wrapped her fingers around my cock and moved me into and out of her mouth in long, slow strokes that were both torturous and amazing. Her other hand reached up and grabbed my own, pressing it to the side of her face. I smiled down at her and let my worries evaporate before the love I felt flooding through our bond. This wonderful woman, no, this wonderful goddess was the best thing that had ever happened to me. She smiled and tightened her lips around my shaft as she increased her speed, surfing the edge of my pleasure as I leaned forward against the wall, supporting myself with a free hand. That's right, my love. Her voice whispered into my mind. Let it all go. I closed my eyes and bowed my head, letting a low moan escape from my lips. That small sound seemed to egg her on, and she increased her speed again, bringing me closer and closer to release. Her enjoyment echoed through our bond as she took my entire length into her mouth, pushing me over the edge and then beyond. My muscles clenched as I came, filling her mouth with my seed and essence. She swallowed all I had to give and fed a wave of orgasmic-fueled energy back to me through our bond, enhancing my climax until I could barely keep myself upright. Slowly, she pulled back and then dabbed at the corner of her lips with the remnants of my shirt. Smiling up at me, she asked, "Now wasn't that a much more productive use of time than worrying about the machinations of some two-bit elven lord?" I chuckled and knelt down next to her. "Of course, but we have a lot more time to kill," I said and tapped on her armored thigh. "Not sure I can get through this, though." She giggled and her armor evaporated into a pleasant-smelling mist, leaving her completely naked. With a smile, I ran my fingers up the smooth skin of her thigh, pausing just short of her pussy. She shivered and snapped her teeth at me. "Tease," she said. With a wicked grin, I pulled away, tugging her just far enough away from the wall that she could lay down on her back without hitting her head. "Eep," she said as I pushed her down. "Turnabout is fair play," I said as I bit her gently on the thigh, nibbling on the tender flesh as I moved ever closer to her wetness. She moaned softly and spread her legs, inviting my advances. I could feel the heat radiating from her sex and grinned in satisfaction. I put my hands on either thigh and leaned in, gently licking along her slit. The succubus shivered in excitement and spread her legs further. Chuckling to myself, I slipped my tongue between her lips. She was delicious. Remembering what she'd done to me at first, I moved slowly, running the tip of my tongue along each side of her pussy in long, deliberate licks. Her thighs quivered with every touch, and I could feel her pleasure building. When I thought she'd had enough teasing, I changed my focus to her clit, tracing small circles around it as I reveled in her sweet flavor. "Oh gods," she whispered and grabbed my head with both hands. "More." Not one to deny the request of a lady, I pressed my face into her wetness, teasing her clit with my tongue before sliding my fingers into her. She arched her back and gasped as my fingers curled and found her G-spot. Her body started to quiver, and I hummed against her. Her muscles spasmed, and she let out a primal scream as she came. A fresh flood of juices poured out of her quivering pussy, running down my chin as I continued to worship her with my tongue. One orgasm became two, and then three before she pushed my face away, unable to take any more. The rush of essence cycling through our bond let me share in her pleasure, and when she gazed up at me with hunger-filled eyes, my cock was already harder than it had been the first time. With a renewed need, I crawled forward and gazed down into her beautiful purple eyes as I raised her legs over my shoulders, and I slid my cock deep into her dripping wet pussy. My manhood slid into the hilt as she tilted her hips up to accommodate my need. Balls deep wasn't just a saying where we were concerned. I raised myself up and then slammed back into her with a growl. She gasped in pleasure, and I could feel her pussy tightening around me as an aftershock rolled through her body. She bit her bottom lip and gazed up at me. "More," she demanded. I leaned forward and pressed her legs backwards even further, bending her almost in half. I thrust myself into her again and again, evoking a symphony of pleasure from the insatiable succubus. Working my hips like a pile driver, I fucked her until the cell was filled with the smell of sex and the air was supercharged with essence. Dara's moans of pleasure increased as I took full advantage of my enhanced stamina, stretching our joining out for as long as I could. We rode the wave of shared pleasure in an almost meditative state of pure bliss, moving together as one as our pleasure built once again to climax. At the end, we collapsed together, bodies shivering as we drank deep of the essence we'd produced and added it to our already sensitive mana channels. It had been a while since I'd been able to give Dara my full, undivided attention, and I resolved to make sure to do so more often in the future. Hell, all of the ladies deserved some one-on-one time when we had the chance. It was hard to find the time with the whole end of the world going on, but I'd have to try and make some. Somehow still hungry, I drifted off to sleep with fleeting fantasies of how I could show my love for each lady individually dancing through my mind, and throughout it All I could sense Dara's deep satisfaction and joy at my acceptance of this new existence. Chapter 17, Freedom. He look on the guard's face when the wall opened up a few hours later was priceless. A pair of crossbow-wielding soldiers stood on the other side, aiming their weapons at me as I climbed to my feet, doing my best to keep my torn shirt closed. Dara had returned to my mindscape so the elves wouldn't have any excuses to keep me imprisoned. "Let's go, Warlock," my oh-so-friendly jailer said, gesturing towards the opening. "You should be thankful that Kava Revendries has vouched for you. Otherwise, we would be escorting you to the gallows." I snorted and flipped the guard the finger. "You should be lucky Reven asked nicely, or those fuckers would be scraping your charred remains off the floor," I said and gestured vaguely towards the soldiers. "Darling," Dara interjected, "while I do love a good comeback, perhaps we should try a more diplomatic approach so the nice elves don't try and kill you. I'd hate for Reven to get upset. She's doing her best to solve this without bloodshed." The guard's eyes narrowed and I could see the soldiers tense up. "Go." He growled and pointed again towards the stairs where I could see another pair of soldiers waiting. With a shrug, I followed the soldiers out. As I stepped past the guard station, my dimensional bag slid out from underneath the table and slid along the ground after me, keeping within soulbound range. I chuckled and picked it up, ignoring the frowns on the guards' faces. The elves led the way upwards, climbing an insane number of stairs. We must have been hundreds of feet underground. Listwood must have made a ton of powerful enemies if he needed an old-school, non-magical dungeon to keep them in. There were several doors along the way, but they were all closed, so I couldn't tell if they led to another section of prison or some other kind of storage. Reven's mind brushed against mine. "Sebastian, we're waiting in the main hall. The High Priestess is here and she is pissed. Not at you, but please, please treat her with the respect she deserves. She's here to help." "I will. I still feel a bit volatile, but I'll watch myself. I'll keep him calm," Dara added and wrapped her wings around me in my mindscape. "What about Lyra and Tumanako?" I said. "I still can't feel them. There's something blocking the bond." Anger colored Reven's thoughts as she replied. "Lord Listwood had his court magus put bindings on them. He claimed you'd enthralled them, and that the only way to restore their free will was to cut off the connection. He claims to be unable to cancel the spell, but it should expire on its own in a few hours." I closed my eyes and let out a long sigh as she continued. "They'll be joining us in the main hall." I followed the soldiers in silence until we reached the ground floor, where we had to pass through not one, not two, but 3 layers of gates to get outside. It was a bit concerning that this Listwood dude had what amounted to a maximum security prison built under his manor. The manor house was a short walk away, lending even more credibility to my theory that Listwood was into some freaky shit. Dozens of additional soldiers lined the main hall, each equipped with a crossbow, rapier, and a look in their eyes that said they'd fill me with holes if I so much as looked at their lord the wrong way. Listwood was seated on a dais, similar to the one where I'd first seen Reven, except this time the room wasn't filled with sycophants begging for their lord's favor. Listwood's daughter sat off to one side with Reven on the other, and Lyra, Tumanako, and an older elf with jet-black hair wearing a pure white cloak that looked like feathered wings. Underneath was a silk dress cut in a very modest style with a high collar and long sleeves, and an intricate pendant that screamed High Priestess. Lyra was dressed in a stunning green dress that matched her eyes and showed off her freckled cleavage quite nicely. Tumanako, on the other hand, had been given a set of skin-tight leathers very similar to her armor, but with more fur and decorations. The center of the top was cut out to provide a window directly to her heart, if one were to squeeze between her ample breasts. Seeing them alive released a tension I hadn't known I'd been feeling, and I gave them an encouraging smile. Lyra smiled back and gestured to her dress before raising an eyebrow. I gave her a thumbs up and then turned my attention to Tuminako. She looked very uncomfortable in the formal setting and was fidgeting. Her hands were constantly searching for something, and it took me a minute to realize it was her weapons. I gave her an encouraging nod and then smiled in thanks to Revan. An elven functionary standing next to the throne cleared his throat noisily and then tapped his ornate staff against the floor. You stand before Aravis Tommen Listwood, Lord of Mere Court and Guardian of the Eastern Greatwood. I glared at the functionary before grudgingly following Dara's mental coaching and performing the appropriate bow for someone of my station when greeting an Aravis. Listwood was not pleased. Apparently, he was expecting something a bit more deferential. The corners of his mouth turned in a frown and his flunky started to speak, but Revan cut him off. Apologies, Chancellor, as I don't believe my companion knows the formal court greetings, so I will assist. She gestured towards me. May I present Yithvis Sebastian Crow, Lord of the Stone Tree and Chosen of Dewala. Lord, I asked through our bond and received a slight smile in return. Listwood frowned again but did his best to hide it behind a stoic look. Welcome to Mere Court, Lord Crow, he said, his pronunciation of Lord letting us all know he doubted the veracity of the title. The High Priestess glared at the elf and raised an eyebrow as if saying, "Is that all?" Listwood frowned again and continued, I must offer my most sincere apologies for your treatment. My advisors in the capital provided me with inaccurate information regarding you and your relationship with Kava Highmoon and your other companions. Our laws do not specifically outlaw your class, but there is an understandable stigma. The High Priestess looked at me with a steady gaze, as if challenging me to make trouble. Dara froze inside my mind and then placed a calming hand on my shoulder. I don't think I've ever met a more powerful mortal. Avil's power is everywhere in her. I gave the priestess a slight nod and then focused on not being my typically irreverent and flippant self. I repeated the bow. Thank you, Lord Listwood. I can understand your suspicions based on what some with my class have done in this world, and am glad that we can work past our differences. Even though you're an ass who deserves a swift kick in the dick, I finished internally and was surprised to see a resulting frown on the High Priestess' face. Probably not our actual thoughts, but you do radiate a sense of anger towards the good Lord Limpwood. The High Priestess nodded. Good. Now that that is over with, let us move forward. She turned her gaze in Listwood's direction. The delay that you caused has complicated things, allowing the demon spawn to progress their plans beyond what was expected. My lady is quite upset, as is my father, Dara added. The elven lord bowed his head slightly. And I apologize to you as well, High Priestess. Had I not been deceived by my trusted friend in the capital, this could all have been resolved in a much more amenable fashion. Tuminako snorted, earning a stern look from Revan. The princess nodded graciously to Listwood. My uncle blames much on my companion, Lord Listwood. I am not surprised that he would go out of his way to cause even more trouble for us, regardless of the consequences. Then why the poison? I asked with a growl. I held up my hand, finger and thumb barely an inch apart. I came this close to unleashing everything I had on this place, consequences be damned. Lord Listwood's frown deepened. That, at least, I can honestly say was none of my doing. It seems that one of my retainers was more loyal to Isjavin than they were to me, and received some extra instructions regarding your capture. They have been dismissed from my service and remanded to the High Priestess for justice. I wasn't the most skilled at reading people, but I was pretty sure Lord Listwood was full of shit. They will learn firsthand what happens to those who actively plot against the gods, Revan said, her expression the picture of diplomacy. The High Priestess' smile, on the other hand, was ice cold. Punishment will be severe. Their interference made a highly volatile situation even worse and could have resulted in disaster. She gestured to me. This man is the chosen of Dawala. His identity was no secret. His likeness was distributed to everyone involved in our alliance against the incursion. You have no excuse. She glared at the elven lord. That Kavajaran saw fit to undermine the entire alliance will not be forgotten. Even his vaunted position in my cousin's court will not save him from censure. All 9 of the gods of light have instructed their followers to aid the chosen in their mission, and I have been instructed by my lady to inform you that any further hindering of this team will be met with divine fury. Lord Listwood's eyes were wide, and the Chancellor's skin had changed to a very unhealthy shade of gray. The noble bowed low in his throne and stammered, "Of course, High Priestess. We will aid the chosen in any way that we can." Revan stepped forward and nodded slightly. "We are headed to Aelin's Rest to investigate the presence of demon spawn. The aid of your elite would be most welcome. We are unsure of what we will find there, and your highly trained soldiers would greatly increase our chance of success." I chuckled as Listwood promised 2 full squads of his elite soldiers to our cause, and sent the Chancellor scurrying from the room to get them assembled and supplied. I wasn't quite sure I wanted the elven troops with us, but Revan seemed pleased with the outcome, so I didn't say anything. The High Priestess nodded. "Good," she said before turning to Revan. "Contact me when your mission is complete." She didn't even wait for a response before disappearing in a flash of white light. Soon after, Listwood dismissed the court and had us escorted to the southern gates with a brief stop at the vault where they'd stored our confiscated gear. Tumanako gave the quartermaster quite a show, stripping out of her formal attire and into her normal armor. Lyra and I were patient enough to request a private room to change. Interlude, plans within plans FR to the northwest. 4 inky figures pulled a wooden dinghy onto the sand, racing the breaking waves before coming to a stop. As the waves lost their momentum and flowed back out to sea, ribbons of crimson blood joined them. A second boat joined the first, bearing its own contingent of dark soldiers and death. One among them was different. Instead of inky darkness, his skin was the tan of a human who had spent their life under a harsh sun. His hands were calloused and his nails chipped, the hands of someone who was used to hard work and war. He flipped back his hood, revealing cold gray eyes set into a weathered face. His hair was shaved into a short mohawk, showing off a scalp completely covered in intricate black tattoos. With a swift gesture, a platform of shadow lifted him into the air and set him down on the sand between the bodies of 2 unfortunate fishermen who'd had the honor of being the Legion's first victims on this new crusade. Red, flickering light lit up the beach as the fires that had been set within the village started to spread, accompanied by the cries of the survivors as they were rounded up by the invading hellspawn. "Help, please!" A man pleaded as a pair of legionaries dragged him before the tattooed man. "Please, sir, spare me. I can be of use to you." The tattooed man's lips curled into a small smile as he reached out and cupped the prisoner's chin in his calloused hand. A wave of power washed through the fisherman's body, bringing a smile to the warlock's face. "Yes, I do believe your village will be of great use to me." He turned to the nearest legionary and gestured towards the burning village. "Bring me the sacrifices. Lady Vichy hungers." Chapter 18 finally. By the time we reached the gate, the allies we'd been promised were gone. The soldiers stationed at the gate told us that they had left to scout ahead. I knew it was a crock of shit, but then again, I didn't much care. At least with the elves leading the way, we were less likely to get ambushed. Once the guards were out of earshot, I turned to Revan. "What was all that about? Your uncle keeps butting into our business. I'm getting more and more inclined to pay him a visit." Revan put her hand on my shoulder. "Politics," she said as she guided me away from the gates. "Lord Listwood has a son in need of a wife. I am unmarried." My uncle, in his infinite wisdom, decided to attempt to kill two birds with one stone, arrange a marriage and remove a warlock. Gah, I shouted and shook my head. Dude is a real piece of work, she laughed. To be fair, were it not for you, Lord Listwood's son would have been a very favorable match. His political ambitions are akin to my own. She paused and looked my way. That is to say, non-existent. He follows Malin's path, and his service to Gaia trumps any mortal ambition. I see, I said, a bit of jealousy staining my words. She must have felt it through the bond, because an instant later she was standing in front of me, looking directly into my eyes. I have made my choice, and that choice is you. Dara was practically purring in my mind, and I caught Lyra winking out of the corner of my eye. It was quite a romantic moment, but as I opened my mouth to respond, "Time to fuck?" Tumanako asked, completely killing the vibe. After that, it was back to business. Tumanako led the way, using her superior stealth skill to move silently through the trees. That close to the city, I didn't think we'd face anything too dangerous, but Lyra was taking no chances. She had her shield out and ready for battle as soon as we left the gates. Aylin's Rest was a good 2 days' travel through the forest along roads the elves had never allowed to be paved. Most of the paths through the Deepwood would barely be considered roads by the rest of the world. They were barely wide enough for a single wagon to travel along. Then again, the elven nation of Elune didn't rely too much on ground transportation. They preferred to keep the forest pristine, honoring their ancient connection to Gaia. At least that's what Dara said. I just figured they were elves, and in every fantasy story I'd ever read, seen, or heard, elves like trees. Well, that was fun, Lyra said with a scowl as the last tower of Mere Court disappeared into the trees behind us. Such hospitality, I snorted, just another straw on the proverbial camel's back. The what? Revan asked. What's a camel? I waved off the question. Don't worry about that. The saying just means that it's another bit of bullshit we have to deal with thanks to your asshole uncle, she frowned. Yes, and when I see him again he's going to feel the full brunt of my displeasure. She gestured back towards the city. Politics is politics, but when those politics interfere with my duty to Avil, that's where I draw the line. Lyra spat off to the side. At least the goddess sent us some backup. I was an hour away from trying to cut my way down to the dungeon. Politics be damned. Revan raised an eyebrow. Through the entire guard, the redhead shrugged. Well, not all of them, just the ones Tumanako missed. Revan nodded thoughtfully. I see. Well, thank you for postponing your bloodbath until I was able to solve the issue through more diplomatic channels. I put an arm around each of them, holding them close. Thank you for the rescue. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened if I'd had to make my own escape. The weight of the potential massacre settled onto my shoulders. It wouldn't have been good for anyone. Lyra kissed me gently on the cheek and said, "Try not to get captured again, Kay," before pulling away to give herself more room in case of an ambush. Revan stayed close and whispered. Had Avil not answered my prayers, I would have joined them in their ill-fated rescue attempt. The guards would have been hesitant to defy my orders. It would likely have resulted in harsh consequences with my family, but you and our mission are more important. Thanks, I said and turned to brush my lips against her cheek. That night we made camp in a small clearing that Tumanako found a few 100 feet off the road. The ladies started clearing the area, while I made use of my minor ward spell to give us a bit of an early warning system, should something come to visit during the night. I summoned Dara as soon as the ward was in place, and the 4 of us set up a single large tent in the middle of the clearing. The weather was warm enough that we didn't need a fire, and our bedrolls would be enough to keep us warm. Especially with the 4 of us. Well, 3 of us, as camping in potentially enemy-filled woods without a watch would be suicide. None of us were feeling particularly frisky for a change, so we just cuddled, taking joy and comfort in each other's presence. After that, we took turns watching the darkness until the sun crept over the horizon. The next day flew by, and we were about 3 hours out from the tower when shit hit the fan. "Hell spawn!" Tumanako shouted through the bond, freezing us in our tracks. "They're fighting the elves." Lyra raised her shield and whispered the words to her defensive aura. Golden light covered her from head to toe, ready to defend her against whatever foes we might face. She rushed towards danger with a smile of excitement. Revan's expression turned hard as she followed close behind, renewing our buffs as we left the pathway behind and rushed towards Tumanako's location. She slipped through the brush, making it seem easy even while casting. I was lucky not to lose an eye to the foliage. It wasn't long before we could hear the screams of elven soldiers and the sounds of battle echoing through the trees. Tumanako had remained in hiding until we arrived, not wanting to end up getting mistaken for an enemy by the elves. As soon as we reached the battle, Revan sprang into action, emitting a glowing wave of divine power that covered the battlefield. The divine light slammed into the demon spawn, burning away chunks of their unholy flesh. The spell had the opposite effect on our allies, healing their wounds and filling them with a surge of energy. The demons were a type I hadn't seen before. They were all humanoid, wielding weapons and wearing heavy armor that reminded me of what I'd seen in the Dwarven lands, and they were identical, like an army of clones. Every inch of them was completely black, the black of absolute nothingness, the absence of all color, like statues made of solid void stuff. The elves were a mixed bunch, at least compared to the demon spawn. They were all wearing standardized gear and were obviously part of the same military structure. There were a few variations based on their roles within the group, but there was no way you could look at them and not know they were soldiers. As soon as Revan's healing spells took hold, they were back in the fight, attacking with renewed vigor despite the fact that they were outnumbered at least 2-1. The demons were nothing like what I'd expected. Instead of the chaotic bloodlust and ravenous hunger, these hellspawn fought as a group, using formations that would have fit in perfectly on any History Channel documentary about ancient Rome. The front rank had formed into a wall, using their jagged shields to keep the elves at bay, while the second rank counterattacked with a synchronized fury. "What the hell?" I said. "Organized demons." "Servants of Vichy, the Lady of Annihilation," Dara said into my mind. I was glad she was keeping watch, although I felt dumb for not summoning her earlier. What's their deal? Annihilation to me would be even more chaotic than the rest. These things are like Roman legionnaires. Vichy is methodical and practical. She intends to grind existence into oblivion. Her servants are unrelenting and will fight till their last breath. Don't count them out until their vessels have been completely destroyed. She broadcast to our group. With a chuckle, I shifted my drum into position and started to play war tempo. With each beat, magic spread through the clearing, bolstering my ladies and our elven allies with extra speed and attack power. Lyra hit the demonic formation in the flank, impaling a hellspawn on her glowing blade while slamming a second with her shield. The first collapsed and turned into a puddle while the second quickly regained its balance and closed ranks. Tumanako appeared on the opposite flank as her short sword slipped through her target's neck, transforming the dark figure into mist with a single hit. The hellspawn adapted almost immediately, extending their shield wall to guard their flanks. Both Tumanako and Lyra were forced back as the Legion brought their ebony blades to bear, slashing through the air with extreme precision. The elves pressed their attack from the front. The spearmen attacked from maximum range, using the small hooked wings forged into the spearheads to draw the demon spawn's shields out of line and open up gaps for the archers and casters to exploit. The elves took advantage of those gaps, sniping vulnerable support demon spawn in the back ranks. Flame blasts, ice darts, and lightning bolts crashed into the shield wall as well, blasting apart even more demons. With a less organized force, those deaths would have opened up the army for a decisive strike, but Vishy's troops moved like some sort of demon hive mind, filling the gaps from the second and third ranks before the vanquished demon had even hit the ground. I used Echo to keep the war tempo active while I went on the offensive. With the enemies so tightly packed together, I was tempted to unleash my Aya spells. Unfortunately, my allies were in the blast radius of most of my area spells, and unlike your stereotypical D&D wizard, I could resist Fireball's siren song. I opted for a compromise, a directed area of effect. With a wicked grin, I cast Lingering Flames and then Inferno, unleashing the magical equivalent of a napalm flamethrower onto the demonic legion. Lingering Flames combined with a channeled spell was totally cheating. The spell modifier would work on any pyromancy spell, regardless of type. That included channeled spells like Inferno. So, as long as I fed mana into the spell, the Lingering Flames buff would be active. At first, the demons didn't seem to care about the fire, raising their shields to block the attack. For a normal Inferno spell, it probably would have worked too, but not so much when the fire in question was effectively a liquid. The fire splashed off of the shields, seeped through the cracks between shields and dripped onto demon flesh, setting everything it touched on fire. Even the seemingly robotic demon spawn weren't able to ignore being on fire. Their cohesion slipped slightly, opening gaps in their defenses that were immediately pounced upon. Lyra and Tumanako surged forward, cutting into the weak spots opened up by my magic. Tumanako's blades found the chinks in the demon spawn's armor and spilled their oil-like blood onto the forest floor. Lyra's shield glowed with a brilliant light as she slammed into a staggered legionnaire, knocking it into its neighbor and further disrupting their line. Her blade lashed out to both sides, cutting deeply into the exposed backs and flanks of the enemies facing the elven line. Onyx blades flashed in return, cutting through her aura and armor, adding splashes of red to the black blotches spreading on the grass. Reven's magic washed over her seconds later, sealing the wounds left by the demon spawn's retributive blows. Their defensive formation was broken, so I summoned my packed blade and moved in to attack. I channeled mana into Manifest Bond, reveling in the surge of strength and speed that let me fight on the front line with the same ferocity as our more melee-focused companions. I shaped the blade into a sturdy rapier, counting on the durability of the magic weapon to provide the needed oomph to pierce the Legionnaire's heavy armor. A heavier blade would probably be a better choice, but I was more comfortable with the fencing weapon. A flaming hellspawn stepped out of the line, attempting to brush off the sticky flames that still clung to its skin. It reached towards me with flaming arms. Its eyes and most of its face were a melted ruin, but it could somehow still sense me. With a savage growl, I drove the tip of my blade through its jaw and into its skull. Essence pulsed down the blade, and I flexed every bit of willpower to drain it dry. As the last drip of essence was ripped free, the demon crumbled to dust just like Spider-Man after the Thanos snap. Two of the closest demon spawn turned my way, coordinating their attacks to try and take me out. I was instantly on the defensive. My rapier lashed out, knocking the first's blow to the side as I tried to twist past the second's thrust. I was a touch too slow and earned a nasty gash along my ribs. I stepped to the side, letting the enemy move past me before taking advantage of its momentum and stabbing it like it was a Capri Sun and my rapier was the straw. My wounds started to knit closed as the essence poured into me. Like the first one I'd killed, the demon's body disintegrated after I drank all of its sweet, sweet essence. Tumanako and Lyra appeared at my flanks as we tore into the rest of the demons, breaking their lines from behind as the elves renewed their assault. The entire time, Reven's healing magic kept us all alive, sealing wounds suffered at the ends of the ebon soldiers, razor-sharp blades. As Dara had said, the servants of Vichy didn't know the meaning of surrender and fought to the last. Not one to waste the potential gains, I took every opportunity I could drain them dry. When the last demon fell, we found ourselves facing the remains of the elven patrol. There were 6 of them left, and by the looks they were giving me they weren't happy to have needed our help. I guess Lord Listwood expected the whole endeavor to be a cakewalk for his troops, but as with many of his recent decisions, he was an idiot. Chapter 19 Consequences. Good thing we got here when we did, I said as Revan finished healing up the survivors. Out of the 2 full squads that Listwood had sent to the tower, both had suffered massive losses. There were barely enough survivors to make up a full group. Revan gave me a warning look but chose not to comment as she cleansed herself of the last of the blood. Captain Kale, the officer in charge of the elven soldiers, grimaced before nodding my way. Thank you for your aid, Chosen. There were more demon spawn than we were led to believe were here, and their discipline was completely unexpected. Lyra shook her head. If you'd waited for us before you left the city, we could have told you all about this brand of demon spawn. Tumanako snorted. Only children run into unknown waters. Captain Kale glared at her, but from his expression he knew they were both correct. He frowned. We had our orders to leave immediately. We couldn't wait even if we wanted to. No use crying over spilled milk, I said, earning a confused look from everyone in the clearing. It's in the past. Let's plan for the future. I gestured towards the tower rising out of the forest in the distance. Did you see anything else before the demons? He shook his head. No, there was no sign of anything until they sprang their ambush. Half of my soldiers went down in the opening attack. He looked over at the survivors. The rest of us are lucky you arrived. Revan nodded to the captain. We must regroup and move to the tower. Who knows what the demon spawn have been able to accomplish in the time we were delayed? I nodded. Yeah. We need to get in there. I gestured between the Lyra and the captain. Can you guys figure out tactics and the like while I summon Dara? She's already pissed that she missed the fight. Lyra nodded and headed over to join Revan and the captain. By the look in her eyes, I could tell the gears were already turning. It took me a couple seconds to find a suitable location, and few minutes later, Dara joined us in her full battle form, eager for blood. She greeted me in her normal fashion, wrapping me in her arms and wings and kissing me until I was out of breath. Some of the soldiers were looking at her with a mixture of fear and desire, which amused her to no end. When Kale noticed, he was quick to slap some sense into the troops. Lyra waved us over, giving Dara a quick kiss as soon as we arrived. I noticed Tumanako wasn't there and asked where she was. She went to scout the tower with 2 of my men, Captain Kale replied. Hopefully they'll be able to tell if there are more demons between us and our destination. He gestured towards the ground where they'd drawn out a vague map of the area. Assuming the way is clear, we have several options. Lyra nodded. The issue is knowing exactly how many demon spawn we'll be facing. If there's a sizable force, then we'd be idiots to risk a direct confrontation. Dara tapped her chin with a claw. Vichy's rank-and-file troops are usually weaker than the more chaotic hellspawn employed by the other demon lords. It's their ability to fight as a unit that makes them dangerous. She gestured towards the tower. Depending on the tower's layout, we might even have an advantage. The captain looked up. How do you mean? It would be hard for the demon spawn to take full advantage of their formations if the tower includes narrow corridors or obstacles, Lyra said. It'll be much easier to put them down individually, especially with the addition of your forces, Captain. The elf looked confused. I'm not sure I get what you mean. My orders are to secure the adventurer's outpost and ensure there are no demon spawns surrounding the tower. We were expressly forbidden from entry. I whipped my head around. Wait, what? I looked over at Revan, incredulous. They won't go into the tower, she addressed the captain. May I ask who forbade you from the tower? Lord Listwood. Our orders are to secure the tower's exterior and prevent any demon spawn from escaping. The interior is the responsibility of the gods and their chosen. We can't enter the tower." He looked frustrated, but I could tell that he wasn't going to budge. I had to turn away before I did something I'd regret. Why the hell would they send these fucks if they weren't allowed to go into the tower and help with the problem? Oh, they were there to secure the exterior like some kind of idiotic quarantine that they were woefully unprepared for. Only Tumanako's return snapped me out of my state of angry shock. She rushed over to me while the two elven scouts rushed to their captain's side, whispering their own reports. "So, what do we have to look forward to?" I asked. "Nothing good," she said in her native tongue. "The demon spawn have taken what was left of the guild buildings and built a wall in front of the tower door." I couldn't see much behind the wall, but there were at least a dozen hellspawn patrolling the area. "Did they see you?" Revan asked, translating the report into Thurin for Lyra. Tumanako shook her head. "No, but it was close." I put my hand on her shoulder. "Glad you made it back in one piece." She flashed me a wide smile. Lyra draped an arm around her shoulder while Dara gazed over at the elves. "How sturdy do you think the wall is?" the redhead asked. "Are we talking about something solid or a pile of garbage?" the goblin shrugged. "Both. From what I could, the demons built a frame and then piled pieces of the ruined buildings on top." Revan looked thoughtful. "Wood or stone, metal?" "Wood," Tumanako replied. "The guild hadn't invested much here." Dara smiled wickedly. "Perfect. Contrary to popular belief, demon spawn are not immune to fire. We can just burn up their pretty little wall and cook them with it." "A valid option," Revan said, "but that might take a lot longer than you'd expect. The guild builders may be cheap, but they aren't stupid. This tower is within the boundary of the Deepwood, so the guild would have been required to use fire-resistant materials." "Smokey the Bear would be proud," I said, earning an exasperated look from everyone except for Dara. By that point they were all used to my random nonsensical to them idioms, so they just ignored me and continued on. "No fire then," Lyra said with a frown. "Well, guess we'll just have to fall back on the classics." Tumanako tilted her head. "Classics?" Lyra raised her sword. "Stick M with the pointy end." Dara chuckled and flexed her claws, causing them to grow to their full length for a second before retracting. "Vishies get are a great source of essence." Revan raised her hand. "If you can buy me enough time, I have a spell that can deal quite a blow to any hellspawn on the wall. But using it would also mean that I would be unable to do anything else until it was complete." "How close do you have to be?" I asked. "Within 100 feet or so as long as I can see it clearly." "And how long?" "That depends," she said. "I can complete the spell within 30 seconds, but the effectiveness would be very low. The longer I can charge the attack, the more powerful it will be." Lyra reached out and rubbed the priestess' shoulder. "We'll keep M busy for as long as you need." Dara caressed my cheek briefly as she walked past, heading towards the elven troops who were watching her warily. "Let's see what we're working with." The captain nodded warily to the succubus before focusing on Revan. "Kava Haimun, have you been apprised of the current situation?" She nodded and gestured to Tumanako. "Yes, we have a preliminary plan but would like to hear your thoughts." He frowned. "We hold here, of course, and send runners back to the city." Tumanako snorted and commented in Orcish. "Little elf needs his mommy to hold his hand." Revan gave the goblin a tight frown and then addressed the captain. "Sending a runner is, of course, logical, but we cannot allow the demon spawn to have any more time in the tower. I can feel the energy of this place shifting. That is not a good thing." "What do you want us to do, Kava?" one of the elven soldiers said, earning a stern glare from their captain. The guard was lightly armored and wore a holy symbol around her neck. I didn't know what god she followed, but I got the sense she was more of a healer than a soldier. "There are protocols," the captain interrupted. The elven woman looked torn, but in the end continued speaking. "I can feel Lady Kersai's will in this." She looked up and nodded to Revan. Whatever aid I have to give is yours. Revan favored her with a smile. Your healing would be most welcome, as I will be otherwise engaged. The captain narrowed his eyes. Tacking a fortified position with so few is not tactically sound, Your Highness. Please, let us request reinforcements first. Revan let out a soft sigh. Normally I would agree, Captain, but as I said, time is of the essence. Send your runner, but prepare your forces for battle. His eyes hardened and he gave a curt nod. Yes, Kava. He beckoned one of the smaller soldiers in his band. Return to Mir Court and inform the garrison of the situation as quickly as you can. They'll know what to do. The scout nodded and dashed away from the clearing, blending into the woods within seconds of his departure. Captain Kale gathered himself and bowed again to Revan. What are your orders? Chapter 20, Siege T. His plan was pretty straightforward and required very little risk from the elves. Mostly, we just needed the bodies to hold off the demon spawn while Revan charged up her spell. We had no idea how many demons were in the tower, but Dara theorized that if they had taken the time to build a wall, then they weren't going to be relying on numbers to secure the place. After much discussion, we decided that the best allocation of forces would be to fold the elves into our party with Revan as the lead. She'd focus on casting her big nuke from as far back as possible, while the rest of us kept the demon spawn busy. There was a good chance that the organized hellspawn would notice her charging something up and try to interfere, so we had to be on guard. Lyra, Captain Kale, and 3 of the surviving elven soldiers were going to be our first line of defense. Tumanako, Dara, and the last elven scout would handle the flanks, while myself, the elven priestess of Kersai, and an ice mage by the name of Gale would act as ranged damage and support. I was looking forward to melting a few more demons with balefire, and I could feel Dara's desire to tear them apart echoing through our bond. Lyra and Tumanako shared in our excitement, while Revan was frighteningly calm. Getting into range for Revan to start her spell was going to be impossible without raising some sort of alarm from the hellspawn's position, so we didn't even try. Instead, we jogged in like we owned the place, using the time between our detection and the enemy response to get into position. There was no audible alarm. In fact, the whole thing was pretty eerie. Demonic troops spilled from the tower and joined their sentries behind the makeshift wall, lining up into neat ranks in complete silence. By the time they stopped coming, they had completely filled the makeshift courtyard, acting as a second layer of defense between us and the tower entrance. From what I could see, there were no archers amongst the demon spawn ranks, but they did have those short javelin things the Romans used to use. Since we had no clue of their range, I made sure that everyone had an arrow ward on top of their normal defenses. Revan started chanting as soon as she was in range, and the response from the demons was immediate. 10 legionaries split off from their main group and stepped forward, launching their javelins her way. We might not have been sure of their range, but we were still prepared. Lyra raised her arm and created a wall of light to shield Revan from the rain of death. Most of the projectiles were blocked by the wall, but it wasn't enough to block them all. 3 javelins made it through before encountering my arrow ward. The effect was subtle, but the ward deflected the weapons just far enough to completely miss. Tumanako and the surviving elven scout headed towards the rightmost flank, using their bows to keep the enemy on their toes while they moved into position. Dara blew me a kiss and took the left, hanging back long enough for Lyra and the elven tanks to get into position. Only a few arrows managed to get through the raised shields of the demon spawn formation, but some damage was better than no damage. I let out the breath I'd been holding and turned towards the enemy, swinging my drum into place. The drum wasn't my preferred instrument, but it was a lot easier to handle in the middle of an all-out brawl, and far less likely to get smashed to bits. That and the fact that the songs I'd learned from the war chanters were a step up from the ones I knew on the guitar. I played the opening beats for war tempo and felt the magic spreading with the song. Power and speed spread in time with the beat, filling us all with power and speed. The demon spawn continued towards us at a slow jog, locking their shields together like a giant turtle to defend against the barrage of arrows and bolts of ice heading their way. As soon as the enemy came into range, I used echo to extend my song and then added some balefire to the mix. It wasn't as destructive as I would have liked at max range, but it was still enough to damage their shields before they reached our front ranks. Shields met with a resounding crash as the front lines collided, and several of the elves were driven back, forcing Lyra and the captain to retreat in order to stay in formation. With a growl, Lyra raised her sword and chanted a quick spell, infusing her blade with power. With a flash, the blade was transformed into a miniature sun. The demons recoiled from the bright light, giving our front line enough time to recover and get back into position. Dara's war cry filled the air as she crashed into the left flank, ripping through a damaged shield with dagger-length claws. Her target was knocked backwards into his companions, disrupting their line. A second slash sent the creature's sword and sword arm flying into the mix. Black blood sprayed across the ground, poisoning the local plant life with its filth. Another legionnaire stepped into the gap and thrust its blade towards Dara's exposed side, seeking a gap in her armor. The ebon blade bit into the reinforced leather and then the flesh beneath, opening up a shallow wound that immediately started to heal. With a hiss of pain and anger, she reached down and grabbed the soldier's arm, pulling him with her as she leapt out of melee. A massive spear of ice flashed past my head and slammed into the prone demon, pinning it to the ground. Dara glared at the ice mage for a second, and I could feel her anger surge through our bond as her more predatory instincts kicked in. She was definitely not a fan of someone else interfering with her prey. Gale wisely aborted his follow-up attack and switched targets. Faster than a striking snake, Dara sank her claws into her prey and drained it dry. Part of the essence flowed through our bond, adding to my reserves and filling me with a hunger for more. On the right side of the formation, a demon spawn collapsed as Tumanako and her elven partner dropped out of stealth and drove their blades into its unprotected back. Unfortunately for the elven scout, a second demon was able to retaliate. The elf stumbled backwards, clutching a nasty gash in his thigh. The legionary's ebon-bladed gladius had cut through the elf's reinforced leather armor like it was nothing. Tumanako stepped between the wounded elf and his attacker, parrying the demon spawn's follow-up attacks while they both disengaged. Getting cut off behind the ranks of an enemy force was not somewhere she wanted to be. I brought my drum around again and started playing, letting the rhythm of Heartsong tempo fill the air with its healing vibrations. The wounded elf's bleeding slowed, bringing him one step further away from death's door. Captain Kale raised his sword into the air and let loose an elven battle cry. Lightning danced over the blade and a tingling filled the air. With a second shout, he drove the sword into the ground in front of the demon spawn formation. A crack of thunder filled the air as a wave of force slammed into the demons, tossing them into the air while leaving our allies unharmed. Taking full advantage of the now disorganized demons, the elven warriors charged in. 3 of the demon spawn died before having a chance to recover. Dara followed them in, transforming another pair of demon spawn into glorified essence juice boxes. I used echo to extend Heartsong tempo and then joined in on the slaughter. It was a lot easier to hit the demon spawn without their shields in the way. Balefire was less mana-efficient than my pyromancy spells, but it allowed for very precise strikes, just what was needed to slip around the legionaries' defenses. Kersai's priestess focused on healing the wounded while Gale focused on crowd control. He created sheets of ice to keep the demon spawn from getting reorganized, following up with bolts of ice to finish them off. Things were looking great until a wave of pure terror washed over the battlefield, announcing the arrival of a new player on the field. Thankful that my bond made me immune to such things, I turned towards the tower to see what we were dealing with. The sense of dread was coming from a demon spawn dressed in ornate plate armor with a helmet that differed from the rest of the Legion. Instead of the normal rounded helm, his had a crest going from left to right. He had the same weapons as the other legionaries, but my instincts told me they were far deadlier. With a silent command, the officer summoned another group of demon spawn from inside the tower, gathering them around himself behind the barricade. The newcomers were decked out in the same pitch-black armor as the other demon spawn, but different weapons. Instead of the tower shield, javelin, and gladius combo, they had ebony short bows and quivers full of obsidian-tipped arrows. Vichy was nothing if not consistent with her aesthetic choices. The archers knocked their arrows and raised their bows in perfect sync. "Shit," I said and glanced at my allies. "Shields up. Get under cover." "No need," Revan said. Wah, I started to ask before the heavens opened up above the enemy. A pillar of golden flame descended from the sky and engulfed the demon spawn across the entire front of the tower in golden flames. Streaks of fire shot out of the pillar as the archers released their arrows, but by the time the burning missiles escaped the flames, they were little more than ash, turning the deadly salvo into something you'd see at a 4th of July celebration. The lesser demon spawn were incinerated almost instantly, and their makeshift barricade didn't fare much better. Even materials treated specifically to resist burning had little defense against the power of an angry goddess. When the spell ended, all that was left between us and the gate was the charred ruin of the demon spawn officer, who was somehow still alive. Golden flames covered what was left of his body, and as I watched, the remains of his crested helm fell to the ground and shattered. He raised a cauterized stump towards us in defiance. My bolt of balefire hit him right in the face, ending it. I wasn't about to take any chances. Dude might have had some sort of suicide bomber kind of power. As the last of the flames disappeared, Revan fell to her knees and took a deep breath. The party interface and our bond both told me that she was completely wiped. Her mana was almost zero and her stamina wasn't much better. I rushed over and helped her to her feet, earning a warm smile in return. "I will be fine," she said, resting her hand on my chest. "I just need a moment to recover." I nodded and handed her a mana potion. "Don't know if this'll help," but she looked at the potion and her eyes went wide. "I don't think this will be of much use to me," she said and turned the label so that I could see it. It wasn't a mana potion. It was one of the potions Annabelle had slipped into my bag a long time ago. "Damn it," I said, trapped between the hilarity of the mix-up and the sorrow for my lost friend. Revan slipped it into her pouch and kissed me on the cheek, whispering, "I'll hold on to this for reasons," before stepping away. She gestured to the Kale. "Captain, please secure the tower." He nodded and sketched a quick salute before gathering Lyra and the other elven tanks and heading out. The rest of us followed closely behind, ready to deal with any more threats that might arise. I made sure to stay with Revan, helping her along until her stamina could recover. The tanks formed up into a wedge and charged through the courtyard and into the front door, fanning out as soon as they were inside. Dara entered on their heels, with Tumanako and the rest of the party close behind. The first floor of the tower should have housed the bindstone, but all that was left of the giant crystal was a pile of rubble. More troubling was the lack of any sort of message from the system about entering the tower. "Something's off here," I said. The air didn't feel right. There was something missing, like drinking flat soda. Dara's eyes went wide and she turned to Revan. "The core." Revan closed her eyes and chanted a spell. When she opened her eyes, a pulse of silver light erupted from her body, spreading through the room like an old-school sci-fi movie scanner. Seconds ticked by and her expression became more and more worried. The elven troops formed up near the stairs, guarding against anything that might come from above while the rest of us focused on whatever Revan was up to. After about 10 seconds her shoulders drooped. She locked gazes with Dara. "It's gone." "What?" everyone asked at once. "What do you mean it's gone?" I said. "I thought you couldn't remove the core without destroying the tower." I gestured around us. "And the tower is definitely not destroyed." The elven priestess features hardened as she turned to the captain. "Captain, have your trackers searched the surrounding woods for a trail? They can't have gotten far. There's still enough essence holding the tower together that they must have just left." The captain opened his mouth as if to object, but a single, distinctly royal glare from the princess stopped him cold. "Yes, Kava Haimun," he said, and waved for his squad to follow him outside. Chapter 21, Cat and Mouse T. Umanako joined the elven scouts as they searched edges of the ruins for any trace of where the demon spawn had taken the tower's core. The Cambion bond we shared wasn't as strong as it was with Lyra, or even with Revan, but it was enough that I could sense where she was and communicate as long as she didn't venture too far afield. Dara and I could talk to each other wherever we were. Well, as long as there were no ability-suppressing collars involved. Lyra and Revan I might be able to reach on the other side of a town or city, and my instincts told me that that range would only increase with time and shared, experience. It didn't take the scouts long to find the trail. Dragging a tower core around wasn't exactly an easy thing to accomplish. It wasn't some bauble you could pick up and put in your pocket. It was a giant boulder that weighed more than a car. The demon spawn had done a pretty good job, all things considered, and the signs of their passage weren't obvious, at least to my untrained eyes. It was only after Tumanako pointed out what she swore was a boot print that I had any clue about what we were following. "Looks like they have half a day on us, Captain," the elven scout said. "The goblins scouting ahead to see how far they've gone." "Good job, Win," he replied. "According to the cover, they can't be moving fast." He gestured and the elves fell into formation. With a slight bow to Revan he continued. "We are prepared to follow, Highness." She nodded and waved them forward, letting them take the lead while the rest of us followed behind. The enemy knew we were on their trail, so there was no reason for stealth. With that in mind, I pulled my drum around and played the cadence of the Farstrider to give us a boost to speed and stamina. As we ran through the forest I gave thanks to the powers that be for my improved hardiness stat. Even at my earthly peak, running through the woods at the speeds we were keeping would have left me gasping after 15 minutes or so. Now I was barely breathing hard, go-go system stats. After an hour or so I heard Tumanako through our bond. She was so far away that it was barely a whisper, but it was clear. "Enemy spotted, 50 of their black soldiers, 2 officers and some kind of abomination." "Abomination," I replied. "What do you mean?" There was silence for several breaths before she answered. "I think it's the core, but not. Like one of their officers merged with it and became something more." I got the captain's attention and shared Tumanako's report before reaching back out through our bond. "How far ahead?" "At your slow speed. Maybe 30 minutes, she replied, and I caught a hint of humor in her voice. "They have slowed and appear to be preparing for something. They must have spotted me." My vision went blurry for a second, and when I could see again, everything had changed. Instead of the backs of the elves I was looking down on a large group of demon spawn working on something in the middle of a clearing. The colors were completely off. There was a depth and nuance to the greens of the forests that I'd never known existed, but the rest of the colors were all muted and dull. It made my head hurt trying to process it all. The view shifted, focusing on the center of the demons, and I suddenly understood exactly what Tumanako had meant by abomination. The demon had a normal-sized head, complete with the officer-style helmet, but that's where the similarities ended. Its body was 10 times bigger than the normal demon spawn, with a giant hump that would have made Quasimodo think he didn't have it that bad. That hump was completely unnatural, and as it turned to face another officer type, I got a good look at its back. Thick strands of flesh and muscle were stretched tight over the core, binding it to the demon. It was like the creature was trying to merge with the stone like some kind of demon amoeba. Through the gap's eye caught a glimpse of the core's surface. It was completely covered in black sigils. A wave of dizziness hit me as my vision returned to normal just in time for me to collide with a tree. I tried to dodge around it, but ended up flat on my ass anyway as a low-hanging branch clotheslined me. The elves looked back at me in confusion as Dara stopped to help me up. "Are you okay, love?" I nodded. "Sorry, yeah. I think I just peeked through Tumanako's eyes for a second." The elves looked skeptical until I described what I'd seen. We all agreed that the abomination was going to be a problem, especially if it could actually access the giant essence battery melded into its back. Lyra grunted. "We already know the officers are damn tough after seeing one tank Revan spell, so what can one with an actual tower core strapped to its back take? Not to mention they've got us outnumbered by more than 3 to 1. Revan nodded, a thoughtful look on her face. "A straight-up fight would put us at a distinct disadvantage, even with our individual skills." The captain nodded. "I would suggest hit-and-run tactics to whittle them down. From what we've seen of these Vichy demon spawn, they behave more like a human army than anything else. I doubt they will pursue us and risk getting picked apart." I chuckled. "Question is, how much damage can we do without getting swatted by the big guns? I doubt those officers are going to let us nickel and dime them." "Nickel and what?" the captain asked. Orange and red them." Dara patted my head. "No, my love, that doesn't really translate either." She turned to the captain. "What he means is that they likely won't allow us to harry them for long. Eventually they'll retaliate in force, likely with one of the officers." Lyra frowned. "We also don't know if there are any other demons in the area. They could have allies waiting for them, and if we don't take them out fast enough, we may never get the chance." "The demon spawn are circling up," Tumanako sent. "The big thing is sitting in the middle and the officers are doing some kind of ritual thing." "Shit," I said out loud. "Manako says the demons are forming up and doing something with the core." The captain nodded. "That bodes well. If they've chosen to make a stand, it's more likely that they aren't headed towards another Hellspawn force. Unless they have allies on the way and are confident in their ability to hold out until they arrive," Lyra added with a shrug. The captain frowned and turned to Revan. "What would you have us do, Kava?" Revan tapped her chin in thought. "I believe the argument for skirmish tactics has the most merit. It is imperative that we retrieve that core. That the demon spawn have found a way to remove cores from their domains is troubling enough, but the thought of what they might be able to accomplish if they're able to get one to their lords is terrifying." I squeezed her shoulder in support, earning a strained look from the elven captain. "Those demons won't know what hit them when we're done." Revan gave me a small smile and then nodded to the captain. "Let's get moving. If we can hit them before they fully prepare, we'll be able to do a lot more damage." Dara hummed in pleasure. "Oh yes, now you're speaking my language." Chapter 22. I just started blasting. Following the directions provided by Tumanako, we moved towards the demon spawn's position. A vague sense of the core's location teased my senses, calling me in the same direction. I'd experienced it before, but this time it was different, like there was a thick fog between us that made everything fuzzy. Looking through Tumanako's eyes became easier as the distance between us lessened. But after another near collision with the foliage, I made the wise decisions to forego that aspect of the bond until I could figure out how to multitask better. By the time we reached our destination, the demon spawn had managed to set up a defensible position in the middle of a small clearing. Freshly felled trees had been harvested from the perimeter, and used to form a basic fortification that would make it difficult to assault them directly. Most of the branches had been left intact, transforming the already stout wall into a tangled mess. In the center of the makeshift fort, the demon with the implanted core had burrowed into the ground and seemed to be asleep. The remaining officers were standing in a circle around it, moving their hands in I could only assume was some kind of magical ritual. I had no idea what their end goal was, but it sure as shit wasn't going to be anything good for us. The regular legionaries had formed up into what I believe was called a porcupine by the Romans. 3 ranks of pikemen stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a veritable forest of spikes aimed outward, making climbing over the fallen trees an even deadlier endeavor. It was a good thing we had no intention of charging them. There were no archers that I could see, which was a plus. It was going to be a lot easier to harass them if they couldn't shoot back. We'd still be on guard against any unexpected ranged attacks, but I was still glad I wouldn't need to be dodging a bunch of arrows. With the tower core in play, and whatever shenanigans the officers were up to, there could be a whole world of magical mayhem waiting to be unleashed, if we gave them time enough to get it started. As soon as I had a clear line to the camp, I smiled and started casting the series of spells that I decided to call Demon Flam. Lingering Flames was quickly becoming my favorite spell. There was just something about turning my already powerful pyromancy spells into napalm that made me giddy, especially when combined with Fireball. The glowing baseball-sized missile of boiling lava formed in my hand as I completed the spell, ready to literally rain destruction down on the gathered demon spawn. Instead of launching the spell as soon as it was formed, I harnessed the knowledge the system had so graciously shoved into my brain to hold it in place while I made some alterations with my alter magic spell. I tweaked the parameters of the spell to increase the area of effect of the spell. I could feel the drain on my mana and had to cut things off before the altered spell drained me dry. I could tell the changes had been mostly successful, but not entirely. So much for blowing up the entire clearing with one spell. It was going to take a lot of practice to really learn how to optimize the new spell. With a slightly maniacal laugh, I launched the spell through the air towards the center of the demon spawn formation, eager to see just how powerful the twice-enhanced spell was. Glancing at my mana, I hoped the answer was very based on its cost. A high-pitched shriek filled the air as the ball of liquid flame reached its apex and started falling towards the enemy army. I could tell my aim was a bit off, but it was close enough that it should still do some damage. Unfortunately, the unforeseen sound effects that belonged in some Michael Bay movie gave the enemy enough warning that they were able to raise their shields in time to take the hit. The spell hit the left side of the formation and exploded. I expected a giant ball of fire, but instead it was more like I'd thrown a giant water balloon filled with fire. Flames erupted from the point of impact and washed over the entire flank, immolating several demon spawn with the original wave and leaving almost half of the legionaries coated in liquid flames. "Oh, that was delicious," Dara said from her position up ahead. "Do it again." I laughed. "It took almost half of my mana. Don't think I should be going that crazy, just in case they pull off something unexpected." The afflicted demon spawn were rolling on the ground in an attempt to put out the flames, but it was only making it worse. Seconds later, a second spell arced into their lines, peppering the opposite flank with an explosion of ice. Frozen shrapnel shredded their lines, splattering the burnt ground with black blood. A rain of arrows added to the chaos, finishing off several of the injured legionaries that were too busy burning to defend themselves. Seeing the toasty demons gave me a warm feeling in my heart, which of course meant that my partial victory was destined to be short-lived. A crackling noise filled the air as a wave of darkness flowed out of the abomination's burrow, filling the entire clearing with a smoky black fog that instantly extinguished the lingering flames. A second later, the direction of the fog reversed. This mist flowed back into the burrow, taking with it all evidence of the fallen demons with it. All told, out of the 50 troopers that made up the enemy force, we'd taken out 15 with our initial salvo. I would have considered it a great start to our harassing efforts, but the demon spawn's answering attack completely changed my mind. 5 bolts of darkness zipped out of the hole and sped across the air in our direction. 3 bolts turned in midair and fixated on me, tracking my movement as I dashed towards where Lyra and the rest of the team were gathered. The other 2 bolts went somewhere else, tracking another target I couldn't see. Both Lyra and Reven came to my defense. Lyra slid towards me and activated her wall skill, creating a solid wall of light between me and the bolts. Reven used her bubble skill, surrounding me in a glowing shield that I knew from experience could block almost anything. The first bolt hit the shield and disintegrated. The second bolt shattered the wall before it, and the third hit Reven's shield and were snuffed out. A scream of pain drew my attention to Gale. Well, what was left of him? He must have been the target of the other 2 bolts. I winced as I got a good view of the spell's effects. Darkness crawled over his body, melting him like he was made of wax. The priestess of Kersai tried to heal him, but as soon as she touched him, the darkness leapt to her and started spreading. She should have been able to counter it, but the pain must have been too much. She fell to her knees, screaming in pain, and only Reven's quick thinking saved her from sharing her companion's fate. Reven made a sharp, chopping gesture, and a glowing golden blade appeared in midair. There was a flash of light and the sound of sizzling flesh as it cut through the healer's arm, severing it just above the spreading darkness. Gale was already beyond help when Reven got there, and by the time the darkness finished its work, there was nothing left of him but a puddle of shadowy goo. Lyra sounded the retreat and we raced back into the trees, doing our best to keep out of view as we rushed towards our rendezvous point. We needed to reassess our strategy. Chapter 23. Well then, what the hell was that? Lyra yelled as we regrouped out of sight of the enemy encampment. It melted him. Void magic, Reven said flatly. Enhanced by essence. They've found a way to harness the power of the core. The elven captain was carrying the injured priestess who was barely conscious. Reven had healed her enough to keep her from bleeding out on the way back, but she wasn't in any shape to keep fighting. Regrowing limbs was a slow process, even with the healing magic at our disposal. Me to stand I will, the priestess whispered before her eyes rolled back in her head. Do we have a safe place to put her? I asked. I'll stay with her, one of the elven warriors offered with a look at his captain. The captain shook his head and gestured to the gathered soldiers. We'll all stay with her. Lord Listwood will have my head if we allow any more harm to come to Lady Ellen, and for this stage of the plan there's no point for all of us to risk ourselves when we have no means of striking from range. Dara stood next to me and slid her arm around my waist, leaning into me. We need to neutralize the abomination as quickly as we can. She leaned her head against my shoulder. Those bolts, that was too close. Reven and Lyra both reached out to comfort the succubus. Now that we know they can do that, we can go in prepared, Reven said. Lyra glanced back in the direction of the enemy camp. My aura should be able to handle 1 or 2 of those bolts, but after that I don't know. Your wall blocked 1, I said. How often can you do that? She frowned. Not often enough. It takes more than half of my mana. Damn. I glanced through my spell list and frowned. Spell ward should block at least 1, but if they always spit out a bunch of them, it'll be tough to block them all. Captain Kale nodded. The ward you provided Gale did block the first bolt. He hung his head. Unfortunately, there was another. The elven soldiers bowed their heads and whispered a prayer for the departed. From how I see it, I said, we have 2 options. Kill them all and, Dara said with a bloodthirsty grin. Well, killing them all is a given, I said as I pulled her close. The decision is how. "You still watching the clearing?" I sent to Tumanako. "Yes. The demon shaman chiefs are still chanting around the big one. Shield warriors still guard them," she replied before sharing her vision of the clearing with me. I blinked away the double image and looked towards Lyra and Revan. "Tumanako says the demons reset back to where they were when we got here, so our options are pretty much the same as they were before, except now we know that they have the ability to retaliate. I hate to say it, but I think we need to do more than just hit them from range," Lyra said. Dara tapped her chin with a claw in thought. "I disagree. If we engage their troops, we'll be easy targets for whoever sent out those void missiles. As much as I hate hanging back, I think we need to kill more of the soldiers before we can safely engage." Revan nodded. "Agreed. While individually Vishy's legionaries are no match for any of us, engaging them in close combat will only result in us being overwhelmed." I looked at the pale elf. "Do you have any offensive mojo you can hit them with? I know what you did at the tower is out for a while, but I've seen you blast a fool many times." An amused smile touched her lips. "I have many offensive options, but they are very short range. The spell I hit the barricade with was as far as I can cast, other than my generic Holy Bolt spell." I nodded. "Okay, that seemed to work pretty well. Let's hit them with that again." She shook her head. "I can't cast Divine Strike again until I've had an opportunity to commune with Avil." "Huh, why do you have to talk to Avil? Your mana should be recharged by now. Do you have to get permission to cast that spell or something? Wouldn't she give you carte blanche for this?" She gave me a confused look. "What?" Dara laughed. "Oh, Sebastian doesn't have the divine magic school. He has no idea how it works." I shrugged. "It's magic. Say the words, spend the mana, do the thing." "Oh love, that's not how divine magic works," Dara said. I raised an eyebrow. "How does it work then? Care to enlighten me?" Revan placed a hand on my shoulder and gave me a warm smile. "While most of my spells work using normal mana, the most powerful require divine favor as well, and divine favor can only be replenished by communing with Lady Avil." Dara nodded. "Think of divine favor as a second mana pool that only the gods can replenish." "Okay," I replied and looked at Revan. "So, you tapped your favor to blow up the demons at the tower and don't get a recharge until you can pray." "Close enough," Dara said and patted my shoulder. Lyra shrugged. "I just figured everyone knew how that worked. I keep forgetting Sebastian's education is sorely lacking in some pretty basic subjects." Captain Kale looked like he wanted to say something, but a quick shake of the head from Revan kept him silent. I shrugged. "Learn something new every day. Okay, so if we want you to be able to rain down the not-so-divinely infused holy fire, we'd have to get a lot closer, and that's just asking for trouble." Dara tapped her chin again. "Not necessarily." "Oh," I said. As everyone turned to face her, she flexed and extended her wings out to their full size. "I can fly, and she's light enough that I can carry her. The demons aren't paying attention to the sky, so I should be able to get her into range to hit them, especially if you distract them from the ground." Revan's eyes went wide and the captain growled. "Impossible. I cannot allow you to put the cover at such risk." Dara shrugged and waved away the captain's worry. "It's an option." "Huh," Lyra said. "It'd be damned hard to protect you if you were flying." Dara shrugged. "The goal is to not be seen at all. If you guys can draw their attention on the ground, then we'd be in and out before they could react. And if they do get a bolt off, Revan can shield herself and I can abandon this avatar." Revan nodded slowly and raised a hand to forestall any interruptions from the elven guard. "I believe this may have merit. If Sebastian can draw the demons' attention, it might give Dara and I a chance to strafe them safely." "Are you sure?" I asked, my concern for their well-being evident in my voice. Dara grinned. "You know I'll keep her safe. The worst that those spells can do is destroy my avatar. If needs be, I will happily sacrifice this temporary flesh for her." She reached out and caressed Revan's cheek, earning a slight blush from Revan and a scandalized look from the captain. "How dare you?" Kale shouted and reached for his sword. Revan was having none of it. A palpable aura of authority exploded out of her and washed over the clearing. "You will be silent," she stated in a flat voice that radiated power. The elves all fell to their knees and bowed their heads under the pressure. "My private affairs are that private. Once we accomplish our goal here, you are free to take up any issues you may have with my house. Until then, I expect your obedience and your respect." I understood. The captain bowed even lower. "Of course, Kavahimun, your will shall be done." Revan looked between Lyra, Dara, and I and then nodded. "How do you want to do this?" Chapter 24. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's a priestess. His plan ended up being pretty straightforward. First, I would be playing the part of mobile artillery. My job was to bombard the enemy with as many fireballs as I could manage from maximum range. The rest of the group would act as a distraction, either hitting the demons with arrows or making it look like they were about to launch an attack from the trees. We were assuming that the death bolts required line of sight to lock on, so the distraction force was under strict orders to keep hidden. After a bit of brainstorming, we came up with a rotation that would potentially let us block 5 of those death bolt things. First, Lyra was going to stay nearby so she could block the first with her wall. The second, I'd have a summoned air elemental intercept, taking one for the team. My spell ward would take the next, and I stored another instance of it in my ring so I could recast it as soon as the first one was popped. Last but not least, Revan had used most of her remaining favor to cast Valkyrie's blessing on me, which could soak any attack below God level. I was feeling very protected, but still had no intention of getting hit by one of the core enhanced murder missiles. I had to keep the enemy focused on me while Dara played air taxi so Revan could blast them with the fury of the gods, but that didn't mean I was going to make myself an easy target. "We're ready when you are, love," Dara sent through our bond, her excitement evident. "Please hurry, Sebastian," Revan added. "It's very cold up here." "It's go time," I said, and nodded to Lyra, who was already on the move. All my buffs were at full strength, even the ones I didn't think would be of use in this situation. Better safe than sorry. The layout of the enemy fortifications was actually perfect for our attack. The hollow gave us a nice ridge to block line of sight while still being close enough to launch an attack and get back into cover without too much exposure. I could theoretically blast and then retreat before they could react, but unfortunately that wouldn't be enough of a distraction. The altered fireball had been a blast, get it? But it had cost way too much mana. Since I was acting as a glorified distraction, I didn't really need to hit them with my most powerful spells, just catch and hold their attention. That meant my attacks had to be serious, but more importantly they needed to be frequent. Quantity over quality in this case. With that in mind, I shelved my prior set of modifications in favor of a single change to the maximum range of the spell. It still took more mana than usual, but it would give me more time to adjust if things didn't go as planned. "Here we go." I sent through the bond and moved forward. My summoned air elemental followed on my heels, ready to take it on the chin for me. My mana was full, and I was ready to rain fire down on my enemies. I slipped into range and started casting. 3 long-range fireballs were in the air before the enemy realized they were under attack. The rank and file raised their shields overhead and locked them in place. The first 2 fireballs were aimed at the normal demons, but I'd targeted the big guy with my third and fourth to make sure his attention was focused my way. By the time the first spell landed, I had 6 in the air, and barely a quarter of my mana left. Physical shields, while great against arrows and rocks, didn't offer as much protection from a magical hand grenade, which was pretty much what the fireball spell was. Armored bodies went flying as the first explosion hit, opening up a gap in the formation. The second fireball landed in that gap, causing even more damage as the flames were partially trapped under the raised shields. Sure, it wasn't like casting fireball inside a small room or anything, but it definitely added to the destruction. The closest officer glanced up at fireball number 3 as it blazed towards the core carrier and made a chopping gesture. Something unseen clipped the fireball and deflected it off course, sending it spinning into the back ranks of the rank and file. I felt a chill as the abomination's invisible eyes locked onto me, and the pit at the center spewed a volley of void bolts in my direction. I stopped counting at 7 and barely had time to see my last 2 fireballs land in the middle of the enemy before I booked it. Shit, 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 I yelled as I turned and ran away from the coming spells. 7 incoming. Lyra's eyes went wide as she looked towards the camp, easily picking out the dark missiles against the fiery backdrop. Fuck. Run. I was already halfway there, pausing for the single second it took to send my elemental kamikaze zipping towards the lead bolt. I felt a little guilty about the sacrifice, but since the elemental was a soulless magical construct that couldn't really die on the material plane, the guilt didn't last long. Hell, my only real regret was that the system only let me have one summoned at a time. The elemental's swirling misty body collided with the void bolt and exploded, taking the bolt with it. 1 down, 1, 2, 8 to go. Fahak. A bright explosion behind me drew my attention as I raced for a cluster of big trees that I hoped to use to absorb a few of the bolts. Flashes of golden light that were bright enough to leave afterimages in my vision illuminated the forest, and I almost tripped as I turned away. Oh yes, Dara cried through the bond. Burn, Vichy spawn, burn. Take us out, Revan said, satisfaction evident in her voice. 7 on my tail, I sent, ducking behind a tree just in time to avoid the closest bolt. It veered, trying to follow me, but didn't have enough time to adjust its trajectory and slammed into the tree. There was a cracking sound behind me, and I narrowly dodged the branches as the tree that was hit collapsed under its own weight. 6, Lyra chimed in before raising her wall between us and the next bolt. Once again, the dark energy was enough to shatter the shield. 5, we've got 3 on our tail, but one of the officers is down, Dara said. I could feel the smile in her voice. We should be behind cover in a minute. I turned back at the exact wrong time and tripped over a root. My high mobility was usually enough to transform a stumble into a nimble roll, but this time the stars were not in alignment. The branches, however, were. A fallen branch was in the perfect position to turn me into a taco. It hit me right in the stomach, stopping my bottom half cold while my top half kept going. I flipped over the branch, my forward momentum skillfully transitioning into downward momentum, slamming me into the not-so-soft or loamy ground. On the bright side, the fall didn't stun me, so I'd be able to activate my ring at the appropriate time to negate one of the remaining bolts. Problem was, there were still 2 bolts that I didn't have answers for. My defenses triggered as planned, negating the next 3. The brief gaps between impacts allowed me time to activate my ring between the first and third. But I had nothing for the 4th. My world turned to agony as the void magic crashed into my side. My remaining buffs dissolved almost instantly as the void magic did its work. My skin was next, burning like I'd been dipped in acid. My natural regeneration tried to counter the damage but was woefully inadequate. It was almost impossible to think due to the pain, but where conscious thought failed, instinct took over. I immediately started channeling essence into manifest bond to fight against the corrosive spell. Hold on, Revan's voice broke through the pain. I'm almost there. It seemed like an eternity, and as the pain got worse, there was a part of me that wanted to let go and succumb to the darkness. The next bolt was seconds away from finishing the job anyway, so why experience that pain again? Stay with me, my love. Dara's face appeared in my mind, and I could feel her hand caressing my cheek. Revan is almost there. The void magic has burned itself out, but your body is still recovering. The last bolt, I gasped. Dara frowned as a tear ran down her cheek. Lyra intercepted it. Panic filled my soul, and I reached through my bond with Lyra. Relief filled me as I found her alive, but that relief quickly turned to concern as I felt a mirror of my own pain reflected back at me. The void bolt had been mostly absorbed by her aura, but it still hurt like a bitch. I pulled back my awareness, not wanting her to have to deal with both of our pain. She'll be okay. She's made of sterner stuff than you. Dara chuckled. According to Reven, her aura was much more effective against the void magic than expected. I let out a long sigh and focused on keeping the essence flowing to my damaged body. I could feel my flesh knitting back together, but it was a lot slower than expected. I opened my eyes and was relieved to see Reven kneeling over Lyra's prone form. Golden healing energy flowed into the redhead, undoing the damage that had made it through her protection. Lyra blinked slowly at me and smiled before giving me a weak thumbs up. I laughed. "Thanks for the save," I said, my voice coming out as a rasp. She repeated the thumbs up and then closed her eyes. Reven looked over at me. "You're both lucky to be alive. If it wasn't for the hint of holy magic inherent in Lyra's defensive aura and your own semi-immortal nature, you would both have joined Gale in the afterlife." I started to chuckle, but it transformed into a cough almost instantly. Not like I tried. To get hit, I started to ask where Dara was, but a quick look inwards answered that question. She must have had to tackle one of the bolts as well. She must have read my thoughts because she gave me a tight nod. "Yes, well, I do hope that we never have to do that again. Those bolts are quite painful, even in an artificial body. Tell me about it. I had to do it in the flesh," I replied. She gave me a wicked smile and dropped to her knees, her long hair instantly up in a ponytail. "Show me where it hurts and I'll kiss it all better." The answering growth in my pants and subsequent wave of pain reminded me that not all of me was 100% healed. I winced. Dara's expression was instantly horrified. "I am so sorry. I didn't mean to." I wrapped her in a hug and then kissed her gently. "It's all right. I know the pain wasn't intentional, damn body cock-blocking my mental self." Her lips curled in a smile. "Once this fight is over and we have the core secured, oh, it's a date," I replied, letting my hand slide down the side of her breast before I returned my focus to the physical world. Tease. Chapter 25. Frankencore ONCE. Reven was able to focus on healing. Things went surprisingly fast. Neither Lyra nor I had lost any limbs or suffered any wounds that couldn't be healed with her basic healing magic, unlike the priestess of Kersai, who was still recovering from her wounds. Lady Ellen lacked the spells necessary to heal her missing arm, but based on the curses I heard when she thought no one could hear her, she'd be learning them as soon as she could. Our attack on the demon spawn was way more successful than I'd anticipated. The 1-2 punch of my fireballs and Reven's holy bombing run had killed one of the officer demons and almost completely wiped out the standard demon spawn. All that was left was a small unit of 10 legionaries, a single melee-focused officer, and the abomination with the core stuffed into it. I hoped the dead officer was the one responsible for the death bolts, but we were running out of time. The demons had broken camp and were on the move. Monaco ran ahead, making sure to keep the demon spawn in view. Our bond was wide open, allowing me to get a glimpse through her eyes whenever I needed an update. With our wounded, it took us a few minutes to get everyone together and follow. The goblin scout and her new elven buddy harassed the demon spawn with their bows, never letting them drop their guard as they tried to retreat. The constant attacks slowed the hellspawn, giving us time to catch up. We had no idea where they were trying to go, which made it that much more important that we stop them. Whatever their goal was would definitely not be to our benefit. We eventually caught up to them on the banks of the Brea River. Apparently the one thing the Vichy demon spawn were not good at was swimming, and raft building took time. Time we used to our advantage. Tumanako struck the first blow, burying an arrow into the neck of the remaining officer. A second arrow from the elven scout hit an instant later, finding the gap between its shoulder and chest plates. The officer stumbled back but was able to stay on its feet. It whipped an ebony shield off its back and deflected the rogue's follow-up shots. A silent command sent the remaining legionaries scrambling to reform around the officer and abomination, abandoning their attempts at raft building. Screaming an elven battle cry, Captain Kale led the elven soldiers' charge. The elven warriors angled towards the gathering legion. The plan was for them to occupy the rank and file while my party aimed for the officer and the hunchback of Helltree Dame. Lyra headed directly towards the pair, chanting steadily as her aura pulsed with power. Dara was right there with her, claws extended to their max and elongated canines on full display. Revan and I brought up the rear, supporting our allies until we got into range to bring the pain. Using Echo to extend the effects of war tempo, I tossed the drum onto my back and summoned my packed blade in longsword form. I figured the longer, sturdier blade would make it easier to defend myself if I got in too close. My other hand danced through a series of spells, laying as many debuffs as I could on the enemy. Hex, Doom, Leech, Tire, and Weaken washed over the ebon-clad elite. Hex was the perfect opener. It had a solid duration and would totally screw with the target's ability to resist my other spells. With a silent stare, the officer resisted both Leech and Weaken. Doom hit him on the quantum level, shifting probabilities slightly in my favor. A minor shift here and small stumble there, and wham! That sword blow that would have skidded off its armor was instead guided into the perfect seam for a critical hit. Plus, it made using abilities even harder. Ad and Tyre and I almost felt sorry for the melee-focused demon. Using any abilities while under the blanket of debuffs I'd cocooned him with was just asking for sleepy time. Lyra and Dara took full advantage of my efforts, Bull rushing the demon before he could acclimate to his diminished state. Add in the fact that I hit it with days a second before first contact, giving Lyra more than enough time to slip past his shield and bury her sword in his stomach, and Dara an even easier opening to rip its face off with her claws. That would have been his end if not for Big Ugly, who decided it was time to take a more active role in things. I'd only seen the abomination from long range, so having my first real look at the thing as it was barreling towards two of the women I loved was not the best introduction. It was easily 12 feet tall and looked more like the main bad guy from an old-school comic book cover than one of Vichy's officers, except for the telltale helmet on its somehow unaltered head. It had muscles that made the Incredible Hulk look small. His muscles had muscles. Luckily, the system or whatever else made the rules of this universe had balanced its insane physique with a lack of speed and accuracy. Its massive fist slammed down inches from where Dara had been standing, turning the clay-rich soil into a small crater. She whipped around, dodging the creature's second swing before answering with a slash of her own. The creature's muscles split open like a ripe melon, but instead of blood, bright azure mist burst out of the wound. Dara jumped back and looked at the fog clinging to her claws in surprise. An instant later her eyes went wild and her entire body shuddered in pleasure as the mist was drawn into her body. The rush of essence through our bond confirmed my suspicions about the mist. It was pure essence. I could feel a fire ignite inside her as her eyes started to glow. Hunger radiated through our bond. "Oh yes, come to Mama," she growled and rushed the abomination. I stepped forward and cast Tire, hoping to slow the massive demon spawn so Dara could deal with it. The spell fizzled out as soon as it made contact with the creature's skin. I glanced back at Lyra's fight just in time to see Lyra finish disemboweling the officer, while Tuminako drove her blades through its already damaged throat, sending its head rolling across the battlefield. Seconds later, the rest of the officer deflated like a popped water balloon, leaving nothing behind. "I'll help the elves," Tuminako said as she shook the demon goo from her blades. "You keep the big thing from eating Dara." Lyra smiled and activated a skill, dashing across to catch the abomination's next swing before it could turn our loving succubus into a puddle of goo. The massive meaty fist hit her shield like a truck, sending the redhead sliding backwards. Her feet tore deep furrows in the riverbank as she dug in her heels, absorbing the force of the blow like a champ. Her protective aura flickered briefly, and a few whispered words brought it back to full strength. From the expression on her face, I knew she was concerned, but I could sense her resolve through our bond. With a growl, she activated her taunt skill and attacked, slicing her blade through the abomination's swollen thigh. It turned and tried to knock her away with a backhanded slap, but she was able to duck under the blow. The glow on her blade flared as she counterattacked, opening up a long gash on its arm. Dara took advantage of the situation to flank the beast. She dashed in, a wicked smile on her face as she used her claws to release some more of that sweet, sweet essence. Flesh parted like paper, releasing the essence mist which she eagerly absorbed. "See if you can cut the core out of its back," I yelled and aimed a blast of balefire at its knee, hoping to cripple it enough for the ladies to rip it apart. The beam should have burned a hole through it, but instead stopped short at some sort of barrier. The beam got through, but instead of destroying its entire joint, the beam only damaged it. As with the wounds inflicted by Dara, the burn released a small cloud of essence. The injuries didn't remain for long, but they lasted long enough for Dara to claim what was released. With a savage grin, she leapt onto the creature's hump and started raking the flesh covering the core. Skin and muscle split, revealing the blood-stained stone beneath. The creature was strangely flexible and reached around to swat at Dara. The clumsy blow knocked her off balance, forcing her to abandon her perch or risk getting grabbed by the miserable mountain of essence-enhanced demon meat. Lyra took advantage of the distraction to slam her shield into the creature's injured knee, causing it to buckle. That brought its too small head down close enough to be on the receiving end of a mana-charged headbutt. The creature's open-faced helm did little to protect it from the attack, and it reeled back, dark blood running from under its helmet. Lyra's follow-up strike added to the flow, opening a long slash across its chest. With Revan keeping them all topped off, Tuminako and the elves were chewing through the normal demon spawn with no issues. Seeing that well in hand, I gave the fight with the big guy my full attention. I tried to debuff it again but got the same fizzle as a result. My magic refused to touch it. Having a core shoved into its back must have given it some insane magic resistance. Since normal magic seemed to be less than effective, balefire would have to do. I just had to be careful and not hit the core itself, or Dara. I wasn't sure if I could damage it, but considering the amount of essence it probably had stored, I didn't want a chance blowing us all to Kingdom Come. Lyra backed away from the creature, turning it away from where I and Revan were standing so we'd have a clear shot at its side. Letting my packed blade disappear, I raised both hands and let loose a Kamehameha of balefire, aiming for the creature's flank. The primordial energy hit the creature's shield, but this time I'd put enough juice into the beam to break through without losing any power. The beam burned completely through its body, transforming its dark flesh into raw essence almost instantly. The abomination lurched forward and seemed to fold in on itself as half of its core support muscles disappeared. For a normal person, having your stomach blown out would have been a completely debilitating wound, fatal even, but this thing didn't seem to care. Even with a giant chunk of its torso missing, it still had enough mobility to lash out at Lyra with both fists. The first hit her shield at an angle and knocked her sideways, pushing her shield out wide and opening her up to its follow-up attack. The punch slammed into her flank, causing her golden aura to shatter as she was launched through the air. I could feel her pain echoing through our bond, and knew the hit had shattered multiple ribs. Dara must have felt the pain as well because she went into a frenzy, ripping into the creature's back like a mad woman. Misty essence filled the air as she sliced through its ebon flesh and tore out chunks of its neck and shoulders. Reven waved a hand and hit Lyra with a healing spell, easing her pain while the magic got to work restoring her broken ribs. A quick glance at the other side of the battle let me know that our elven allies had things well in hand. And by in hand, I mean Circle beating the remaining 3 legionaries. Tumanako wasn't visible, but I could sense her slowly circling the battlefield in stealth. I summoned another beam of balefire, carefully aiming for the abomination's head. The beam had barely left my hands when the creature seemed to glow, channeling some kind of ability. It dodged, dropping beneath my attack and rolling so that Dara and the core would be directly in the line of fire. With a curse, I cut off the ability before it hit Dara, but I wasn't fast enough to avoid hitting the core. Black runes flared to life and cracked as the balefire made contact, releasing a wave of darkness that covered the entire battlefield in a bone-chilling cold. The darkness only lasted for a few seconds, but the cold lingered. Breathing was painful, and only the enhancements provided by the system kept me up and mobile. Dark fog crawled along the ground, clinging to the abomination as it huddled on the ground. Reven's curse brought my attention back to the elven troops. Half of them had been frozen solid. Their lifeless faces were fixed in a state of agony, but luckily they were no longer able to feel it. Only the captain and one of their frontline fighters were still standing. My bonds in the party interface let me know that they were all okay, albeit in various states of health. Dara had been the closest to the blast and hadn't fared as well as the rest of us, but due to the nature of her avatar, she was able to recover quickly. The abomination rolled onto its knees and stood. With a loud squelch, the tower core slid off its back and rolled across the frozen ground, coming to rest several yards away. The black runework was broken and pitted, and small wisps of essence spilled formed the cracks, distorting the air above it like a mirage. The abomination's bulging muscles deflated as it transformed, leaving in its place a 12-foot-tall officer, complete with a newly formed tower shield and gladius. It locked its eyeless gaze on me from across the clearing and charged. "Shit!" I yelled and rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding getting slammed into next Tuesday by its wall-sized shield. Unfortunately, the shield wasn't the main threat. Its gladius caught me in the side, slicing through my armor and flesh. I expected intense pain but instead felt almost nothing. It was just cold, like I'd been laying in the snow for too long. My teeth started to chatter as I clumsily regained my feet, finally feeling the wound as the frozen edges ground against each other. Even the blood trickling down my side felt cold. Closing my eyes briefly to refocus, I summoned my packed blade and raised my arms defensively. The demon slid to a halt and turned back to face me, steadfast in its attempts to punish me for ruining its Voltron lifestyle. I thought I was fucked. Luckily for me, Lyra had used the time we'd spent trying to blast the demon spawn to smithereens to recover, and she was back in the fight. She rushed across the field of combat with her shield raised and slid between me and the rampaging officer, easily deflecting its next attack. Her sword glowed like a miniature sun as she lashed out in return, leaving smoldering wounds with every hit. The giant retaliated with a flurry of slashes and stabs that were much more coordinated than its essence-enhanced roid rage flailing had been. Lyra was just as fast, parrying the blows her shield was unable to block while she moved it into position for Tumanako to strike. With the core no longer attached, I figured the creature's vulnerabilities might have changed, so I decided to give debuffs another try. I started with Hex, weaving the spell around the officer. There was a brief flash of light as the residual shielding around the beast popped, and then my spell took hold. With a wicked smile, I cast Doom, Tire, and Weaken. Its movement slowed noticeably, and its shield dipped as the full power of Weaken sapped its strength. The spell would only last a few seconds, but it was more than enough to rob the boss-level monster of any advantage. Lyra cut deep into its exposed shield arm while Tumanako struck from behind. The goblin faded into view just as her blade sliced open the back of the officer's left leg. Dara chose that moment to reclaim her position as the demon spawn's backpack. She swooped in from above and drove her knee into its spine, knocking it even further off balance. The demon stumbled and caught itself on its hands and knees, but Dara was on the warpath. She sliced into its triceps, almost severing its shield arm in her fury. It collapsed onto its face and attempted to roll, but Lyra slammed her shield into its shoulder, keeping it face down. That's when the real fun started. Dara crippled its other arm and then sank her claws deep into its back, draining its essence while our surviving allies finished it off. As soon as the demon spawn was dead, the fallen core started pulsing. One by one, the remaining black runes crumbled to dust, allowing small bits of raw essence to fill the air. Dara turned towards the bleeding core, eyes wide. "Sebastian, we've got a bit of an emergency here." I rushed over and quickly examined the core. Underneath the hellish runes was a network of cracks that was growing as more and more of whatever spells the demons had put on it failed. From what I could tell, the foreign spell was the only thing holding it together, and it wasn't going to last for long. I pulled the storage gem out of my bag and pressed my hand against the core, ready to channel the essence into its new receptacle. Unlike the last time I tried to access a core, there was no system message, no prompt asking if I wanted to access it or not. It was like whatever system interface normally governing the core had been destroyed, leaving only an unstable essence bomb in its place. I met Dara's gaze, and she nodded her understanding before placing her hands next to mine on the core and opening up the floodgates. I'd hoped that touching the crystal to the core would allow for the power to flow directly from one to the other, but I was wrong. The essence poured into my body, energizing every cell before passing out of me and into the crystal. It was a hell of a lot easier with my new Cambion genes than it had been when I was human, but it was still a lot more than any mortal was ready to handle. I focused on directing every ounce of essence into the crystal, but some still managed to leak, flowing into my core with the rest of my unspent pool. I ignored it for now. I could always give it to the core later. I could feel Dara connected as well, acting as a secondary channel. It was probably the reason I wasn't being completely overwhelmed. Power poured through me like a raging river, and after a few minutes even my refined biology wasn't enough to handle it without pain. The essence overload left me numb, and I barely felt myself fall to my knees. The concerned voices of Reven, Lyra, and Tumanako were barely whispers as they gathered around. No one tried to interfere, thankfully, but I could feel their worry echoing through the bond network. At the end, there was a massive surge of essence as the binding spell completely failed, and I felt Dara latch onto the excess energy, letting it devour her avatar like a magical circuit breaker. I didn't know whether to thank her for sparing me the pain or curse her for taking that pain on herself. The amount of energy crashing through me doubled when her avatar gave out, searing my veins with the fire of 1,000 suns. Everything hurt, and I wasn't sure how much more I could take. But then it was over. The old core crumbled to dust, leaving me laid out on the ground clutching a crystal filled with enough power to power a city block. Quest complete. Reap what you sow, Part 2. Criteria: equals slay demon spawn 129 slash. Heavy checkmark equals absorb the remaining essence from the captured core. Heavy checkmark the quest reward from the system manifested in my hands, and I looked around to see that Riven, Lyra, and Tumanako had received rewards as well. I caught Captain Kale glancing at the crystal and reward bag with a hungry expression on his face, and quickly tucked them into my dimensional storage. No need to risk the greed of mortals when I had a divine mission to complete. Quest received. Reap what you sow, Part 3. Deliver the fully charged essence battery to the stone tree core and join the newly forged core to the Nexus Gate network. Criteria: equals deliver essence battery 0/1 equals install Nexus Gate blueprint 0/1 equals build the Nexus Gate 0/1. Reward: a gift from your patron. From the glazed looks in the lady's eyes, we'd all received the same message. Reven turned to the elven captain and gave him a slight bow. "Thank you for your assistance, Captain Kale." She reached into her pouch and took out a handful of small silver tokens. I couldn't tell exactly what they were, but there was a design carved into them that might have been her house's sigil. "Oh, she is giving them a very high honor," Dara chimed in, exhaustion evident in her voice. "Each of those tokens is worth a small fortune in both essence and prestige." "Great. They deserve it for sticking with us, regardless of their lord being a douche canoe." Reven handed the tokens to the captain, who looked down on them with an expression of wonder. "Kava Highmoon, this one is not worthy of—" She cut him off and gestured to the surviving elves. "One token for each of you, and one for each of the families of your soldiers who gave their lives for our cause. Please accept them, as it is my duty to see that those who faithfully serve our nation and my goddess are appropriately rewarded." The captain bowed again as a tear ran down his cheek. "Thank you, my lady. I will make sure that the fallen are remembered with honor." Reven turned my way. "Can you open a gateway for our allies to return home? I wouldn't want to chance any other demons in the area." I glanced at my mana pool and saw that it was full. "Of course," I said, and spotted a place that was flat enough to cast the ritual circle. Distracted by a real pro, the elves never even asked about the essence battery or the giant quest reward bags we'd received and departed happily through the gateway back to Mere Court. As soon as they were gone, I took Reven into my arms and gave her a deep, passionate kiss, turning her pale skin pink. I've been waiting to do that for so long, but didn't want to start an international incident. Lyra yanked me in for a kiss herself, and then looked at Reven, who hesitated for a second before nodding permission. Lyra's smile was gigantic as she wrapped the normally reserved priestess in her arms and kissed her until she was gasping for breath. My pants were getting a bit tight, and it was a definite sign of just how exhausted Dara was that she wasn't immediately demanding to be summoned so she could partake in the festivities. Tumanako wasn't exhausted though, and I almost lost my pants before reminding her that we were in the middle of potential enemy territory, and if I gave in to my carnal desires at that point, the screams I intended to get out of her would most assuredly attract anything hostile within a mile's radius. I booped her nose, gave her a kiss that promised so much more in the future, and then opened a gateway back to the stone tree. We had a quest to complete, a dungeon to energize, and whatever the hell joining the Nexus Gate network had in store. Oh, and a reward from Dawala, not that I was a loot whore or anything. Yeah. Chapter 26. What's next? Opening a gateway back to the stone tree was much easier than I expected. Not only did I have a perfect picture of the common room in my mind, but I had a personal connection to the dungeon. In essence, I was almost as familiar with the nooks and crannies of the dungeon as I was with something created in my mindscape. I resummoned Dara as soon as we stepped through the gate so she could open a path for us to access the core. I was exhausted from the whole ordeal and wanted to finish the quest so I could get some rest. Well, after fulfilling the promise I'd made to a certain goblin girl in need of some vitamin D with a wave of her hand, Dara caused the stone pillar in the center of the inn to flow like water, granting access to the core. Would you care to do the honors? We don't have to channel it through us, do we? I said with an involuntary shudder. She giggled. Of course not, lover. This is a fully functioning core. Our fully functioning core. We can add essence to it from the battery directly. I took out the crystal and handed it to her. You do it then, O wise and magnificent dungeon lady. She rolled her eyes and took the crystal, moving forward to press it against the core. Ripples spread out from the point of contact and the battery slipped inside the core. With a bright flash, the core resolidified and started to glow, slowly pulsing as the essence inside of the battery was absorbed. Quest update. Reap what you sow, part 3. Equals deliver essence battery 1/1, heavy check mark, 1 down, 2 to go, I said as I reached into my bag and brought out the reward sack from the last part of the quest. Inside were a fortune in essence crystals and a crystalline cube that had to be the Nexus Gate thingy. Inspect confirmed it. Dungeon blueprint. Nexus Gate. Dara smiled as soon as she saw it and I could feel her excitement through our bond. With a grin, I tossed it to her. How do dungeon blueprints normally work? I asked. Are these cubes the same as a skill tome or a spell scroll, just dungeon flavored? Or is there some kind of special dungeon menu kind of thing where you can choose? Dara paused for a few seconds in thought. Most of the time we would select things via a system menu. The core would pay the cost for the upgrade and things would go from there. Getting a core ability outside of the menu system is very rare, but my dad said it used to be more common when the dungeon lords and wardens were more active in the world. So we could have just bought the upgrade, Tumanako asked. Dara shook her head. The blueprint costs a fortune. We wouldn't have been able to afford it before draining the other core, and even with the fresh boost we wouldn't have been able to get the blueprint and build the gate. You have to pay to build it too? Lyra asked. Dara nodded. Yup, but since the system gave us the blueprint for finishing a quest, we can build it right away, Lyra finished the thought. So how do we install it or whatever? I asked. Dara smiled and patted me on the cheek. Same as with the battery, she said before pressing the cube into the core. Quest update. Reap what you sow part 3. Equals install Nexus Gate blueprint 1/1 heavy checkmark perfect, Dara said. And now all we need to do is, her eyes went unfocused. No, wait, I said, fearing that as soon as she queued it up we'd get pulled into something else without a chance to rest or recover. Quest complete. Reap what you sow part 3. Equals build the Nexus Gate 1/1 heavy check mark. I was right. As soon as the quest notification came through, everything disappeared in the telltale bright flash that normally accompanied our abduction by one or more divine entities. Splendid work, Dawala said from atop his throne. Especially with this new development. I heard a gasp from my side and saw Lyra and Tumanako had joined us and were having a much more visceral reaction to being summoned by the divine. Lyra and Tumanako dropped to their knees and bowed their heads, while Revan performed a formal bow to her goddess. High Father, Dara said with a wave. I don't suppose you could have given us a little time to recuperate before zapping us here. Avil frowned at the succubus. The fate of lore is of much more importance than your recuperation. Time is critical as we continue our fight to drive out this incursion. Dawala gave his daughter a sad smile. Unfortunately, Avil is right. Even a single day's delay could result in the demons gaining a permanent foothold on the material plane, especially with this new method to capture our cores. Sorry, Father, Dara whispered. Vishy's legion was strong, almost too strong. He nodded slowly. Yes, they are troublesome. That she is taking part in this incursion has complicated many things for the mortals and their allies. It doesn't help that her warlocks have surfaced at their main camp, assisting their mistress in her latest attempts to permanently pierce the veil, Avel said, tension evident in her shoulders. I sighed. Of course the evil warlocks have arrived. I hadn't had a decent night's sleep in quite a while, so I was feeling a bit cranky, and hearing about the fuckwits that had made my class a pariah on lore pushed me over the line from tired to annoyed. Dawala looked at me and raised an eyebrow while Dara wrapped her arm around my shoulder. "Is there a problem?" Dawala asked, his gaze focused on me. His outward appearance was calm, but there was something simmering under the surface that scared me a little. Dara answered before I could blurt out something stupid. "We're all exhausted, Father, and although we know of the dire situation we find ourselves in, a few hours of respite would have been nice. I thought I would at least have time to explore the Nexus Gate network after establishing the initial connection before being summoned again." "Yes, well," Dawala said with a sideways glance towards Avel. The network is one of the reasons you were summoned immediately," Avel interrupted. "We thought it prudent to have this discussion before Dara explored the options available for your particular core." "What do you mean, my lady?" Revan asked. Dawala raised a hand and gave Avel a hard look. "That can wait." He gestured towards my kneeling party members and motioned for them to stand. "The system has decreed that these brave mortals are due a reward, and we cannot move forward before that bit of business is concluded." Avel frowned but nodded in acquiescence. "Agreed. The system is quite insistent that we maintain the proper order of things after all." Lyra and Tumanako slowly rose to their feet but kept their heads bowed. "Thank you, Divine Ones," Lyra said, "but no reward is required. Serving the Nine is reward enough." "Yes, thank you," Tumanako said a second later, obviously more uncomfortable than I'd realized. "Chin up, granddaughter," Yuba ordered as she appeared on Dawala's left. "I am proud of you." Tumanako glanced up and saw the towering goddess smiling at her with her tusks on full display. She immediately puffed out her chest and smiled, and I could feel her happiness and pride at her goddess's recognition. "Thank you, All-Mother." Dawala gestured, and small wooden boxes appeared floating in the air ahead of everyone except for Dara and Tumanako. "These are your rewards for the quest." Yuba stepped forward and tossed something to Tumanako, who barely managed to catch it before it could fall to the ground. It was a box similar to the ones Dawala had created, but hers was carved out of the skull of some sort of swamp beast. "Your reward," the goddess of strength barked, as if I'd let someone else pick something out for one of my own. Tumanako beamed and looked for the latch on her reward, but it refused to open. She looked up in confusion. Dawala chuckled. "They can be opened once we return you to your plane." "Good." Avel nodded curtly. "Now that that has been dealt with, we can move on to important matters. We have another task for you." Dawala cut off any objections with a raised hand. "It will not be as perilous as the last, I promise you that, or at least it shouldn't be." "What do you mean?" Dara said with a frown. Avel answered. "Unless they are under siege by demon spawn, your destination should be as safe as any other dungeon or tower or glade," Yuba interrupted. Avel whirled around to face the greenskin goddess. "What do you mean glade? Your glades have no network, no connection to the Nexus. Why would you?" Yuba let out a laugh that shook me to my very bones. "Who says I can't connect my glades to your—" She waved her hands in the air in an impression of a flighty aristocrat. "Glorious and impressive network. Ha, at least for the womb. That way my people can benefit from the aid my granddaughter is providing." She gestured towards Tumanako. Dawala snorted. "I have no objections as long as you can get your it's already done. My High Keeper has installed a Nexus Gate at the womb." Dara clapped her hands. "Oh, that's perfect. Tumanako can visit her mother without having to get all gross in the swamp." Tumanako snorted. "I don't need some gate to visit my kith mother." "Of course not if we're at our place, but what if we're in Haven or, I shuddered. Mere court. A lot faster to use a portal, right? Lyra nudged her. Why walk across half the world if you don't have to? I, for one, am excited that I can visit Vel. You're going to love Vel. Who's Vel? Tumanako asked. He's the innkeeper at the Crusaders' Call, I said. Makes a mean calf brew, the goblin grinned. I don't know what calf brew is, but if he has good ale then I'm sure I'll like him. The sound of a god clearing his throat brought our focus back to the present. Lyra sputtered. Sorry. As I was saying, Avil continued. Your destination should be as safe as any dungeon, tower. She glanced over at Yuba and continued. Or glade. She looked over at Dawala. If you would. Of course, he replied and snapped his fingers. The floor in front of us rippled and transformed into a map of the main continent of lore, complete with markers for the major settlements, towers, and dungeons. With a wave from Yuba, the current location of each of her glades was added to the map. Now that you have access to the Nexus network, your core has the potential to greatly aid in our efforts to end this conflict, Dawala said. He waved a hand over the map and tapped a marker that I recognized as Malik's dungeon. The marker seemed to twist in on itself and stretch into a small window showing the dungeon entrance. It brought back memories of my first real dungeon experience, as did the small column of kobolds emerging from the darkness. Wait a second. Emerging from the darkness. What the hell? I said, looking at the god of dungeons. He chuckled. We've made some changes to the way our training grounds work. Until this incursion is dealt with, the mortals need allies, not trials, so we are sending our creations to assist. I thought the dungeon mobs had to stay in the dungeon, I said. Not a true restriction, Dawala replied. Just one of efficiency. If our creations are killed outside of a core's influence, they cannot be reabsorbed. 100% of the essence used to create them would be lost if they are slain. Avil nodded and changed the view to the entrance of the monarch's rise. Instead of kobolds, featureless soldiers poured out of the tower entrance before marching out in formation. That is the crux of the issue. Our resources are finite. With the adventurers focused on the Hellspawn, we have no new challengers. That plus the losses suffered whenever one of our creations is destroyed outside of a core's influence, and we are hemorrhaging essence. The Leylands can mitigate some of the drain, but they won't be enough to continue things at the current pace. I shared a confused look with Revan. What does that have to do with our core? Dawala gestured for Avil to proceed. Your core is different, Avil said. When we changed the nature of the seed, the system took the opportunity to inject some changes of its own. At the time, we weren't quite sure why, but in hindsight it seems clear. The system approved of our aiding the mortals against the invaders and took action to ensure we would be successful. Dara looked conflicted. A whirlwind of emotions echoed through our bond. Excitement for something new and powerful warred with worry that the changes would negatively impact our ability to successfully grow our dungeon. What changes? She asked. Avil turned to the succubus. Your core has the ability to maintain a connection to the Dungeonborn once they leave its area of influence. That connection will allow a portion of their essence to be reclaimed upon death. It is not as much as would be reclaimed within a tower, but it is enough. It should also allow you to reach beyond the dungeon, using them as your eyes and ears, Dawala added, to a limited extent. Does that mean they'll drop loot too? Lyra asked. Dawala nodded. Yes, although only in raw essence. There will always be a release of essence upon death. Since it is outside of the dungeon's area of influence, the essence unable to be reclaimed via the new connection will be released into the environment. We are unsure if it will crystallize or simply dissipate as with mortal beings. That's great and all, I said. But can one core's worth of mobs really do that much? We won't run out of juice before the other cores, but the whole thing could be over before our mobs even get to the fight. I gestured towards the map. We're at the opposite side of the continent. That's what hundreds of miles, thousands. Dawala took a deep breath before responding. Yes, as it stands, your Dungeonborn would not make it in time. That is partially why we provided you the gate spell and required your development of the Nexus Gate. Dara frowned. Even with the ability to transfer our creations, once we get around to creating them, we'll still be capped by the control limit of the core. Her eyes went blank for a second as she read something in her interface. Even after the essence we absorbed from the lost core, we can only field 100 creatures. We would need a lot of time and experience to change that. Avel stepped forward and frowned at the succubus. We do not base our plans on impossibilities. I raised my hand, catching her attention. You can't just beep boop bop it, I asked, pantomiming typing on a keyboard, upgrade the core. I mean your gods, can't you just? Got it, Dawala frowned. No, we are as bound by the limitations placed on us by the system as you mortals are. I nodded. Ah well, figured it couldn't hurt to ask. I hummed in thought and stroked my chin. So we've got the gate, we've got some essence to make mobs, now what? As I was about to say before we were distracted, Dawala growled. His eyes glowed red for an instant before returning to normal. This new connection ability is not limited to your core. It is designed to be shared. When a connection is formed via the Nexus Gate, the core on the other side of the gate will gain the same ability. Revan looked at her goddess. What of the towers? Avel turned her way. The ability seems to be compatible with all cores, towers, dungeons, and even glades. Nexus Gates can link to towers and glades, I asked. They can now, Avel said. Yuba shrugged. There was no point before. Okay, so how do we spread the love? I looked between the two deities with my brow scrunched in thought. Do we just call up the other dungeon lords and ask them about their core's extended warranty? The stone of Dawala's throne cracked as he clenched his fists. Dara looked up at him with concern while Avel spoke. No, Warlock. You cannot simply call up the dungeon lord and ask to connect. You need to take the keystone for your gate to an already linked core to connect to the network. Or in this case, Dawala said, once again projecting an aura of calm, take the keystone to a linked dungeon, a linked tower, and the womb. The first will establish your connection to the dungeon nexus, the second will link the dungeon nexus to Avel's tower network, and the last will link both to the womb. Dara frowned. Do we need to do it in that order? It seems more effective to go to the womb first. The order is immaterial, Avel answered. But all three are required for this to work. Quest received. Unification. Establish portal links between the Nexus Gates established on the towers, dungeons, and glades. Criteria. Equals establish links between all three types of cores, tower, dungeon, glade. Equals link the stone tree hybrid core to the merged tower, dungeon, glade network reward. Equals 10,000 essence equals choice of one skill book and spell scroll appropriate to your class. Apparently, the system agreed. I raised my hand. Hey, couldn't one of your dungeon lords or wardens or whatever take a walk and connect the dungeons and towers first? That way we'd only have to hit up the womb and then whatever the closest tower or dungeon was to there. Avel frowned. Yes, but awesome, I said. That'll speed things up. The room was silent and I looked around to see everyone staring at me like I'd kicked a puppy or something. What? Lyra widened her eyes dramatically and whispered, You cut off a goddess. Yuba laughed and shook her head. Kid's got balls, I'll give him that. Tumanako nodded enthusiastically. And a great Lyra cut her off with a well-timed hand over her mouth. You're going to get us killed, she whispered into the goblin's ear. The whole exchange only seemed to amuse Yuba, who let out another hearty laugh. Ah, human girl, if you only knew how many cocks I've, Yuba please, Avel gasped. I looked up at Avel, who was radiating barely contained annoyance. Dawala wasn't far behind. Sorry, Lady Goddess, but you said that speed was of the essence, so a little division of labor is probably the best bet here. Dawala nodded curtly. He tapped a claw on his chin. I will have one of my minions near Northport establish the connection with the dragon's tooth. He looked over at Avel and smiled. Please tell Razzle to expect a visitor in the next day or so. The goddess gave me one last look and then nodded to Dawala. Of course. Great. I said, then we'll head out tomorrow and link up with the people, then head over to Malik to finish things. I looked up at Dawala. Can you have Malik set up my room so I can gate there? The horned god shook his head. I could, but it wouldn't help you here. The keystone cannot pass through a gate. It would be much easier your way, but the system requires what the system requires. My daughter will show you what needs to be done. But for the future, he continued. In the blink of an eye, the god disappeared from his throne and was towering above me. He reached down and tapped me on the forehead, and my mind was filled with the image of a stone floor carved in a complex geometrical pattern. Malik will prepare this room. I shook my head to regain my focus and then nodded to the god who was already back on his throne. Thanks. Hey, what about the Nexus thingy? Can the keystone go through that? I asked. The god nodded. Yes, the keystones can traverse the Nexus. Awesome. That'll make it a little easier, I replied. Ava locked gazes with her chosen, who nodded at some unspoken command. Yes, my lady, it will be as you say. Good, the goddess said, and then snapped her fingers. Both her and Revan disappeared. That is all, chosen, Dawala said. Be wary of the Voidsworn. They've become more active in the cities, attempting to lure the common folk for sacrifices and assassinate those working to counter their masters. Suspect everyone. Thanks, my lord, I said, sketching the best bow I could. Let's hope everything goes as planned and we can kick the hellspawn off of our lawn for good. The god let out a weary sigh. I am not sure that is possible at this point, but we can hope. We can hope. Before I could reply, the world flashed and I found myself back at the stone tree, holding a small wooden box in my hands that was just itching to be opened. Chapter 27, What's in the Box? I looked up to see Revan staring at me with a frown. What's up? I asked. She walked over to me and put her hands on my shoulders, looking me right in the eye. You need to watch how you talk to the gods. I opened my mouth to respond, but she cut me off before I could say anything. No, they are not your friends. They are the gods. They could destroy you with a thought. I paused for a second and thought about it. Dawala had never seemed to have an issue with me before. I figured that was just how things were between gods and their chosen. Well, at least as long as I was getting the job done. Then again, I had let myself get a bit snippy lately. With all of the surprise summons and back-to-back missions, I was getting burned out, and it showed. I'd have to do better. Message received, I said. Revan nodded. Good. How does this thing work? Lyra cursed, fiddling with her reward box. She looked at me. Didn't Lord Dawala say they would open when we got back here? Dara smiled and gestured to the box. A drop of blood should work, she said, offering a wickedly sharp claw. Ah, Lyra replied and reached forward, pricking her finger. The blood was instantly absorbed into the box, transforming the generic-looking wood into silver and gold. The blood helps the system perfect the reward, Dara said and winked at me. Think of it as your magical DNA. DN what? Tumanako asked. I laughed. Your essence signature, spiritual identity. The blueprint to your meat suit. Dara patted me on the shoulder. All good attempts, but I am afraid there is no equivalent in lore. More strange otherworlder terms, Revan said with a shrug. One day I look forward to hearing all about them, but for now, she smiled at Lyra. What's in the box? Lyra grinned and flipped open the lid. Golden light spilled out, reflecting off of the redhead's eyes, which had the same 1,000-yard stare that she got while interfacing with the system. By the gods, she whispered. Dara smirked. Gods indeed. A glowing cloud of mist flowed out of the box and swirled around the redhead, covering her from head to toe in a layer of glowing smoke. The mist seeped into her equipment and it started to dissolve. The look of exhilaration on her face snuffed out my initial panic, but it was a bit disconcerting to see the armor that had protected her from so many foes crumbling to nothing in seconds. Her armor, shield, and sword were gone, and I couldn't help but admire her as I was reminded of just how little she wore under her armor. The glowing mist just enhanced the view. Seconds later, the process reversed. replacing her devoured gear with a brand new set that fit her perfectly. "Oh, this is amazing," she said, grinning like a kid in a candy shop. "Remind me to leave a nice offering the next time we're at a temple." The new suit was of a very interesting design and reminded me more of an old-school fantasy book cover than anything that had actually existed in the medieval era. It wasn't boob armor or anything like that, but it was definitely fantasy chic. The breastplate and pauldrons were covered in gold inlay that really stood out against the dull ivory of the whatever metal it was made out of, and centered on each piece was a stylized golden sun. The rest of the armor had the same motif, with the inlaid plates layered over a tightly woven suit of chainmail. From the way she moved in it, the armor must have been even lighter than her previous set, or at least enchanted to act that way. Her sword and shield continued the solar theme. The crossguard of the sword was an elongated version of the same sun symbol, with two of its rays forming the quillons while a third made up the handle and pommel. The shield felt almost boring in comparison with its simple design and sun symbol boss. "Damn," I said, "it upgraded all your gear." "Not all of it, just my armor and weapons," she replied. "It gave me a bunch of choices too. It was like one of those fancy inns where all their food is written out on a menu." "Oh, me next," Tumanako said, biting her hand and slapping her bloody hand against the skull. The empty eye sockets ignited, bathing the room in an eerie purple glow. Mist of the same color spilled out of the skull's jaws and nose. Unlike Lyra, our sexy little goblin girl wore nothing under her armor. Watching the glowing mist completely unclothe her made my pants even more uncomfortable. Her new armor was even more form-fitting than her old set, and was made of dark gray leather embossed with tribal designs that reminded me of the carvings on the High Keeper's door. There were straps everywhere, keeping the numerous panels in place while allowing complete freedom of movement. Her blades and bow had been transformed as well. The bow was made from some kind of dark wood or bone and seemed to drink in the light, with matching arrows. Two short swords carved from the same material formed in her hands. They looked savage, and were carved with images of Yuba battling a demon king taking up most of the flat of the blade. I couldn't help but chuckle at Yuba's signature on the weapons. "Wow," I said, openly ogling both ladies. "I hope those outfits are as easy to take off as they were to put on, because I would hate to ruin your armor getting it off of you." Dara snorted a laugh as Tumanako stretched, showing off every curve while giving Revan a coy look. "Your turn," she blushed slightly but nodded. "I can't believe I'm doing this in front of you all, but well, it's nothing you haven't seen before." "Or tasted," Dara said with a hungry look. Revan blushed even more. "We fuck after this, right?" Tumanako asked, and I gave her a hearty thumbs up. Revan tuned out the expected commentary as she activated her reward. The wood of her box transformed into ivory and platinum, matching her typical white on white style, and when she opened it, mist of the same colors swirled out. As with the other two beauties, the mist stripped her of her armor and weapons, leaving her in her underwear. I was glad she was able to maintain a modicum of modesty, even though I hungered for every inch that was concealed. The tattoos on her toned stomach never failed to ignite my desire. Her new attire was much less impressive than the others, mostly due to the fact that her gear had already been as fancy as an elven princess could afford. Her white robes were replaced by a new, slightly fancier set. Elven prayers were embroidered along the hem and cuffs in platinum thread, lending an aura of power to the already extravagant silk. She'd seldom used a weapon in the time we'd been together, but the system must have decided it was about time she started. The mist solidified into a, you guessed it, perfectly white staff tipped with a moonstone or some other kind of white rock. I chuckled. "Can't say I'm too surprised. You do have a very particular color scheme." She looked down at her robes. "What do you mean? This is a completely different color than my old robes." "A what?" I replied. "They're white. Your old robes were white. You always wear white." She shook her head. "Of course, but they are different shades of white. Can your human eyes not tell the difference?" I held up a hand. "Wait, can I try something?" She raised an eyebrow. "Depends on what it is." When we were hunting, the demon's eye was able to connect to Tuminako through our bond and look through her eyes. "I want to see if I can do the same with you and experience this wide variety of white you're talking about." She looked thoughtful for a second, but then nodded. "I trust you." I closed my eyes and reached out to her through our bond, focusing on accessing her senses. At first there was nothing, but then I felt Dara's will join my own and pop elf vision. "Holy fuck," I said as I stumbled backwards, totally disoriented as I saw myself from Reven's point of view. There were colors everywhere. A million shades of everything. Hell, I even saw the full 50 shades of gray and the very distinct and easily discernible shades of white in Reven's new robes and staff. I pulled my senses back and readjusted to my normal color palette, taking in the lesser variety of browns represented in the wooden ceiling. "All right," I stand corrected, "completely different colors." "Your turn," Dara said, bouncing excitedly. "What about you? Why didn't you get a reward?" I asked. She laughed. "I'm a divine being. The system rewards us in different ways. Don't worry. I'll be putting what I received into effect once you absorb all that tasty quest reward essence." "As long as you got something as well," I said, sliding an arm around my beautiful bondmate to bring her in for a kiss. "If you think I haven't, then you can always reward me yourself later," she said with a wicked smile. I chuckled and gave her a nice solid smack on the ass. "You'll be getting that reward anyway." "Ooh, I like the sound of that," she replied before stepping away. "Now hurry up and claim your reward so we can get to the real fun part." Remembering how the other boxes had manifested, I took the time to pull my guitar and drum out of my bag and toss my physical rapier off to the side. With my packed blade, I really didn't need an upgraded weapon, but having a better instrument might make my songs last longer. I didn't have to pretend to be a bard anymore, but I wasn't going to abandon the awesome buffs the Spellsong School had to offer, especially with the increasing insanity of the creatures we were going up against. Dara pricked my finger with a claw and I pressed the blood onto the box. Where the ladies' boxes had transformed into bright, shiny colors, mine did the opposite. The wood turned a deep crimson with ebony edges. It looked completely badass and a bit evil. I popped open the box and shivered as a dark red glow filled the room. I said goodbye to my spider-themed gear and waited to see what kind of options the system had for me. "Please select one armor upgrade. Equals set. Bardic raiment equals set. Puppet Master's regalia equals set. Warlock's legacy based on the names alone." I had a clear favorite. While I'd enjoyed my time as a bard, it wasn't my true class or calling, so unless the armor set gave me an insane bonus, I was going to have to pass on that. Then again, I'd wear a pink dress with a tiara if the buffs would keep me and the women I loved safe. I had no clue what the Puppet Master thing was all about. Maybe something with improved crowd control. I didn't think it was going to be worthwhile, but I'd check it out just to be sure. I concentrated on each set, trying to get an idea of what exactly they include. The first one was pretty much what I expected. Frills and lace and embroidery that put the outfit I'd worn to court to shame. Whoever had designed it had seen one too many Three Musketeers movies and then said, "Hold my beer." Name: Bardic raiment type. Enchanted and enhanced cloth armor, soulbound materials. Equals steel silk, offers the same protection to slashing and piercing damage as chainmail. Equals shadow silk, offers a 25% bonus to all stealth skills. Enchantments, equals protection rank 3, 10% reduction in all physical damage. Equals resistance rank 3, 10% reduction to all magical damage. Set effects: While wearing the full set, the duration of all spells in the Spellsong School will be extended by 25%. Embedded skill. Inspire, this channeled aura offers a small boost to all allies within 20 feet of the bard. This boost applies to accuracy, defense, and resistance. It was pretty much what I expected from bard armor, although I was surprised it wasn't at least leather. The buffs were pretty good though, making it almost as strong as chainmail. The boost to my spellsong durations would simplify most fights, and the embedded skill buff could be enough to push us over the finish line in some situations. It was a solid set, even if it would make me look like some froofy French aristocrat. The Puppet Master set was weird. Just weird. It came with a creepy face mask that could have given Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre a run for his money, and the armor wasn't much better. There were ropes and strings everywhere, like some giant convoluted crochetier's nightmare. Just looking at it made me afraid of getting caught on every doorknob in existence. The stats were pretty good though. Name: Puppet Master's Regalia Type. Enchanted and enhanced leather armor sold on materials. Equals Rakshasa hide, offers the same protection to slashing and piercing damage as scale mail. Equals Harpy hair, offers a 25% bonus to all enchantment spells. Enchantments. Equals protection rank 3, 10% reduction in all physical damage. Equals resistance rank 3, 10% reduction to all magical damage. Set effects. While wearing the full set, the duration of all control spells and abilities will be extended by 25% embedded skill. Expanded spell. For triple the mana cost, double the number of enemies affected by enchantment spells. Wow, I thought. The look of the armor was hideous, but it had some great buffs. The embedded skill sounded amazing, and I could picture myself deep in a dungeon with 2 creatures under my control via influence while the rest were mesmerized. Unfortunately, our current enemy was highly resistant to any sort of control spells. Damn demons. I crossed my fingers and looked at the last option, hoping my patron was going to soup up the warlock-specific gear for me. I wasn't disappointed. At first, I thought it was another cloth-based armor type, but then I noticed the scales. The armor looked like something right out of one of those reincarnated as a Dark Lord animes. Instead of a helmet, there was a wide headband with spikes and small cutouts for my horns. It was more of a crown than a helmet, and in the center of the headband was a small bronze disc with Dwala's holy symbol. The body armor consisted of a long tunic that was a cross between a narrow tuxedo jacket and a kimono. It was crafted out of flexible scaled leather with thicker leather plates covering the vitals and extremities. The heavier leather was tooled with runes, similar to the prayers on Reven's robes, but instead of Elven they were written in the language of dungeons. The pants were made out of the same material, as were the boots and gloves that went along with it. Name: Warlock's Legacy Type. Enchanted and enhanced leather armor sold on materials. Equals Drake hide, offers the same protection to slashing and piercing damage as plate. Equals Drake scale. 25% additional protection from all elemental damage enchantments. Equals protection rank 3, 10% reduction in all physical damage. Equals resistance rank 3, 10% reduction to all magical damage. Set effects. While wearing the full set, use of all warlock abilities will require 25% less mana or essence. Packed weaponry will drain essence from enemies at a 25% faster rate. Embedded skill. Inscriptions of woe. Enemies targeting the wearer with harmful spells or attacks will be afflicted with the warlock's hex spell. Yeah, it was no-brainer. I immediately lost all interest in the first 2 sets and selected the warlock armor. I was curious about the weapon options I'd receive, but surprisingly, there weren't any. I guess the amount of power that the system had put into the op set made any additional upgrades out of the budget. The mist flowed out of the box and surrounded me, dissolving my armor and giving the ladies a show before 3D printing the new set onto me. I could feel the power of the armor flow through me and realized that I'd underestimated the impact of the set bonus. It took me a minute to get used to the feel of the new armor. I'd been wearing tight-fitting leather for so long that having some wiggle room was strange, especially in the crotch area. There'd been nothing in the description of the armor related to increased stats, but I still felt stronger. "Oh, that is just delicious," Dara sang as I twirled in place, giving everyone a good view of the new digs. "Sweet, eh?" I replied. "Soulbone too, although I have no clue what that means for armor." Revan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? You have a soulbone bag. How don't you know how it works?" "I know how my bag works. It's great for theft prevention. But I don't know if having armor that you can't move more than 15 feet from is as cool." She chuckled and shook her head. "Soulbound equipment can be stored inside your soul, Sebastian. You can equip or remove it at will." I looked down at my bag and frowned. "So I could have tucked this away in my soul all this time," Dara shrugged. "Sure, but there wasn't any real reason to. The armor, though. Why bother with all the straps and buckles when you can just poof?" Her clothing disappeared, revealing her naked body in all its glory. "Sweet," I said, looking around at all the buckles and fastenings on our new armor. "That'll make my plans for the rest of the day a lot easier." Dara's smile grew as she bounced in place. "Oh yes." Tumanako's smile was even bigger. "Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com Chapter 28 Celebrate Good Times Come On." With a grin, I stepped behind the bar, grabbed the key to one of the luxury rooms from the drawer, and headed towards the hall. I put on a fake British accent and gestured grandly towards the hallway leading to the luxury rooms. "Welcome, lovely ladies, to the Stone Tree. We offer the finest accommodations this side of the Dead Marsh." I waggled my eyebrows at them and winked suggestively. "And service to match." Lyra snorted while Tumanako looked at me in confusion. I leaned in and whispered, "That means I'm going to fuck you." That brought a happy smile to her face. Dara and Revan trailed behind. The succubus was whispering something to her that made her blush, but her eager nod made it evident that she was losing some of her earlier inhibitions about group activities. I made a note to give her some alone time soon. It was much easier to focus on her particular needs one-on-one. I led the way to the first room and used the key to open the door, barely getting it open before the goblin all but tackled me into the room. I let out a laugh as Rest followed in after, closing the door behind them and reflexively reaching for the lock. Tumanako's hands were hard at work, racing to get my pants off as we stumbled towards the bed. "Did you forget about the soul bending?" I asked as I willed my armor to disappear, leaving her grasping at air. She looked up at me and smiled, dismissing her own armor as she pushed me towards the bed. I caught my balance, grabbing hold of one of the bedposts to keep from being completely knocked off my feet by the overeager goblin who was already grabbing at my boxers. Lyra leaned against the wall, slowly undoing the ties on her bra before letting it fall to the ground, displaying a tantalizing view of freckled cleavage while chuckling at Tumanako's antics. "Seems our lovely green lady is a bit hungry, Sebastian," she laughed. The tie on my underwear gave way to the eager fingers of Tumanako, and before I could think of an argument to get her to stop, she yanked them off me. The goblin race's relationship to foreplay was on the same level as a fat man's to the salad bar portion of an all-you-can-eat buffet. Sure, an occasional salad could be a tasty treat, but they weren't there for the salad, they were there for the beef. Dropping the ball of bundled linen to the floor, she pushed me backwards on the bed and crawled on top of me. My cock was already at half-mast from the early show, and the feel of her skin against mine quickly finished the job. Her breasts slid over my stomach and against my chest, and with a hungry growl she straddled me and pressed her well-lubricated self down onto my cock. Yes, she moaned, taking every inch I could give and grinding her mound against me. She rode me like a wild woman, holding herself up by pressing against my shoulders. I was completely at a loss for words but wasn't about to argue. She felt good. I reached up and cupped her breasts, rocking my hips to synchronize our movements. "Don't hold back," Tuminako ordered, and I could feel her need for release through our bond. Normally I was all about prolonging the experience, but if she wanted a bit of wham-bam, "thank you ma'am," then that's what she'd get. I glanced over at Lyra, who was watching the goblin ride me with Dara and Revan at her side. She was biting her lower lip and thoroughly enjoying the show. Her freckled cheeks were slightly flushed as she caressed herself in time with Tuminako's grinding. "I'm next," she mouthed. Dara slipped between the two other ladies and let her hand slide down to cup their buttocks. "Why wait?" She drew them to her, kissing each in turn while I watched, my cock getting even harder inside our goblin nympho. Tuminako closed her eyes and arched her back as the tension built, and I felt myself come closer and closer to climax. The bond between us opened wide, and I was immediately flooded with her need. I knew exactly what she wanted at that moment and let go. I grabbed her hips and pushed myself as deep into her as I could go as I came, filling her womb with my seed and igniting the flames of her orgasm. Waves of pleasure washed through our bond, flowing into me and immediately echoing down my connections to the other ladies. 3 echoing moans of pleasure filled the room, drawing my attention back to where Dara was enjoying her place as the meat in a Lyra and Revan sandwich. Lyra was on her knees, kissing slow lines up the succubus thighs while Revan occupied her mouth with slow, sensual kisses. Revan's robes dissolved as I watched, granting Dara's roaming fingers access to her very aroused sex. She gasped against Dara's mouth as one, then 2 fingers slipped inside, leaving a thoughtfully clawless thumb to caress slow circles around her clit. Tuminako collapsed on top of me and playfully bit my neck. "Good human, good." With another shudder she rolled off me and let out a long sigh. "The Stone Tree Inn has the best service." I started to laugh, but the sight of Lyra crawling my way with a wicked smile cut me off. She shivered as an aftershock hit her and continued towards the bed, eyes locked on mine. "I told you," she shivered again. "I'm next." She crawled onto the bed and slipped between me and the goblin girl basking in the afterglow of a good deep dicking. She slid a hand behind my head and pulled me into a deep kiss. Her lips parted, making way for her questing tongue, which I happily accepted. Her lips were hot with arousal, and I felt my heart beat faster in response. She pulled away and kissed Tuminako as well, giving me her back while she caressed the goblin's supple breasts. I pulled her against me and brushed her hair out of the way to expose the base of her neck. With a playful growl I bit her gently, earning a low moan. She pressed her backside into me, and I grabbed her hips and pulled her closer. With Lyra otherwise occupied, Dara had taken the initiative and laid Revan out on the table so she could enjoy her own elven buffet. Revan's breaths came in slow gasps as the skillful succubus introduced her to the concept of edging. Catching my eye, Dara whispered through our bond, "I'm getting her ready for you, my love. Make sure you save some energy." My new body was a prime example of awesome, and I was hard as a rock again. Lyra's hips shifted as she pressed back harder, spreading her legs in invitation. I lined up my cock and slipped into her pussy, groaning in pleasure as I felt her clench around me. She let out a gasp as I pressed forward, sliding my entire length in as deep as it could go. She broke off her kiss with Tuminako and looked back over her shoulder for a kiss, which I happily gave. Tuminako grinned and rolled onto her side, pressing her breasts against Lyra's and completing the ginger sandwich. Lyra turned back and kissed her again, sliding her hand down to the goblin's crotch. I couldn't see what she was doing, but from the look of renewed arousal in the goblin's eyes I had a pretty good idea. I slid my hand around Lyra's hips and to her pussy, slowly caressing her clit with my fingers as I slid myself slowly in and out. Moaning interrupted her kiss with Tuminako, who was herself starting to gasp for breath as the nerves ignited by my seed continued to burn with pleasure. With a wicked grin of my own, I pulled myself out of the sexy redhead and pulled her with me to the edge of the bed, giving her a great opportunity to partake of some goblin pussy. She glanced back at me and bit her lip before going in. She dropped to her elbows between Tuminako's thighs and leaned in, her back arched upwards, pressing her hips towards me as I thrust myself back into her. Her answering growl was muffled by Tuminako's thighs and was soon joined by Tuminako's cries of pleasure. Reven's gasps had transformed into whispers begging for release, but Dara was a professional when it came to pleasure and knew just how much she could give before it became too much. Our shared connection was a massive blessing, making everything even more intimate for everyone involved and allowing us to climb together to the heights of pleasure. She's primed and ready, my love. So as soon as you can, her words were interrupted as Lyra came, her body spasming in pleasure. Tuminako followed, and I could feel the surge of orgasmic pleasure rushing through our bond diverted before it could reach Reven, keeping her perfectly on the edge of her own orgasm, awaiting my permission to finish. My grip on Lyra's hips tightened as the wave of pleasure hit me, and I found myself fucking her like a jackrabbit, faster than I'd ever done before. Her entire body shuddered again and she collapsed, letting my cock slide out of her as she fell forward onto Tuminako as a puddle of quivering flesh. Dara smiled and slid aside as I took her place at the table. I gazed down into Reven's half-lidded eyes and saw the burning desire there. Opening wide the bond between us, I teased her by pressing the tip of my cock between her folds. "Are you ready for me?" I asked. "Please," she begged, spreading her legs wide. "Good," I said, and then slid my cock into her dripping pussy, gasping as her insides quivered at the barest touch. I slid myself in as far as I could go and then slowly out. "Oh, goddess," she whimpered. "Please, please, harder." With a wicked grin, I did as she asked, driving myself into her over and over until Dara's hard work came to a head, exploding through our shared bonds with the force of a small nuke. Reven screamed in pleasure as she clenched around me, driving my own excitement to the breaking point. I filled the shivering princess with my seed, riding the wave of shared pleasure that flowed between everyone in the room. Reven shivered as I slid out of her, her eyes fluttering as she whispered "thank you" before closing her eyes. I turned to see Dara gazing at me hungrily, and the sight of the love and lust burning in her eyes ignited the same my core. I picked her up and carried her over to the bed, dropping her between Tuminako and Lyra, who immediately started caressing her. I kissed my way down her body, playfully nibbling at her nipples, her thighs, and then feasting upon her pussy. "I thought this was my reward," Dara said between gasps, looking down at me. "And for my reward I want you inside me." I licked my lips clean and bowed. "As you command, my love." She stood up, pushed me back onto the bed, and then mounted me. Refractory period be damned, the taste of her on my tongue was more than enough to have me ready to go a third time. She slid her wet slit along the length of my cock, teasing us both before taking me into her. She arched her back and spread her wings, and I could feel the ambient essence in the room being pulled into her as we climbed together. Tuminako's lips met mine, while Lyra lavished Dara's breasts with kisses, and a glance to the side revealed Reven watching intently, her hand out of sight between her legs. Dara's skin started to glow as she fucked me like a wild woman, her tight pussy sliding up and down my cock faster than ever before. Something inside me cracked open as power poured through our bond, erasing rational thought as she came, transforming the gathered essence into pure pleasure that left us all gasping for breath. I came for the third time, my hips bucking out of my control as some primal force took the reins. At the end, we laid there in a pile of quivering flesh. Dara laid down atop me and gave me a soft kiss. Now that's what I call a reward. She laid her head on my shoulder and let out a long sigh that was echoed by Lyra. Good fucking, Tuminako stuttered and softly patted me on the hip. I started to laugh, but any movement just set off a wave of aftershocks, so I forced myself to stop and limited myself to a hum of satisfied agreement. Chapter 29, Pre-gaming tea. The rest of the day was spent relaxing and taking some time to unwind. Well, that and some other more exuberant activities. Some people were just insatiable. Some people, yeah. Once everyone was finally sated, Dara walked me through the basics of the dungeon item generation interface, letting me look through the list of items we could summon and pick out a selection for dinner. It took me a while to find the lore equivalent to some ingredients, but in the end, I was able to cobble together a decent bacon cheeseburger. I cheated a little bit and spawned the buns since I was in no way prepared for the horrors of bread making. We were cooking in a dungeon, and despite Dara telling me over and over again that my fears about creating a sourdough golem or slime or something were completely unfounded, I wasn't ready to risk it. Sourdough was an art form. So poof, sourdough buns. Tuminako inhaled her burger in seconds, and Lyra wasn't far behind. Even Revan managed to eat half before her stomach rebelled. Her people weren't completely vegetarian, but there was such a thing as a meat overload. My jokes about contributing to that overload earlier didn't go over well either. I made it up to her with dessert, which was a rich chocolate cake topped with, or as Dara put it, tainted with the lore equivalent of raspberries. It had been a long time since I'd baked anything, and I was extremely thankful that my mental library had a complete record of the recipes I'd used on Earth. It was delicious. Unfortunately for me, even with my enhanced stats, meat coma was real. To be fair, I did eat like 5 burgers and the rest of Revan's, followed by a big piece of cake, so it was completely deserved. And I wasn't the only one. Even Tuminako was so full that she went to bed without one mention of sex. Before bed, we all made sure to absorb our essence rewards and select our upgrades so we'd be at our best for the next step. Plus 50,000 essence, 25,000 to Dara. With the essence that Dara had drained from Vishy's legionaries and the spillover from draining the core, I had a ton of essence to play with. Free essence. 31,940. That much essence would let me purchase a fair number of upgrades. It would also get me 2 levels if I was calculating things right. Well, if I spent it all. The system had really been in a power leveling mood with the rewards lately. Or maybe that had something to do with Dara turning the demons into our personal batteries. Other than the social stigma and resulting mountain of bullshit that came along with it, I was happy to be able to use my true class's abilities, and wanted to increase the skills that would make them as epic as possible. With that in mind, I called up my attributes and class skills for review with the essence costs to raise them by a point. Attributes power. 11,300 mobility. 11,3,500 hardiness. 11,2,500 magic. 16,3,500 skills armor leather. 9 apprentice 900 balefire. 15 journeyman 1,500 long blades. 10 journeyman 1,000 manifest bond. 13 journeyman 1,300 spell school. Abjuration. 10 journeyman 1,000 spell school affliction. 10 journeyman 1,000 spell school. Enchantments. 20 master 2,000 spell school pyromancy. 20 master 2,000 spell school spellsong. 15 journeyman 1,500 spell school summoning. 15 journeyman 1,500 spell school thaumaturgy. 10 journeyman 1,500 staff. 6 apprentice. 600. I'd fallen into a weird hybrid role within my party. I had the skills I'd learned from my bard alias that could buff us in and out of combat, additional buffs and debuffs from my Doomcaller training, and the insanely overpowered blasting power of Balefire from my Warlock class. And that wasn't even counting the pseudo-melee powerhouse skills I could call on with Manifest Bond and my Pact Blade. Before being reborn in an actual fantasy world, I would have jumped at the opportunity to be that guy on the front lines, bringing the pain to my enemies. But now, after having been in the thick of it, I had to admit I preferred taking a backline role. Stepping out of the chaos of melee let me keep track of more of the fight and support the lovely ladies who tied their fates to mine. Plus, melting my enemies with awesome fire magic and balefire was just as satisfying as chopping them to bits with my awesome magic vampire murder blade. So, what do I need to be a better ranged DPS? When it came to blasting power, my magic attribute was the most important. The higher the stat, the bigger the boom. It also meant more mana, which combined with the added efficiency buff from my new armor would mean I could do even more blasting. Mobility would help me stay in position, so I wanted to raise that as well. Hardiness would give me more resilience should I get hit, but my goal was to avoid that, and power wasn't something I needed, so both of those were a no. Skill-wise, I knew I wanted to raise Balefire and Manifest Bond. They were my bread and butter warlock skills. Balefire for its sheer firepower and Manifest Bond to keep me alive. After those two, I was conflicted. I would have loved to learn another spell school so all of my offensive magic wasn't fire-based, but I didn't have access to any new skill books. Unless the dungeon could create a skill tome. "Hey, sexy lady," I said, reaching out to Dara in my mindscape but finding only the cool edge of her transformation cocoon. Damn, I thought. She'd already started her own upgrades. Ah well, maybe next time. With that avenue unavailable, I decided to focus on one of my other spell schools and get that up to 15 for another free spell. Hopefully, it would give me some kind of offensive ability. Or at least that's the firm wish I sent to the system as I selected that upgrade, with a few other small additions to round out some numbers. I also put one more rank into pyromancy, because yes, I did enjoy burninating my enemies. Choices made. I closed my eyes and settled in for a good night's sleep before once again braving the muck of the Dreadmarsh. Interlude Rites of Binding 1. Interlude Rites of Binding T. The smell of burning wood and flesh filled the air as the tattooed man tossed a human heart onto the burning brazier adorning his makeshift altar. Pure, untainted essence flowed from the vessel into his serrated packed blade, making the obsidian dagger glow with an inner light. The warlock of Vichy inhaled deeply, savoring the aftermath of his slaughter as he absorbed the fleeting life force of the final sacrifice. With a sharp gesture, a pair of acolytes approached. Their bald heads were marked with a single tattoo declaring their allegiance to the demon goddess of annihilation, but they had not yet earned a pact. "Come forward and receive your first blessing," the warlock spoke, his gravelly voice filling the air like thunder. One of the acolytes fell to their knees briefly, overwhelmed by the power in that voice. The second struggled against the pressure and managed to stay upright, earning a small nod of respect from their master. Both acolytes stood before the warlock, heads bowed as he slowly drew a new design upon their scalps. With a savage smile, he thrust his packed blade into the first acolyte's chest. "The weak have no place in Our Lady's service," he growled, pulling every bit of essence out of the man's soul as he dropped to his knees for the second time. The warlock placed his glowing hand on the remaining acolyte's head and chanted in a language that seemed to twist reality. Black wisps of power floated in the air as he channeled a portion of the reeved essence into a new tattoo, establishing a connection between the mortal and something beyond. The acolyte started to shiver as darkness poured out of the tattoo, briefly transforming his skin into the black nothingness of a legionnaire before fading back normal. The man looked up at his master and smiled. Blood dribbled down his chin from where he'd bitten his tongue during the ritual. I can feel her power flowing through me. All glory to Lady Vichy. May the world crumble to dust in her grip. You have taken one step closer to being worthy of the bond, acolyte Carmichael, the warlock whispered. A single mission lies between you and your pact mate. What must I do, master? I am required in the north, but the Legion will continue its mission. There is a dungeon 2 days south of here. You and the aspirants are to take this cohort and obtain the dungeon's core and bring it to me. You have mastered the ritual, he bowed his head. Yes, master, it is within my power. Bright flames erupted from his palms, slowly transforming from normal fire into something darker. His pyromancer class had served him well before he'd embraced the glory of Lady Vichy, and that arcane knowledge would continue to serve him as he earned his rightful place in her ranks. Good. Go now with the promise of our goddess that once you are successful, she will bless you as I have been blessed. As the newly elevated acolyte turned to gather his forces, he failed to see the hungry expression on the face of his master or sense the looming presence behind him. Hours later, the corpse of the first acolyte still lay on the sandy ground, ignored and unmourned, as were the hundreds of other innocents scattered throughout the partially burned ruins of the once thriving fishing village. Chapter 30 Upgrades. I opened my notifications as soon as I woke up, wanting to get everything out of the way first thing. Upgrades complete. 7,500 essence has been invested into your magic attribute, raising it from 16 to 18. 3,500 essence has been invested into your mobility attribute, raising it from 11 to 12. Energy flowed through my mana channels, expanding them and extending them down to the cellular level. Tiny, microscopic filaments crisscrossed my body, saturating every bit of me with the potential for increased mana. My senses expanded as well, and I could almost feel something calling to me from just out of reach, teasing me with the promise of increased power and control. I was 2 points away from another attribute milestone, and something deep inside of me was itching for whatever getting to 20 would unlock. Essence saturated my muscles, increasing my reflexes and balance. Even flat on my back, I could feel exactly how my weight was distributed across the surface of the mattress, and how I could slip out of bed without disturbing any of the 3 lovely ladies asleep at my side. 900 essence used to improve your knowledge of the armor, leather skill. New rank, 10 8,500 essence used to improve your knowledge of the balefire skill. New rank, 22,700 essence used to improve your knowledge of the manifest bond skill. New rank, 15,000 essence used to improve your knowledge of the pyromancy spell school skill. New rank, 21,000 essence used to improve your knowledge of the thaumaturgy spell school skill. New rank, 15. Reaching rank 10 in my leather armor skill was pretty underwhelming compared to the rest of the data that the system shoved into my skull. I learned how to take advantage of its flexible nature to deflect some attacks, and how to more comfortably fasten it. Balefire, though, for a minute I seriously thought that I might have an aneurysm right then and there. Before the upgrade, balefire was already utterly devastating to almost everything it touched. With the upgrade, the new skill rank gave me a lot more control over the ability, including changing its shape. The exact methods to do so were still percolating through my brain meat, but I was pretty sure that with enough practice I'd be able to shape it into a fireball-type spell, or possibly something like a whip. Manifest Bond also came with a pretty epic improvement. Before the upgrade, the skill was a constant drain on my mana. After, the cost to manifest the physical transformations from my bond was a flat cost. I could pay the mana to transform my hands to claws or manifest my wings, and they'd stay until I canceled the skill without any upkeep cost. And my wings would be big enough to fly. The change to pyromancy was minimal. Yes, fire hot. Got it. Thaumaturgy, on the other hand, was another punch right in my brain's dangly bits. Every time I raised that spell school, it totally fucked with my entire understanding of magic. The bits and bobs that previously made no sense when I looked at my spells were crystal clear after the upgrade, as were the ways I could tweak them, or completely destroy them. And the spell that came with it, Chef's Kiss. New spell acquired. Spell: Disruption Bolt School, Thaumaturgy. Type: Offense Disruption. Range: Long duration. Instant 30 seconds. This spell creates a bolt of chaotic energy that disrupts the ability of a being to hold or manipulate mana. Damage done is proportional to the size of the target's mana pool and the relative strength of their magic attribute against the casters. Hell yeah, I thought. Not only was having another bolt spell a great addition to my arsenal, but one specifically geared to take out enemy casters was amazing. Demon healers and mages beware, I'm coming for you. Congratulations. You have reached levels 15 and 16. Your health pool has increased by 50. Your mana pool has increased by 100. Your stamina pool has increased by 50. Things were looking great. I was leveling like a champ. I was healthy, had a nice new home, and 4 beautiful women to share it with. It was a dream come true. The ladies were still out cold, probably still processing their upgrades, so I leaned back, closed my eyes, and took advantage of the soft bed to get a few more hours of sleep while my brain finished processing. The universe had other plans. The sound of shattering glass startled me awake. I leapt out of bed, looking around for whatever had broken. The room was quiet and the ladies were still sleeping. What the hell? There was another crash, but this time I was able to tell it was inside my head. It was Dara's upgrade cocoon shattering into a million pieces. Yes, Dara screamed, drawing me into my mindscape. She was floating above the shattered remains of her essence cocoon, as naked as the day she was born. Flames covered her from head to toe, dancing over her flesh like she was some kind of anime protagonist about to power up for the big fight with the bad guy. I just hoped it didn't take 3 episodes to get there. She was gorgeous, and I couldn't help but drink in the sight of her. Every single inch. She flexed her claws and stretched, and I was filled with a desire to take her right then and there. She looked down at me and smiled, showing off her perfectly shaped canines and pearly white teeth. I felt my clothing dissolve as she floated down into my embrace, joining our bodies together into something more than just sex. Your pact bond with the succubus Dara has reached stage 9. New ability unlocked. Divine soul. Your soul has been permanently bound to that of the demigoddess, Dara. You are now effectively immortal. Upon the death of your mortal form, your soul will have the option to remain on lore with the potential to be reborn or resurrected via system-approved means. Fire raced through my body as our lovemaking transcended the physical and became a joining of the soul. I felt myself changing as the power flowing through the bond remade me into something more. Before coming to lore, the idea of being permanently bound to another would have raised all sorts of red flags, but now, with her, it was the most perfect outcome I could imagine. I had no idea what the whole rebirth or resurrection bit was about, but the knowledge that even if I died here, my soul would remain with Dara gave me an immense sense of comfort. Another massive pulse of energy shot through me, filling me to the brim with bliss that was multitudes beyond any carnal pleasure, but at the same time able to satisfy that craving completely. We floated apart, hand in hand, as we gazed deeply into each other's eyes, sharing a rush of emotion that had no words worthy of expressing it. I wasn't sure how long we stood like that, but eventually movement in the physical realm broke the trance. "Wow," she said, smiling awkwardly. Wow is right, I said. That was intense. She squeezed my hands. Now we'll never have to be apart. Even if death should take you from me, as long as your soul is intact, we can be together. So, I said, how exactly does that work? She giggled. It's not very complicated. It just means that your soul will stick around once you die. Yeah, but where? I said. Am I gonna turn into a ghost, haunt the place of my death until my unresolved issues are complete? She laughed again. This isn't an episode of Supernatural, Sebastian. No, your soul will return to my father's realm until we can bring you back. Yeah, but bring me back how? Well, since you're already linked to a dungeon core, my father can reincarnate you as a dungeon lord. You won't technically be a mortal anymore, but you'll still be you. We can run the stone tree together like we planned. Okay. I guess running a dungeon would be pretty fun, especially with you to come home to every night, I said with a smile. She caressed my cheek. I still prefer you alive, so don't go getting any funny ideas. No, I don't want to die. I remember how much that sucked, both from my first meeting with Truck Kun and during the training dungeon. I plan to live a long, long time. Good, she said and kissed the tip of my nose. Now we'd better get out there if you don't want to miss what Tumanako wants to do with your morning wood. My eyes went wide as I quickly stepped back into the physical to see a hungry-looking goblin gazing up at me. It was a great wake-up call. Chapter 31 Mud. So much mud it took a little while to actually get out of bed, but once everyone was satisfied, we took turns in the shower before beginning our preparations for the journey to the womb. The Nexus Gate was a part of the core, but it needed a place to manifest. It would cost some essence to create a room for it, but based on Dara's frown upon seeing the marks my normal gate spell had made on the common room floor, it would be worth it. I wasn't sure why she was so mad at the burn marks. Either one of us could fix them instantly with a wave of a hand. I guess it was the principle or something. Having our own dedicated portal room would make coming and going a lot easier, too. Especially once the incursion was over and we had the inn up and running. Security was a secondary concern, since the only people who would be able to access the gate would be our allies, but we didn't want it to be visible to the public either. With that in mind, we decided to permanently lay claim to one of the luxury rooms and connect it to the new portal room via a secret passage. It wasn't anything too complicated, but Dara was able to limit access to our group via some kind of super secret dungeon magic. The portal room itself was pretty plain, all things considered. The only real decoration was a stone archway marking where the gate would be, which was built into the wall directly across from the hallway leading back up to our room. Ready, Dara said as she faced the archway. Yeah, let's do it, I said. Dara snapped her fingers dramatically and a glowing crimson portal appeared in the arch, filling the designated area perfectly. A soft hum filled the air as the energy stabilized into a glossy, crimson pool showing a reflection of the room. So how does this key thing work? Lyra asked, gesturing at the portal. Tumanako shrugged while Revan got a thoughtful look on her face. It's not very complicated, Dara replied. Well, not very complicated if you've been trained to be a dungeon lord. She reached out and scooped up a handful of the portal like it was made of clay. Now we just take this and add it to the portals we want to link, and how do you say it, Sebastian? Bazinga. I laughed. Not my first choice of expressions, but it'll do. Dara molded the ball of portal goo into a sphere and blew on it, transforming it to stone. She tossed it my way and I barely caught it. Keep that in your spatial bag until we get to the destination. Yes, ma'am, I said with a flourish. I tucked it safely into my bag of holding and looked around the room, meeting everyone's gaze in turn. Ready for a nice hike through the Dreadmarsh? Revan's expression immediately fell. I've had enough mud for a lifetime. Tumanako snorted. Never too much mud. She gestured to her exposed skin. Mud is great for the complexion. With a snort of her own, Lyra threw her arm around the two ladies and led them towards the stairs. Have you ever been to North Shield? There's an inn there called the Pen, and they have this thing called mud wrestling. It's much to my dismay they moved out of range and I didn't get to hear the rest of the description. I looked to Dara. Well, my love, ready to get dirty? She smiled and gave me a deep, passionate kiss, answering via our bond a second before her avatar disappeared. Why subject myself to the mud when I have such a comfy place inside of you? I laughed. You know, I can always transform my mindscape to match the swamp. You wouldn't dare. I don't know. What do I get in return for shuttling you across the swamp? The vision she sent me made sure that my journey back up the stairs was a bit uncomfortable. My new armor was awesome, and all with some extra room in the pants, but not that much extra room. No one was looking forward to trekking through the mud again, well, except maybe Tumanako. But we had a job to do, so we were going to do it. The last time we'd made the trip from the stone tree to the womb it took almost an entire day, but Tumanako assured us that with her as a guide we'd be able to get there faster. We spent the time discussing our latest upgrades so we could plan for future encounters. I went first, letting them all know about the improvement to balefire and my overall increase in magical deliciousness. Lyra picked up where I left off. She'd focused on stats, gaining multiple points in both power and hardiness as well as minor increases to her melee skills. She was quite comfortable with her current arsenal and didn't want to add anything new. Tumanako had been saving up for something, and the giant essence reward had totally blown past her goal. She increased her mobility by 2 and magic by 1, which would give her enough mana to utilize the skill book she'd been hoarding for an ability called Shadow Walk. True to its name, the skill would allow her to teleport short distances through shadows. She'd already raised it up to the 5th rank and improved the base ability's range. Reven had spent most of her reward to rank up her divine favor pool. Fighting demons meant bringing the wrath of the gods down on their heads, and that meant she needed more god juice. My words, not hers. The rest was spread through her other skills, upping their effectiveness all around. And Dara, well, she remained a murder machine, with extra murder and an extra tank of gas. Tumanako hadn't been lying when she said she knew a quicker way to get to the heart of the Dreadmarsh. When Reven and I had made the trek, we'd spent most of the time stumbling through the muck trying to get to the marking on my system map, and it had taken almost twice as long. Apparently, when dealing with a swamp, the quickest way between 2 points was not a straight line. There was a raft waiting for us when we arrived at the lake, manned by the surly one-eyed orc that had greeted us on our first visit. Unlike last time, he took one look at our marks and grunted before guiding us across the lake in silence. When we reached the other side, High Keeper Orethma was waiting at the docks. Tumanako saw her before we were fully stopped and turned towards me and grinned as she stepped into One Eye's shadow and disappeared from the raft. Almost immediately, the sounds of her joyful reunion with her adopted mother filled the air, much to the High Keeper's chagrin. "Oh, do calm down, daughter," she grumbled half-heartedly. "You've not been away for long enough to warrant all of this." Tumanako grinned. "Many times I have faced death. Each makes the days gone by seem like years." The keeper patted her on the shoulder. "Yes, yes, now let's get back inside so you can do what you came here for." I bowed in greeting. "So you know why we're here then?" She looked at me like I was an idiot. "You think you're the only one who talks to the gods, bah, humans." Lyra shivered. "Not an experience I want to duplicate anytime soon." I was tempted to point out that she regularly locked lips with a demigoddess, but figured that could wait until we were in private. "Oh, don't you ruin my fun," Dara sent through our bond. "It's not like I've been very secretive about my nature. It'll be so much fun when she finally realizes it." "Okay," I replied as we followed the keeper into the tunnels. "Hey, High Keeper, can I summon Dara before we get too deep? I don't want to mess with any of your wards." She looked back at me and moved to the side of the tunnel. "Make it quick." I have better things to do today than to escort you lot around, she grunted. The sooner you're out of my hair, the better. She looked at Tumanako. Not you. You're always welcome here, but the sheer amount of grumbling I have to put up with from the chieftains when pinkskins walk these halls is exasperating. I summoned Dara in her human form, figuring it would net the High Keeper less complaints than if she was there in all of her glory, and we moved on. The High Keeper led us on a path directly to the central room where the rites of war took place and gestured to the pit. "It's down there," I asked. "No, idiot. I brought you here for my amusement," the Keeper grumbled. She rolled her eyes. "Of course it's down there. That's where the Glade core is. Had to waste good essence creating a new path for it too." She narrowed her eyes at me. "Do you know how much essence it costs to rearrange a multi-stage dungeon?" "Nope," I said while Dara nodded. The succubus frowned. "Expensive," the Keeper snorted. "Bah, when the goddess wants something done, it gets done." She waved to the open pit again. "Now go, damn." "All right already," I said and approached the edge of the pit. "Sure this isn't going to make us go through another of the rites?" "It will not," she replied, and I could tell that I was on the verge of being Sparta kicked into the pit for a second time. "Fine," I said and took a deep breath. "YOLO," I jumped in. As I plummeted through the darkness, I realized just how inappropriate the term YOLO was to my situation. Technically, this was my second life, so wouldn't it be YOLT? You only live twice. And I was technically immortal now, so YOLF. You only live forever. The shock of hitting the pool at the bottom of the pit was enough to rescue me from the trip down that rabbit hole. 3 loud splashes and a barely perceptible splish joined me seconds later. Chapter 32 Connections. ONCE. Everyone arrived. The healing waters drained away, leaving us in a pentagonal chamber. The statues marking the 4 paths of the Karak Mine took up 4 of the walls, with the 5th having an open archway leading into a small round room. Floating in the middle of the room was the Glade's Nexus gate, open and waiting for us. "So, what now?" I asked, gesturing to the gate. Dara smiled and held out her hand. "You give me the key from our gate and I establish the link. Then the fun part begins." "Fun part?" Lyra and Revan asked simultaneously. Dara nodded and bounced with excitement. "Oh yes, once we link this gate to our own, we get to clean out the connection." Revan looked confused. "What do you mean?" she said slowly. Tumanako tilted her head quizzically. "Clean out the connection." Dara smiled and nodded again. "Uh-huh. Adding the key to this portal will create a tunnel through the astral back to our core. There's usually some gunk left over at first that needs to be cleaned out before the connection can be finalized." "Gunk?" I asked. "Uh-huh, gunk, like ectoplasm and stuff." "That sounds easy. Creatures made of ectoplasm and stuff," she clarified. "What?" the rest of us said in unison. Dara sighed and tapped her chin. "Okay, there are critters that live in the astral. When we connect 2 gates together, it bores a tunnel through the astral. Sometimes some of the critters get caught in the tunnel." Lyra raised an eyebrow. "So we have to fight some astral creatures. Can't we just ask them to get out?" Dara shook her head. "No. They're not intelligent and they really, really hate physical creatures. I don't have any personal experience with them, but from what I've read, they are quite fond of devouring mortals who end up in their realm. Body, mind, and soul." Revan gave her a flat look. "I see, and we need to do this for each connection," Dara nodded. "Yeah, that's why I was happy Sebastian convinced my father to handle one of the links. We'll only have to deal with 2. She got a thoughtful look on her face. "Although it does mean less essence for us." "The astral critters give essence?" Lyra asked. "Yes, of course. Well, if you know how to harvest it or have a packed blade," Tumanako frowned. "Boo, an idea flashed through my head. What if, hey, I want to try something?" Lyra gave me a skeptical look. "Should we be concerned?" I shook my head and looked at Dara, sending her my idea. Her eyes lit up and then went unfocused for a few seconds. She blinked and gave me a giant smile. "That should work. You have to set it up, though." I nodded. "All right, 1 second." I focused inwards to the controls that governed how much of the essence I absorbed would be shared with Dara. In the past, I'd always pictured it as a simple valve diverting a set portion of my essence intake to her. Now, I shifted my perception and attempted to change it. The image started to shift, but there was some resistance. The mechanic for essence sharing was a core part of my class. We had to share the essence between us. Now I wanted to split it even further, sharing everything between my entire bevy of beautiful ladies. I focused on the change I wanted and pressed harder, but it wasn't until Dara joined me that it worked. There was a slight pop and the symbolic valve changed. "Sweet," I said, flashing a smile around the room. "Check this out." I pulled out an indigo essence crystal and held it out so they could see. With a thought, I absorbed it. Plus 100 essence, 20 to Dara, 20 to Lyra, 20 to Revan, 20 to Tumanako. Their eyes went wide. "What did you do?" Revan gasped. I shrugged. "Well, my bond with Dara let me split the essence I absorb with her, and her with me, so I did some mental plumbing and switched some things around so I can share it with everyone on my friends and family plan." Dara snorted and shook her head. The others just looked confused. I tossed Dara an indigo crystal. "Let's see if everything works the way I wanted it to." She flashed me a wicked smile and then popped the crystal into her mouth, shivering with pleasure as she absorbed it. A second later I felt a rush of power as the essence flowed through our bond. Plus 20 essence from the looks on their faces, they'd gotten it too. "Awesome," I said. "Now whenever Dara drains one of these astral essence donors, we can all benefit." Revan just stood there staring at me with a blank expression on her face while Lyra grabbed Dara and Tumanako and danced in a circle. "What's wrong?" I said to Revan, not understanding how this could be a bad thing. There were tears forming in her eyes. She reached out and took my hand. "Nothing. I am just so happy," she let out a half laugh, half sob. "If anyone had told me I'd lose my heart to a human and find myself as one of many women to hold his heart, I would have laughed in their face." "And burned them with holy fire," Lyra interjected, earning a snort from the priestess. "Unlikely," Revan said with a laugh, "but I would have been sorely tempted." Dara, Lyra, and Tumanako gathered around the two of us and we shared a silent moment of appreciation for our budding family. Tumanako opened her mouth to say something, but Lyra put her hand over her mouth before she could say anything. "No, we aren't going to fuck now," the redhead said jokingly. The goblin huffed. "Of course not. This is a sacred place." Lyra smiled in apology. "Sorry, you just always will fuck in the astral tunnel thing." Chapter 33 As soon as Dara put the keystone into the portal, the shiny red surface popped like a bubble, revealing the beginning of a long gray tunnel. "Okay," Dara said, gesturing to the portal. "Once we step through, we'll be between planes. It's still technically lore, but it's a lot closer to the void too, so keep your eyes open." "Will there be demon spawn?" Lyra asked, her eyes busy scanning the tunnel for any visible threats. "I hope not," Revan said. "If the demon spawn had access to the portal network, the world would be in a more precarious position." Dara nodded. "There are no demon spawn in the Nexus, or the Astral really. Don't ask me why, but the kings of hell seem to be afraid of it." Revan nodded in agreement. "My temple has theories, but no one has been able to determine the truth of it, so we are forced to go on faith." "What kinds of creatures are we watching for?" Tumanako asked, gesturing towards the portal with her bow. "Humanoid beasts. Reapers," I added, and all eyes turned towards me. "Reapers," Lyra and Revan asked simultaneously. I shrugged. "Last time I was in the astral was when the Reaper kidnapped me from Earth and dragged me to lore. Not that I'm complaining about the end result of that trip, but it was a little traumatizing, you know." Dara slipped her arm around me and leaned her head on my chest. "No Reapers, just astral echoes. Considering where we are, I anticipate some sort of swamp life. Ghostly gators, mosquitoes, slimes." "What do you mean by echoes?" I asked. "Beings on the astral have no natural form, so they imitate creatures from the physical realm. Shapes and creatures taken from the dreams of mortals, that sort of thing. Dreams or nightmares? Lyra asked. Dara's smile was all the answer she needed. Great, Lyra sighed. We'll be able to hurt them though, right? Of course, Dara replied, especially with your new gear. Mundane weapons would have trouble, but we're well equipped. Tumanako gave me a wicked smile. Very well equipped. Revan rolled her eyes. Yes, well, let's prepare our defenses and get moving. The sooner we complete the connection, the sooner this war can end. I chuckled. I for one look forward to having dinner at home. Dara pulled away and gave me a sympathetic look. My plan was to return here as soon as we finalized the path and dine with the High Keeper. I'm sure Tumanako would enjoy spending more time among the people. Tumanako nodded in agreement. Plus, it's closer to the greenstone depths, so we can get there faster. I let out a long sigh. At least the jaw is good. Revan covered her mouth to hide her amusement. Perhaps your Cambion palate can handle the orcish cuisine. Have you tried it since your evolution? Why would I willingly subject myself to that again? I can live on bread alone, at least when there's more spice than food in the rest of the dishes. Tumanako shook her head in disappointment. You're lucky you have a big, okay then, I said, cutting her off. Let's go clear out the astral subway and finish this quest. It took a few minutes to get everyone fully buffed and recover our mana, but the portal wasn't in a hurry. I was concerned about what we'd face, but it couldn't be worse than a horde of demon spawn. The other side of the portal was strange to say the least. The entire realm was devoid of color, making our party look completely out of place. The tunnel was completely circular, so we'd have to watch our footing as we moved forward. I estimated the whole thing was about 15 feet in diameter, and as far as I could see it was a completely straight line. At least we'll be able to see anything in our way, Lyra said as she led the way, shield raised. Dara shook her head. Not necessarily. From what I've learned, the astral critters are very skilled at camouflage and often don't take physical form until they sense prey nearby. I've never seen them myself, but Lyra screamed as a massive creature erupted out the ground like some kind of lizard-shark hybrid and attempted to bite her face off. She leapt back and raised her shield, creating a wall of light between her and the critter's gnashing teeth. The creature's mouth crashed into the wall and was turned to the side, but the weight of its entire body was too much for the mystical defense. The golden wall shattered into a million pieces as it crashed through. It had lost a lot of momentum, but it was still big enough to send Lyra stumbling as its shoulder slammed into her shield. A small gust of wind was my only warning as several other beasts pulled themselves out of the walls and swooped in. One took the form of a massive hawk with gray feathers, gray beak, gray, you get the point. The damned thing was fast too, almost too fast. I barely avoided losing my eyes as it dove at me, talons extended. Harnessing some of my martial arts training, I rolled backwards, ducking the creature's attack. Dara leapt towards my attacker and grabbed it in her claws, tackling it to the ground where she proceeded to rip it apart and drain it dry. +10 essence, +10 essence, +10 essence. I silenced my notifications and focused on the rest of the echoes crawling out of the walls. I raised my hand to use balefire, but something deep in my lizard brain was screaming at me to stop, so I clamped down on the gathered mana and summoned my pack blade instead, parrying another swooping beast before rolling to my feet. Damn it, just stay still. Lyra growled as she used her area taunt to gather up the enemies. The landshark had lost some of its initial speed and was proving to be quite useful as a meat shield against the rest of the echoes. Without surprise on its side, its attacks became slow and predictable, unlike the dozen or so of flying beasties that looked like someone had taken a bunch of shrooms and watched way too many bird documentaries. I targeted the swarm with Inferno, knocking a few out of the air and setting a few more on fire. Their feathers burned quite nicely, but somehow having no feathers left didn't seem to affect their ability to fly. "Great," Lyra said as she swatted away another attack. "Now we've got to deal with a swarm of flaming murder birds." An ebony arrow skewered one of the astral creatures, pinning it to the misty wall. A second arrow clipped another of the beasts, causing it to spiral down into Dara's waiting arms. "Yes," she hissed, draining it as she had the first before leaping on top of the giant lizard for a heartier meal. Healing energy washed over Lyra, closing the bruises and scrapes she'd suffered in her initial meeting with the big boy. "Thanks." Revan followed it up with a fresh shielding spell, restoring the extra protection that had been overwhelmed by the shark. The flock scattered as Lyra's taunt wore off, the little bastards darting off to attack our squishier members. Surgically applied bolts of fire intercepted the two that targeted me, while Tumanako skewered another pair that went for Revan. Lyra hit the giant creature with her single-target taunt, keeping it firmly focused on her while Dara ripped into its back. There were 6 birds left, and I got to meet one up close and personal as it latched onto my shoulders. The claws weren't strong enough to pierce my new armor, but it still hurt like a bitch. It stabbed at my face with its beak, and I barely got my arm up in time to keep from losing an eye. What was with these things and going for my eyes? Its beak snapped shut on my wrist hard enough to break the bones. "Motherfucker!" I screamed, and tried to stab the bird with my other hand. A bolt of golden light singed its wing as Revan came to my aid, distracting it for just long enough. My packed blade melted through its feathers like butter as it slipped into its side. I drew deep, pulling every ounce of the sweet, sweet essence out of the astral echo. It let out a loud squeal as its body dissolved. It was eerily similar to how the demon spawn's bodies behaved when they lost the essence empowering them. While I was busy with my bird problem, Lyra and Tumanako had taken out the rest, and Dara continued her assault on the land shark. I almost felt bad for it as its body slowly deflated, but the rush of essence coming through the bond was too intoxicating. So much so that as soon as Revan healed my injured wrist, I joined in on the fun, plunging my packed blade deep into the creature's side. That was a mistake. While Dara was out of reach of its claws and teeth, I was not. The creature flopped towards me, mouth snapping closed inches from my stomach. Its claw was more accurate. It ripped through my armor and deep into my stomach. "Sebastian!" Revan cried and started chanting a spell. I stumbled back, releasing my packed blade in favor of keeping my insides from becoming my outsides. I could feel my regeneration kick in, and didn't want to think about what would happen if my guts were caught outside my body when the gash healed. One hell of a hernia. Revan's healing magic washed over me. My guts were sucked back into my abdomen almost instantly as the magic did its thing, reattaching all the bits and bobs designed to keep my organs in place. Surprisingly, when the gash finished healing, I could see the edges of my armor mending as well. It was a hell of a lot slower than my flesh, but it was noticeable. "Done being stupid?" Lyra asked. Dara finished off the shark and rushed over. She grabbed me by the chin and turned my head so she could look me in the eye. "What the hell was that?" she asked. I shrugged. "I figured if we both drained it, it would die faster and be less dangerous for you." She rolled her eyes and gave me a quick kiss. "I had it handled, but I appreciate you wanting to look out for me." My body was vibrating with the influx of essence that Dara had drained from the echoes, and I could tell the rest of the group was feeling it too. I was used to it, at least somewhat, but I could see that Lyra and Revan were completely buzzed. From the looks Tumanako was giving me, I wouldn't be surprised if she tried to jump my bones right there and then. Dara must have sensed the same thing because she rushed across the room to the goblin and whispered something in her ear that got her full attention. Tumanako nodded emphatically and then moved a few steps down the tunnel, bow in hand. "What did you tell her?" I asked Dara through the bond. "I promised her that as soon as we got back to the inn you would fuck her brains out. She flashed me a smile. "I expect to hear a dazzling report of your performance." I shook my head with a laugh. My life was just so hard. Woe is me, the sacrifices I am called upon to make for the good of the team. According to Dara, the longer we stayed in the tunnel, the higher the risk that more astral echoes would manifest, so we moved out as soon as we were healed. I wasn't sure exactly how long the whole astral tunnel thing was, but Dara didn't think it would be long since the distance wasn't that far in the physical world. All in all, the rest of the trip was pretty uneventful. We didn't run into any more land sharks, and the small packs of bird monstrosities we found were easily handled. The last group popped up right before we reached the end of the tunnel and almost got the jump on us while we were distracted by the exit portal, which looked like a rose-colored window looking into the portal room in our dungeon. Almost. "Alrighty," Dara said as the last of the bird monsters was destroyed. "Everyone through the portal. I have to be last to finalize the connection." I followed Lyra and Tumanako into the portal room and sighed as the feeling of home settled over me. I hadn't noticed it before, but the world just felt more solid inside the tree. I offered Revan my hand as she stepped through the portal, and she took it with a smile before clearing the way for Dara. As soon as the succubus stepped through, the portal flashed a brilliant red and then snapped shut. Quest update. Unification. Equals stone tree hybrid core linked to Glade network. Heavy checkmark before I could say anything. Tumanako grabbed me by the pants and pulled me towards our room. Dara flashed me a grin while Lyra and Revan just looked on with amusement. "A promise is a promise," I said as the curve of the tunnel took us out of view of the others. Chapter 34. It's easy being green. Orplay was right out. She knew what she wanted and I was happy to give it to her, even if it did make me feel like a piece of meat. Then again, fuck it. If all she wanted was a quick and dirty raw dog rodeo, then I was just the cowboy for the job. Yee-haw, yippee-ki-yay, goblin fucker. She dragged me into the bedroom, not even bothering to close the door behind us. Her armor disappeared as she whirled around to face me, a mixture of anticipation and hunger on her face. I willed my armor away and rushed forward, grabbing her by the back of her thighs and tackling her onto the carpeted floor. She landed hard, but it only seemed to excite her. She growled low in her throat and ripped off my underwear. Literally ripped it off. I was just glad that the cloth gave way before anything got squished. I crawled on top of her, pinning her arms to the ground as she spread her thighs, inviting me in. With a growl of my own, I bit her neck, earning a moan of pleasure. Her nipples were hard against my chest, and as she ground herself against me, I could tell she was already dripping wet. I leaned down and kissed her with a rough, animal passion and shifted my hips to line things up. I bit her lower lip gently and slid myself into her, evoking a loud moan of pleasure. "Yes, fuck me, Sebastian. Save your kisses and caresses for later. I just need your cock, hard and fast, take me." In answer, I thrust as hard and as deep as I could go, bottoming out in her tight, wet pussy. She arched her back and gasped. "Yes, just like that." Letting her wrists go, I grabbed her hips, using them as handles as I drove myself into her over and over, enjoying every grunt, every scream, and every moan of pleasure. She tilted her hips upwards, grinding with every thrust as I did my best to live up to the term balls deep. Sexual energy filled the room, and I drank it in as I opened our bond as wide as it would go. Her pleasure joined my own, building to a fever pitch as we approached climax together. Her dark eyes locked onto mine as a small trickle of drool trickled down her chin. "Yes, fill me." Even with my enhanced hardiness, maintaining the level of intensity that my feisty goblin lady wanted was tiring, and a man could only last so long with a double handful of luscious tits and his cock balls deep in a tight, wet pussy. With one last thrust, I let go and howled as my seed flooded her womb, igniting a fire that burned through us both. Waves of orgasmic ecstasy washed over me, sending my hips into a renewed fucking frenzy that smashed the replay button with every single thrust. The limits of our bond strained with the sheer quantity of essence flooding the system, but as the connections frayed, the essence healed the damage, leaving what was left both solid and strong. Once the initial pulses of pleasure faded, I thought we were done, but she had other ideas. With a wicked grin, she flipped me onto my back and mounted up, taking full advantage of her sensitive bits to reach orgasm a second and third time. My Cambion body's ability to get hard with the slightest encouragement was awesome. Gods, I loved my life. Chapter 35. One down and one to go. We rejoined the others in the common room. A little while later there were some smirks and whispered jokes, but it was all in good fun. No one seemed the least bit jealous, which continued to throw me for a loop. I'd shed some of my earthly sensibilities, but some were harder to shake than others, and no matter how much evidence I had to the contrary, I was continually surprised by the simple acceptance of the harem lifestyle. "So now what?" Lyra asked. "Back through the gate to the womb, dine with the High Keeper, and then south to the Greenstone Dungeon," Dara nodded. "That was the plan." She turned to Tumanako. "You know the quick way out of the Dreadmarsh to the south?" The goblin nodded. "Of course. All scouts are required to memorize the sunken roads." "How long from Kalak Visto Gath to the Greenstone Hills?" I asked and crossed my fingers, hoping the trip south didn't require us to stay in the swamp for too long. It didn't look that far on the system map. Tumanako's nose scrunched up as she thought about the question and mapped our route in her head. "If I was alone, it would take 2 days to clear the swamp. With all of us, 3 days more if we want to hunt." Revan shivered, likely remembering our march to Ashford. "Are you accounting for our very own Warcenter?" she asked while gesturing towards me. 4 days then," she said. "Wait, why would it take longer?" I said, a bit confused. "Warcenters help speed the war host. We are not a war host. The sound of drums will draw predators from all over. Predators avoid the host but will see us as a tasty meal." Lyra laughed. "Guess we're not big and green enough to keep the beasties away." "Exactly," the goblin replied. Revan idly tapped her staff against the floor. "I would rather not remain in the marsh longer than necessary. While I would welcome the chance to gain additional essence, I think completing our mission as quickly as possible is the most prudent course." "I agree," Lyra and I said together. The redhead looked over at Dara with a playful pout. "You're going to be with us this time, right? Our tent will be much colder without you there to lend us your heat." She batted her eyelashes. Dara's eyes narrowed slightly, but apparently a pair of emerald green eyes was enough to convince her to brave the mud instead of using me as a spiritual taxi. I was glad she'd be there, but also concerned that we weren't all going to fit in my tent. Revan must have seen where my thought process was going, because she placed a hand on my shoulder and spoke to me through our bond. "Don't worry. I have a tent that will fit us all. Well, it'll fit 4 of us at least. We'll need at least 1 person on watch." I let out a relieved sigh and kissed her gently. "Thank you," I said, placing my hand on hers. "Once we get this whole connection thing over and done with, I hope we have at least a night or 2 to relax." She laughed. "There is a saying here on Lore, the gods don't rest, so neither do those foolish enough to serve them." I gave her a playful slap on the ass. "Guess we'll have to make our own time then." She bit her lower lip and nodded in agreement. "I'm sure we will." The trip back to the womb was quick and easy. Dara opened the portal, we stepped through, and there we were. No astral tunnel, no critters, just instant transportation. One more magical mystery in a magical, mysterious world. The High Keeper met us in the portal room and escorted us out of the pit using a hidden staircase similar to the one Dara had built in the tree. She was even more gruff than usual, and seemed annoyed that we'd popped up under her nose again instead of just taking the long way. I was waiting for the speech about how, when she was young, she used to walk to the dungeon uphill, both ways, through the snow, but she didn't get quite that far. We brought up our plans to stay for dinner, but were unceremoniously shown the door. Tuminako seemed disappointed, but after a short conversation with her adopted mother she seemed to understand. Old One-Eye ferried us across the lake, eager to see the pinkskins gone from his holy site. Tuminako even joked that we'd made it across the lake in record time. The first day in the swamp was uneventful. The territory near the womb had been hunted thoroughly, and even the glade-spawned creatures knew that it was best to avoid the area. The only real excitement was Dara's reaction to the mud. "Oh gods, this is horrible," she moaned as she pressed through the muddy water concealing the road. "My boots are part of me." "How is there mud in my boots?" I gave her a sympathetic look. My feet were already pickled from the muddy water. You'd think that with the amount of magic and enchantments that were put into our gear, they would at least be waterproof. Tuminako snorted. "This is nothing. You should see the paths in the northwest, much deeper, with eels and leeches." Dara shuddered. Lyra looked at her and shook her head. "Why are you walking anyway? Can't you fly?" Dara froze in place, completely speechless. She opened her mouth a few times as if to say something, but nothing came out. After several attempts, she just hung her head and let out a long sigh. Seems I wasn't the only one who forgot important skills after an upgrade. Seconds later, she was hovering above the mud. Tuminako led us to a small hamlet located a short distance from the main path. The goblins that lived there recognized her on sight, and once Reven and I showed them our face stats, they were eager to host us for the night. Word had spread of our deeds with the war host at Ashford, and the people were nothing if not gluttons for a good tale. The entire community came out to celebrate, building a massive fire at the center of the village. Giant shanks of some kind of meat were pulled out of storage and set up to cook, while a massive cauldron of some kind of rice-like starch was put on to boil. The head of the village, a goblin named Waymery, had lost an arm during the battle for Ashford but kept fighting, earning recognition by the warchief himself when she'd killed a demon with the jagged end of the broken bone sticking out of her severed arm. I didn't know what to say to that. It was completely badass, but also completely insane, as was her decision to forego having the limb healed. Instead, she had a giant iron spike put in its place. I enjoyed the warmth of the fire while I watched Tuminako and Lyra listening to the mayor as she regaled them with the story of her victory once again, waving a chunk of meat skewered on her prosthetic spike around to emphasize her tale. Grease and juices went flying with every move. Her Thurin was much worse than Tuminako's, but Lyra seemed to be able to follow along fine. She caught me watching and gave me a smile before focusing back on the mayor. Dara had shifted back into human form and was seated next to me with Reven on the other side, watching the fire. "This part isn't too bad," she said. "Although I am going to miss our soft bed, my shoulders hurt." "You could walk," Reven said with a small smile. "Then we could both complain about sore legs. At least we won't need to hunt down a dry spot to set up camp. The villagers have offered us the use of one of their homes. Quite generous of them," I said with a smile. Dara nodded. "I wonder if they're soundproof." Reven blushed slightly before answering. "Likely not. Yuba's people have never been very shy about their carnal activities, as we've all experienced quite frequently from Mistress. Is it time to fuck over there?" I snorted. "True." I leaned in and kissed Dara on the cheek. "While I'd love to see just how soundproof our guest quarters are, I think we should conserve our strength for the mud." I bumped her with my hip. "It's a lot of work making sure all my ladies are satisfied." Dara pouted at me. "I guess you're right," she said as she slipped an arm around Reven's waist and pulled her closer. "But you can't tell me you're not curious about the load-bearing capacity of the cottage's crossbeams." She glanced at Reven and winked. "Aye," the priestess sputtered. She took a deep breath and regained some of her composure. "I'm sure that once our mission is over we'll have ample time to test out all kinds of accommodations." She gave a firm nod and focused on the fire. I could sense a mixture of determination and arousal through our connection, and I was sure Dara could as well due to the naughty look on her face when she turned back to me. There was a roar of laughter from across the fire as the mayor finished her tale, pantomiming stabbing an imaginary demon with her skewer. Tumanako took a large swig from a drinking horn and passed it to Lyra before saying something to the mayor that I couldn't make out. The mayor's eyes went wide and she looked over at me. "War chanter, sing us a song of your victory over the demons." "I haven't had a chance to write anything yet," I protested. Then again, I'd never really thought about doing so either. The mayor threw up her arms, swaying in place drunkenly. "Bah, well, write something now, I'm sure it'll be great," Dara nudged me. "I for one would love to hear a new Sebastian original." "Me too," Lyra yelled. Tumanako took another long drink. "A song, a song." She chanted in Orcish. Soon the entire village was chanting. No pressure, right? Revan leaned around Dara and smiled at me. "I would love to hear you sing again," she said before gasping as the succubus took the opportunity to nibble her neck. I let out a long sigh. "All right, give me a few and I'll put something together." I turned my focus inwards, mentally going through the catalog of songs that I knew that I could easily filk into something about the battle with the demon. Fight songs. Battle hymns, I had to laugh when I found the perfect song. Sure, I'd have to elongate some syllables to make it fit, but only Dara would have any clue where it came from. A few minutes later, I opened my eyes and took out my guitar, ready to play my freshly minted filk, The Power of Yuba, set to the tune of Eye of the Tiger. The mayor waved for quiet, and the villagers gathered around. The constant hum of celebration faded, leaving only the sound of the crackling fire as I started to play. Risen up out of the dreadmarsh, formed a horde, took no chances, played the cadence to give speed to our feet. Just a war host and their will to succeed. To Ashford's aid, we traveled so fast, but that's just part of the story. In came the demons who attacked us at last. Then we showed them what it felt like to bleed. With the power of Yuba and the thrill of the fight. Risen, up to the challenge of the demons, and the goddess's war host hunted them at first light. That's what happens when you face the power of Yuba. The lyrics were a lot more of a stretch after that, but the goblins seemed entertained. The song wasn't that long to begin with, so there weren't a lot of places where I could insert things from the battle, so I chose to keep it pretty generic and leave it at the intro, one verse, and the chorus. The goblins were drunk enough not to care. Giving glory to Yuba was enough for them, and by the time I finished playing the song for the 5th time, the night had devolved into the sound of laughter, vomiting, and the occasional screams of pleasure, or frustration in the case of the goblin version of Whiskey Dick, coming from the tents. Needless to say, my plans for a quiet evening were completely ruined. And by ruined, I mean transformed into a semi-drunken competition to see which hut could produce the loudest screams. We won. Chapter 36. Who? He next day was a slog. Dara was the only one who was anywhere near rested on account of her being a divine being, as she put it. The rest of us had to make do with the goblin coffee equivalent, which was actually quite good. I made sure not to ask what was actually in it. We left the hamlet just after sunrise, barely avoiding getting roped into another round of celebrations by the mayor, who was somehow still drunk. Tumanako was able to distract her with a quest to find some special kind of goblin ale so we could slip away. As we approached the edge of the marsh, the wildlife grew more bold. 3 times we had to fend off attacks by the giant reptiles that made the muddy waters their home, and by the time we reached the next encampment, we had an ample supply of hides and meat that we could trade for lodging. Unfortunately, the next village had no huts available, but we were allowed to set up our tent on a patch of dryish land. Once again, the village chief insisted on hosting a small feast in our honor, breaking out the good stuff, which turned out to be the orcish beverage I'd had the displeasure of sampling back in Darkforge. Luckily, I'd smuggled a bottle of vodka from behind the bar at the stone tree, so I was able to avoid the orcish drink. The orcs accused me of being a lightweight until I gave the chieftain a shot and he almost spit it out. After that, they left me alone. We spent the evening chowing down on some properly spiced lizard meat, enjoying a healthy round of alcoholic beverages, and sharing the tales of our experiences in the East. After a few shots, they even got me to play, sharing a nice mix of songs from Earth with the power of Yuba as the grand finale. That night we actually managed to get a good night's sleep, even with the liquor flowing. I won't pretend it was easy, but we managed to control ourselves. The orcs were a bit more disciplined than the goblins had been, and I didn't want to upset our hosts by keeping them up all night. Reven's tent was big enough for us to sleep comfortably, and Dara made things easier by returning to my mindscape for the night. She wasn't happy about it, or pretended that she wasn't. It might have been a ploy to stay out of the mud the next day. The next morning I wasn't nearly as tired as I expected to be. Reven's tent wasn't big, but it was comfortable. It also had some kind of enchantment on the bedrolls to make them conform to the user's body shape, like some kind of magical memory foam. Built-in temperature control, too. Of course you're well-rested, Dara sent. Your hardiness score is well above average, and those bedrolls are quite comfy. They are. Sure you don't want to join us today? I replied, stretching before willing my armor back into place. Absolutely. The closer we got to the edge of the Dreadmarsh, the easier things became. Mud and muck gave way to dirt and grassy hills, announcing our arrival in Greenstone. Well, that and the squad of soldiers who popped out of hiding with spears pointed our way. Halt in the name of Lord Weatherford, their leader commanded. Greenstone is closed to outsiders. He was a large man clad head to toe in plate with a massive halberd resting on his shoulder. His guards seemed professional, and as they came fully out of hiding I recognized two of the men. I elbowed Lyra and pointed. "Hey, isn't that Nathan the Stash and Billiam?" Lyra followed my gesture and laughed. "It is. Holy shit, talk about bringing back memories." "Not working for Atresh anymore?" I asked. Halberdman turned to his guards and gestured our way. "You know these people?" Nathan frowned and subconsciously fiddled with his magnificently groomed mustache. "They look familiar, but I can't recall where." Billiam cuffed him on the side of the head. "How the hell don't you remember that?" he said, gesturing to Lyra. "Made me wish I was 30 years younger watching her wade into the Oraga. And Floofy boy there," he continued, gesturing towards me, playing his oversized lute in the back. Nathan looked at me again and his eyes went wide. "Ah hell, it's him. He saved Peter." He turned to the captain. "I remember them now, Captain, those two at least. They're adventurers out of Tully Falls, helped us out when we got raided en route to Haven." "You're from Tully Falls?" Captain Halberd asked. I shrugged. "I got my first class from Shepherd Albin and cut my teeth in the depths." He nodded. "Well, Lord Weatherford hired us to patrol the border and keep out the riffraff. Good thing you're not riffraff then." He gestured to Tumanako and Reven. "Although you keep some strange company." I chuckled. "Don't worry, guys, we're just on our way to the dungeon to finish a quest." The captain grimaced. "'Fraid that's not gonna be as easy as it sounds. There's an army of kobolds surrounding the place. Lord Weatherford set up a quarantine. No one in, no one out." "What? Why?" I said. "The dungeons are popping out their critters to help kill the demon spawn. Why's Weatherford bottling them in?" One of the guards near the captain glared at me. "That's Lord Weatherford, peasant. Who are you to second-guess his orders?" Dude's armor was in perfect condition and had likely never seen combat, and the rich silk of his half-cloak sealed it. Whoever he wasn't a soldier. Whatever. I've never even heard of a Lord Weatherford," I said, waving dismissively at the dandy before addressing the captain. "The kobolds are allies." The idiot sputtered and glared at me. "Captain Shelton, I demand you arrest these adventurers for slander against our lord." The captain looked torn, looking back and forth between the idiot and us. "I don't think that's a very good idea, Squire Timmons. Just look at their gear. I don't think Timmons drew his arming sword and pointed it our way. By the authority granted to me by the Lord of Greenstone, I am placing you under arrest." "You and what army?" Tumanako said, flashing a savage grin at the man. Timmons took an involuntary step back and waved at the captain. "Add threatening a squire of the court to the charges." Revan narrowed her eyes. "Enough," she said in a cold voice. I could feel power radiating off of her, similar to what I'd first felt when attending court. The guards must have felt it as well because they froze in place. Even Timmons was quiet. She nodded curtly. "We will accompany you to your lord's estate and we can discuss these events with him directly," she said before dropping the aura. Captain Shelton shook his head and let out a long sigh. "So much for a peaceful patrol." He waved towards his men. "Come along then." Timmons looked back at us and then at the captain. "Aren't you going to confiscate their weapons?" Captain Shelton snorted. "If you want them to give up their weapons, you can try taking them." The looks every member of our party gave the squire was enough to quash that idea. Dara laughed inside my mind. Oh, he has no idea. I can't wait to see Timmons' face when his uncle or dad or cousin or whatever Lord Weatherford is to him sees just who he's been harassing. I coughed to cover up my laugh. Chapter 37, Nepotism, ONCE. We were on solid ground. We were able to move a lot faster, even with our uninvited escort. Squire Timmons spent the entire time glaring at us and muttering under his breath. My senses were sharp enough to hear every single gripe, most of which were quite unflattering towards our non-human members. If we weren't on our way towards what I anticipated would be a thorough humiliation of the man, I might have chosen violence. Lyra and I spent the walk chatting with Nathan and Billiam about what had been going on around Greenstone. My medieval social skills were practically non-existent, so I let Lyra do most of the talking while I eavesdropped with my enhanced senses. "So, what's the deal?" she asked. "Last time I was in town, the local lord was Baron Irvin." Billiam huffed. "I think Lord Weatherford inherited the barony or something when Irvin ran afoul of the Duke's daughter. And by ran afoul, he means got caught in her bed," Nathan said. "Irvin's note the lack of the honorific earned himself a place in the Duke's infantry fighting up north." "I see," I said. "And Weatherford was his heir," Nathan snorted. "Not even close. Lord Weatherford was the Duke's chancellor for decades. Greenstone was his reward for loyal service." He gestured towards Timmons. "The squire over there, that's the lord's nephew, thinks if he sucks enough he coughed, sucks up enough he'll be named heir." "Fat chance of that," one of the other guards said. "Kid's got less sense than a bag of rocks." "At least with a bag of rocks there's a chance you might get a spark if you knock 'em together," Billiam said before turning back to Lyra. "Now don't get me wrong, I love working for Lord Weatherford, but if that idiot gets named heir—" I saw nods of agreement from Nathan and the third guard who'd been listening in. Lyra clapped him on the back. "I'm sure a bunch of seasoned guardsmen like you can find a post anywhere near the wildlands. Hell, with that mustache, Nathan could probably land a cushy gig guarding some rich merchant's wares in Haven." She leaned in and whispered, "As long as he can keep his hands off the daughter's goods." The guards all laughed while Billiam caressed his bare upper lip. "I could probably manage a mustache." The guards all laughed. The Lord's Manor was located about 5 miles north of Tully Falls. At first glance I thought it was some kind of fortification between the human towns and the Dreadmarsh. It probably was one at some point. A white-haired soldier appeared above the gate as we approached. "You're back early, Shelton. Found yourself some adventurers?" he asked. "Commander Coleman," Timmons barked. "I demand you arrest these adventurers for slander against my Lord Weatherford and threatening my person." Coleman looked over at Captain Shelton and raised an eyebrow. "Is this true? Did they threaten the good squire?" His voice was heavy with sarcasm, but Timmons didn't seem to notice. Shelton frowned. When the squire announced that he was placing them under arrest, the goblin lady asked, and I quote, "You and what army?" The squire chose to take that as a threat. Looking at these adventurers, I believe it was a valid question. I doubt my patrol could handle them. Nathan and Billiam were nodding in agreement while some of the other guards frowned. I see. Yet they are here now, Coleman said. Shelton nodded. They agreed to accompany us peacefully. The commander gave us another look over and grimaced, taking in the obviously expensive armor and weaponry, probably for the best. I'm sure Lord Weatherford will be interested in meeting them at least, especially with the events in the hills. Exactly, Shelton replied, giving Timmons a side-eyed look. Yes, he will, Timmons said in a satisfied tone. He'll teach these peasants what it means to insult their betters. I saw Shelton's muscles tense at the squire's words, but he managed to control the impulse to facepalm. At least, that was my assumption. I would in his place. The whole situation was a cautionary tale about why nepotism is bad. Commander Coleman let out a long sigh. So be it. He gestured to someone out of sight, and a moment later a woman wearing what looked like some kind of official livery stepped into view with a book and quill. What are their names? What do their names matter? Timmons sneered. They are criminals, just right for criminals. This is going to be so good, Dara said with a giggle. Coleman glared at the squire. No one is allowed within the walls without being identified. You know the rules, squire. I could tell that even the experienced commander was getting exasperated with Timmons at this point. He looked back to us. If you would be so kind as to provide your names, Timmons cut in. They are criminals, Commander. There is no need for such civility, especially when— Shut up, the commander roared, and for the first time I saw Timmons' haughty front crack. There are rules and procedures for a reason. I will be speaking with your uncle about your behavior personally once this matter is resolved. For now, be silent or you and I will be having a private training session this afternoon. Tumanako snorted while Lyra covered her mouth to hide her amusement. Reven, as always, was a consummate diplomat. I tried to emulate her and was mostly successful. The rest of the guards had a mixture of amusement and horror on their faces, either from the overt disrespect or perhaps knowledge of just what a private training session with the commander entailed. Your names, Coleman said again, his tone once again calm and collected. I felt Dara giggling madly in my mindscape as I stepped forward and offered the commander a deep bow appropriate to a high-ranked veteran in the Elven court. Yes, they had a bow specifically for that. They had a bow specifically for everything. Of course, no one but Reven understood the gesture, but it felt appropriate and amusing at the time. I am Sebastian Crow, chosen of Dawala, an adventurer out of Tully Falls. I gestured to Lyra. This is Lyra Stone, adventurer out of Haven. Tumanako puffed out her chest as I waved towards her. This is Tumanako of the People, adventurer out of the Dreadmarsh. Dara's giggling had reached a peak as I turned towards Reven. Oh, I wish I was out there so I could see their faces better. And this, I said, and then paused for dramatic effect. I present to you, Her Royal Highness, Kava Revendry's High Moon of the High Moon clan, Princess of the Elven Court, and Chosen of Avil. Captain Shelton's whispered "fuck me" was easily heard in the silence that followed. I glanced at Timmons and saw a ghost. His face was completely pale, and his mouth seemed to be glitching as his brain short-circuited. Some mental fuse must have burned out because, when faced with the choice of accepting his mistake and going full wacko, he chose the latter. Lies, he yelled and drew his blade, pointing it towards Reven. Add impersonating a noble to the list of crimes. I demand. The thunk of Captain Shelton's haft against the squire's skull ended the outburst. Timmons collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Shelton turned towards the nearest soldiers. Please collect the squire and bring him to the infirmary. Commander Coleman looked tense, and the woman recording our information was openly staring at Reven, pen frozen above her book. Mariel, Coleman said, snapping her out of it. Please finish the record and send a runner to Lord Weatherford. We have guests. He looked down towards Reven and bowed. Apologies for our lack of appropriate greeting, Highness. I'm sure Lord Weatherford will be honored to host you and your companions as befits your station." "It is of no matter, Commander. I am not here in my capacity as a high moon. We are here as representatives of our gods. Had we not met with Captain Shelton upon our exit from the Dreadmarsh and your Squire," she said with obvious distaste for Timmins in her tone, "we would already be well on our way to the local dungeon to complete our task." She gestured towards the mercenary guards. But since the squire did not seem like the type to back down, and the soldiers beholden to his word were innocent, we opted to accompany good Captain Shelton here in order to avoid potential conflict. The commander grunted. "Thank you for that. Timmins can be Timmins." A couple of the mercs chuckled at that before being silenced by a glare from their captain. "I will personally escort you to the main hall." He turned briefly and ordered the gate to be opened. "I'll meet you below." Chapter 38 More politics. Inside the walls things were much less military and much more vacation destination. The bones of the previous buildings were still there, but someone had called the guys from HGTV and had them do a major makeover on the place. Dark-stained woods with colorful murals lined the streets, turning what should be normal barracks and officer quarters into something out of a timeshare brochure. Even the smithy had been given a facelift, transforming the normal stone walls into opulent frescoes depicting massive titans wielding hammers, forging the world. "Oh please," Dara said. "There are no titans. The system created the world, everyone knows that." She ran her claws down the back of my neck and I shivered. It's amazing what some people will believe, even with clear evidence of the divine in front of them. I chuckled, earning a curious look from Lyra. I gestured at the frescoes. "Dara finds it amusing that people believe that Titans forged the world." Lyra shrugged. "There's an entire religion based on that," she said with a wave towards the stone. "Folks claim all existence, including the system, was created by a race of giant, cosmic Titans. There's a church up in North Shield. It's massive, carved into the cliffs facing the sea." Tumanako snorted. "Stupid is stupid. Why make temples to imaginary gods when Yuba is right in front of you?" "Not everyone gets to meet their gods, hun," Lyra said, and then thought for a second. "Can't say that I really wanted to either. It was a bit of a shock." The commander was obviously listening and took that moment to comment. "Master Velkinson has been in charge of the forge since before I was assigned here. He had some of the same thoughts about the carvings, except with D. Valinar instead of Yuba. Makes sense considering his heritage." Tumanako chuckled. "D. Valinar is strong, but Yuba could beat him any day." "She is the goddess of strength," I agreed, earning a wide smile from the goblin. Lyra laughed and slipped an arm around Tumanako's shoulders before whispering something in her ear that made the goblin girl blush. Coleman looked at me with a raised eyebrow, so I just shrugged and smiled. Reven kept her diplomatic face on as she took in the scenery. "This is quite opulent for something in the wildlands," she said. "With the threat of raiders and other wild creatures wandering into the area, I would expect something more practical." Coleman frowned. "Yes, well, Baron Irvin was a bit of an eccentric." "I see," she said thoughtfully. "All of this must have been quite costly." "It was. Not to speak ill of the Baron, but his allocation of tax revenue was questionable at best. Unfortunately, that was not discovered until his indiscretion." He gestured towards the wooden buildings. "Not a lot we can do to recoup the costs, though." Reven nodded while I did my best not to laugh. The outside of the keep had more of the same. Intricately carved wood and stone made it look more like a museum than a keep. Hell, I was surprised the outer walls weren't decorated. Then again, only the portions of the keep hidden from the outside world had been upgraded, so I guess the former Baron was trying to at least partially hide his crimes. The inside of the keep was surprisingly normal. Well, normal for a noble's dwelling. There were sculptures, paintings, and other fancy decorations, but they were way tamer than I was expecting. "Interesting," Dara said. "This seems almost reasonable." I chuckled. Reasonable for some hoity-toity noble, maybe. Lord Weatherford liquidated most of the internal assets, but with the incursion going on, people are less interested in art and more interested in weapons. He gestured towards a pair of gem-encrusted swords hanging over a passing doorway. And these are not very useful for anything other than showing off. Revan nodded. Understood. There is a tendency for those in power to want to flaunt it. From your tone, I am led to believe that Lord Weatherford is a different type. Coleman nodded. Weatherford only took this post to clean things up. I expect he'll ask to retire once everything's working as it should be and he finds a worthy heir. Not a fan of Squire Timmins, Lyra asked with a smirk. The commander sighed. Timmins, he lacks a certain. He paused as if searching for the right word. Everything, I supplied. Coleman huffed. He has some redeeming qualities. He'd be an amazing administrator if, well, I'm afraid his mother ruined him. She stuffed so much entitlement down his throat I'm surprised it isn't leaking from. His eyes went wide as he realized who he was talking to. Apologies for my crass words, Highness. Revan grinned. No need, Commander, she eyed me. My friend here has said far worse. I shrugged. Guilty as charged. Be that as it may, Coleman trailed off, leading us to a set of large wooden doors flanked by a pair of guards in full plate. We're here. He nodded to the guards. The soldiers gave us all a thorough look before opening the doors. Inside was a long hall that was empty except for 3 people. The first was the woman who'd recorded our names at the gate. The second was Squire Timmins, who looked even more agitated than before, and the last was an older gentleman who reminded me of Sean Connery. Everyone went silent as soon as the doors opened. Coleman led us into the room and towards the trio, stopping at the very end to bow in deference to the older man. I could sense the respect in Coleman's bearing. His loyalty and high regard for the new lord was genuine. Human politics are often so illogical. Hopefully this Weatherford is honest so we can continue on our way. The one thing we don't need is more delays, especially when we're so close. Dare assent. Well, if they try and put me in a cell again, there's going to be a whole lot of dead nobles, I replied, resolved in my choice to never again be subject to that bullshit. Lord Weatherford, Coleman said, bowing again to the man. He gave a short bow to Squire Timmins as well, but his heart was definitely not in it. I've brought our guests straight away. Timmins looked angry. As I told you, Uncle, these criminals should be arrested at once. Their crimes, Weatherford raised a hand and Timmins instantly shut his mouth and bowed his head in deference. I've heard your story, nephew. Now I will hear theirs. I opened my mouth to speak but thought better of it and instead turned towards Revan. If you could, politic this shit, I'd be most grateful, I sent through our bond. Her eyes sparkled with amusement and she gave me a slight nod before stepping forward. Lord Weatherford, let me first say that I am honored by your hospitality. Your hall is magnificent and I've heard good things about your rule. She gestured towards the squire. I believe that this is all a simple misunderstanding. My companions are not accustomed to the minutiae of court protocol and may have inadvertently offered insult to your nephew, but I can assure you that any slight offered you was unintentional, and any subsequent issues were likewise based on this misunderstanding. There was a tightness around Timmins' mouth, and I knew he was dying to say something, but no matter how big of a stick he had shoved up his ass, he seemed unwilling to risk his uncle's wrath. Meryl watched the whole process with a slight smile curling her lips as she dutifully recorded everything like an old-school court stenographer. Her quill danced across the pages, and as she turned to watch Revan more closely, I caught a glimpse of the current page. I couldn't make out the writing. It was too far away, but I did see a very accurate illustration of Revan. Weatherford sat back in his chair and tapped his fingers in thought. Quite well put, Highness, as would be expected from someone of your station, but I am more interested in hearing the plain, unadorned truth. He gestured at the surrounding room. This holding is nothing but layers of petrified horseshit spread on top of lies and then sprinkled with perfume to mask the stench. A short burst of laughter erupted from Lyra, but she quickly regained composure. The scribe frowned at the Lord's outburst, but continued to dutifully record the events as they occurred. Weatherford gestured towards me. Meryl tells me that you claim to be the chosen of Dawala, and Kavahaimun the chosen of Avil. I nodded. Yep. Revan glared at me, so I amended my reply. Yes, my lord, Weatherford grunted. Then you can shed some light on why small forces of kobolds are emerging from the greenstone depths and marching through my lands. Sure thing, Lord, I said with a wave towards Timmins. As we told the squire, the kobolds are our allies. The gods have offered their aid against the demon spawn. The critters coming out of the dungeons are Dawala's contribution to the cause. Timmins looked like he was going to start screaming, but a single look from his uncle kept him silent as Revan chimed in. Avil has also offered aid in the form of her faceless soldiers. Surely you've heard of them exiting the tower in Haven and marching forth, just as the kobolds do here. Meryl nodded slightly when the Lord gazed in her direction but never stopped writing. Lyra stepped forward with Tumanako at her side. That's why we're here, your lordship, she said. We just need to visit the dungeon, then we'll be out of your hair. Just so you know, Dara sent to everyone in the Bond network. There are 24 guards shrouded by some sort of spell or ability in here. Tumanako just spotted them and wanted you all to know. Understood. Weatherford tapped his chair in thought and then turned to his nephew. I do believe that Kavahaimun has the right of it, nephew. A simple misunderstanding that escalated into something more. Timmins opened his mouth to object, but the Lord silenced him with a glare. We are relieved that we were able to resolve this without any additional troubles or conflict with the Elven court, Weatherford said, emphasizing the last two words to drive the point home to his nephew. The squire nodded slowly, finally realizing just how bad the whole situation could have gone for him, and for the entire region. Weatherford shared a knowing look with Revan before continuing. Meryl, please provide these individuals with the documents necessary for them to pass through the quarantine around the dungeon, she bowed. It will be done, my lord. And nephew, he said with a stern look at Timmins. You'll be joining Commander Coleman for some additional training this afternoon. After you and I have a long discussion about the importance of knowledge before action. He gestured to Timmins, Meryl, and Coleman. Go now. I have something to discuss with the champions, not for the official record. Marin bowed again and immediately headed out. Timmins hesitated for a moment but quickened his pace instantly when Coleman took hold of his elbow. All but 2 of the hidden ones are leaving, Tumanako said through our shared link. They are very good at their craft. As soon as we were alone, Weatherford locked his eyes on mine. My nephew is an idiot, but I appreciate you and yours not killing him and my men. No problem, I said. We've got bigger fish to fry than some Nepo baby trying to swing his dick around. The Lord's eyes went wide for a second, and both Lyra and Revan locked their eyes on me like I was crazy. Ha! Weatherford exclaimed, letting loose a hearty laugh that filled the room. Swinging his dick around, such an astute way to put that. Tumanako laughed. Much work to swing small dick, she said in Thurin, eliciting another laugh from the Lord. After a few seconds things calmed down and he shook his head. Be that as it may, thank you for not killing him. I still have hopes that Coleman can beat the idiot out of him given enough time, and if not, I will send him back to his mother when I retire. Revan nodded thoughtfully. A wise resolution, he huffed. Yes, well. This place was a shambles when I was appointed, and it's taken me too long to get it back on track to allow incompetence to ruin it all. But that is neither here nor there. He pointed at me. Your name and description, Warlock Crow, has been sent to every noble east of Haven, so I would be on my guard once you leave my lands. I blinked in surprise, both at his knowledge of my true class and the fact that he didn't seem to give two shits about it. Lyra and Tumanako's hands were on their hilts, but I waved them off. Thanks for the warning, M. Lord. It's much appreciated. Don't thank me, thank Meryl. Without her research into you, your head would likely be decorating my walls right now, but when the high shepherd of my land and the owner of the beggars and choosers vouch for you, who am I to judge? I smiled. I'll definitely have to pay Shepherd Albin and Barthen a visit to give them my thanks. Good, he said and gestured to the door. Meryl will have the documents ready for you at the gate. Best if you move quickly. The information about you was intended to be confidential, but we all know how rumors fly. I'd recommend keeping your loot ready and your packed blade hidden. Chapter 39 Homecoming-ish. After picking up our travel papers from the soft-spoken secretary, we left the manor behind and headed out. Going directly to the dungeon from the keep was our plan, but after reviewing the map, we decided that following the road southeast to Tully Falls and then to the mines would be faster, especially once I remembered the new spell I'd received after increasing my summoning school. I'd totally forgotten about it in all the excitement, but seeing an adventurer ride by on the back of some kind of giant bird-lizard thing jogged my memory. The ladies were not amused by my lapse in memory, which is why I ended up walking instead of riding for the first leg of the journey. They, on the other hand, were comfortably riding on the backs of some spectral chocobo that I'd summoned in homage to one of my favorite RPG franchises. Me walking pretty much negated the benefit of having mounts, so after a while they agreed that I'd been punished enough and had me summon my own, slightly taller and more comfortable bird. Maintaining the steeds cut my mana regen down to fumes, but we didn't expect too much trouble on the way. Dara decided to return to my mindscape before we entered town, claiming she wanted to research something before we got to Malik. I wasn't sure quite what she was planning, but if she wanted some time to herself then I wasn't going to press. The sun was starting to set by the time we reached Tully Falls, so we decided to get a room for the night. After a brief discussion, we chose the Hollow Leg. Lyra was nervous about how they'd receive her since she'd left them in a bit of a lurch, but I was pretty sure that Miss Juna would be happy to see her. I also wanted to visit Shepherd Albin, and not just for his wife's cooking, yeah. I was half right. As soon as we walked in the doors of the Hollow Leg, the hostess turned up the sass. I didn't recognize her, but Lyra did, and I suspected that if she'd been alone, the waitress would have given her a lot more trouble. However, the presence of 3 added customers and the guitar case I'd conveniently strapped across my back was enough to bring out the businesswoman in her. "Welcome back to the Hollow Leg," she said to me while completely ignoring Lyra. "Dinner time's over, but there's probably some bread and stew left if you're hungry." Tumanako's stomach took that as an invitation to make its wishes clear, growling loud enough to be heard over the music and general rumbling of the tavern. I chuckled. That would be great. She nodded and looked around the common room until she found an open table. "This way." She led us in a winding path through the tables to an empty spot across from the stage. The chairs were a bit wobbly, and the table had seen better days, but it was serviceable. "Waitress'll be here shortly." She gestured to the bar. "If you want something harder than ale, Stacco can get it for you." She bent down just far enough for her cleavage to be visible and winked at me before heading back to the front. Lyra snorted as soon as she was gone. "Guess some things don't change." She sat back and looked around the inn, eyes darting between faces as if looking for someone familiar. More soldiers than I expected, but I guess they'd be needed to maintain Lord Weatherford's quarantine. I looked around the room and saw what she was talking about. 2/3 of the tables were taken up by folks in the same uniform as Captain Shelton and his crew. Most were lost in their cups, listening as the current performer, a fey flautist, filled the air with soft, relaxing music. It was actually quite nice, and I caught myself humming along after a few bars until our waitress appeared. "Well, I'll be damned," she said, flashing Lyra a wide grin. "I didn't expect to see you back in town anytime soon." "Janny," Lyra exclaimed and stood up to wrap the woman a warm hug. It feels like it's been ages. The waitress laughed. That long, she said and looked me up and down. So this the bard that stole you away from us? Couldn't help myself, I said with a wicked grin. The red hair just lit a fire in my soul, and the freckles, I shivered in mock ecstasy. Perfection. Lyra smacked me on the arm. Idiot. Plus, I continued and then stage whispered, she would have kicked my ass if I didn't. Tumanako looked a little confused at the exchange, but Reven just rolled her eyes. Food, the goblin asked. An ale. The waitress looked at the goblin and nodded. Of course. We've got some stew left in the house ale. It's nothing special, but it'll fill your stomach. She looked back at Lyra. I'll tell Miss Juna you're here. I'm sure she'll want to see you. She gestured towards the rest of us. Stew, bread, and ale. Everyone nodded, and Tumanako held up a hand. 2 for me. Need energy for later. When Lyra clapped her hand over the goblin's mouth, but apparently Janny knew exactly where her sentence was going. She let out another laugh and smiled. 2 it is. As if we needed any help, Dara chimed in silently. Thanks, Janny, Lyra said. It was good seeing you. Give Miss Juna and Rick my best. Will do. Be back shortly, she replied and headed towards the kitchen. As soon as she left, I gave the redhead a wide grin. See, not everyone's pissed at you, she shrugged. I don't think Janny has it in her to be pissed at anyone. Her husband Rick once spilled an entire wagon load of trash on top of her, and the only thing she was upset about was that her shoes got wet. Reven looked thoughtful. An admirable trait. The ability to maintain one's composure in public is a useful skill, although I'm sure they had a much different discussion in private. Tumanako snorted. Husband gives many fucks to make up for that. What? Lyra said. At least 5, maybe 6 fucks. Tumanako said with a nod before turning to me with a toothy grin. Where is garbage wagon? Reven put her head in her hands. I don't even know what to say anymore. Tumanako grinned. No need for words, you can come too. Lyra nudged her. You too, and Dara. Ooh la la, the succubus purred. Just, please, I said. First of all, no garbage. Second, I was hoping to play after the Fae is done, and if you guys keep on talking like this, I'm not going to be able to stand without giving the entire in a front row seat to the big top. The what? Reven asked. Don't worry about it, I said. His man-meat, Lyra supplied. Reven blushed. Ah, I see, as I was saying, I interrupted. There's a time and a place for everything, and right now I'd just like to eat some food, enjoy some music, maybe have some nice conversation. And then I'll take you all back to my room and fuck the ever-loving shit out of you. Tumanako frowned. Never tried butthole but heard good. I hung my head in my hands again and groaned. Oh love, Dara said. Sometimes you are so easy. Janny returned a few minutes later with our food and drink balanced expertly on a giant tray. It was one of those superpowers that all waitresses throughout the multiverse shared. As soon as we were all served, she gestured to my guitar case. You going to play? I seem to recall you doing pretty well last time you were here. I nodded towards the stage. Looks like you already have entertainment. Wouldn't want to step on any toes. Janny laughed. Eva's only on for a few more minutes. After that we've got an opening. Sounds great, I said. Gives me enough time to finish my food and figure out what I want to play. Any specific type of song you want. Things seem pretty mellow now. Wouldn't want to ruin the mood or rile up the soldiers too much. She shrugged. Just don't start a brawl and we should be fine. Lyra flashed me a giant smile. Do you know Gimbel's Gambit? That should fit this crowd. Oh, I love that song, Janny said and gestured towards the bored-looking soldiers. Put some fire back into these boys. The good Lord's been running them ragged, keeping folks away from the dungeon and all those kobolds. I nodded slowly, turning my focus inwards as I ate my stew. Love, can you find me the music for Already on It? Dara said, handing me a stack of sheet music. It's for the lute, but I made you one of those thingamabobs you were talking about so you can do the toony thing. I laughed at her terms. The thingamabob she was talking about was a capo. the clamp-like device used to hold all the strings on the guitar down in one fret to alter the tuning thing. With it on the second fret, I could tune the third string down a half a step and then play the lute music as written. It was a hell of a lot faster than re-engineering the entire song for the guitar, although I'd probably do that at some point too to make playing a wide variety of songs easier. If I was tuning the guitar for lute songs, I'd have to stick to lute songs. Judging by the name of the song, I expected something humorous like Farmer Jenkins' Midnight Run, but that wasn't the case. Gimble's Gambit was about the last stand of a small group of soldiers holding against an overwhelming force, kind of like the lore version of the 300, except with more magic and less piercings. By the time the flautist was done playing their last song and harvesting the results, my bowl was empty and I was ready to rock, or well, ballad. The song wasn't that complex, and even though I'd been stuffing my meat puppet's face with food, I'd taken the time to try out the song a time or two in my mindscape. Janny came over as soon as the Fae was off the stage, letting me know it was my turn. With a smile for my trio of lovely ladies, I got ready to play. Affixing the kappa and tuning the guitar only took a minute, and then I was ready to play. Since the Fae had left the mood at mellow, I decided to start there and build up. Soft notes filled the room as I played, filtering through the room along with my awareness. The song opened with a bit of acoustic percussion, using the hollow body of the instrument as a drum to simulate a heartbeat. It started off slow, thump thump, thump thump, but didn't stay that way for long. There was a short instrumental after that, a rapid strumming focusing on raw, low notes intended to evoke a sense of evil and destruction. The night's quiet shattered, rending flesh and splattered blood. Crawling out of the deep, all the souls they will reap, thirsty for your blood. The tone shifted and the notes became more ordered and purposeful, expanding the range into higher octaves. Kalen's gates were open, a single watchman there, bravely sounding alarm and prevent as much harm to the people unaware. The orderly tones continued as the song went on to describe the events of the night. How a visiting mercenary named Gimble and his men rushed to the gate to defend the town against an unknown enemy. The song was purposefully vague on what exactly the enemy was, allowing the listener to create their own foe. 10 men against the world, at least that's what they say. Side by side at the wall, bravely answered the call to keep the horde at bay. Come to think of it, it was a pretty depressing song, counting down the mercenaries' deaths until only Gimble was left. 10 men against the world. 9 men against the world. Sad. Until Mr. Gimble, the apparent anime protagonist of the battle, decided to use the MacGuffin he'd held in reserve until all his people were dead. I had to keep myself from stopping the song to give a TED talk on how much of an idiot the dude was. It just, gah. The soldiers seemed to eat it up though, cheering and thumping the table in time with the chorus. The waitresses were going crazy too, racing from table to refill the empty cups and flagons. Janny caught my eye and winked as I finished up the song. The crowd seemed to be in the mood for something rowdy, so I played the opening notes to Farmer Jenkins and smiled down at Lyra, who looked even more excited. Hearing the entire crowd echoing the chorus back at me felt way different than it had around the campfire, and I could feel the energy pulsing throughout the room. Instinctively, I started drawing it in as I played, cycling it back into the music. If I'd been in Ireland, a large portion of the crowd would have sealed their fates that night. So much alcohol was spilled that a whole host of souls would have been condemned to Irish hell. Luckily, this was lore, and I was pretty sure that Thera and the other patron deities didn't care overmuch about spilled drinks. The owner of the hollow leg was certainly happy, especially when the worst offenders ordered refills. The one downside was that things were getting too rowdy, so I racked my brain for a song that could settle them down without starting a full-blown tavern brawl. I remembered my training in Malik's mock tavern, and knew that shifting things too suddenly could be fatal, or at least painful for a lot of people. I didn't know nearly enough about native music to make an informed decision, so I turned to my earthly repertoire and found a song that I thought could fit into that gap. I'd never heard the song on the radio, but my hot as hell guitar teacher had been a fan, so of course I did the research. The song was written for guitar, so I popped off the capo and got everything back in tune. Due to the subject matter, I decided to give my ladies a heads up and a disclaimer that the song in no way, shape, or form had anything to do with any of them. The confused looks in their eyes didn't last past the opening lines, and soon the air was filled with John Bon Jovi's "You Give Love a Bad Name." Folks looked skeptical at first, but after the first few bars, a head started nodding along. By the time I got to the chorus, they were all in. Maybe it was the music, or maybe it was the energy I was subconsciously projecting out into the crowd, letting them share in my own enjoyment of the music of my homeworld. As the last notes of the song wound down, the crowd started to settle, and the rumbling in the room softened a bit. The time was right for my last song, which would be a little more mellow. Well, at least for the start. The original version was really old school by a duo named Simon and Garfunkel. It was a catchy tune, but a little too soft for my taste with the original arrangement. The version I was going to do was a lot more intense. The updated arrangement was by a band named System of a Down. They took the mellow song and turned it up to 11. I just hoped I could do it justice. The sounds of silence. The music started off soft and calm, almost whispered, forcing the crowd to quiet a bit in order to hear the words. There were some lyrics I had to alter to fit in with lore paradigms, but the core concepts of the song were universal. The disturbed version of the song built with every verse, the lyrics switching from whispers to growls and eventual shouts. It was an amazing arrangement, and while I could see that some of the crowd was a bit meh about the whole thing, enough of them were feeling it to keep things going. When the song was over, the tavern was dead silent for about 5 seconds before conversation started up again. There was no applause, but I didn't really expect there to be. The silence was more fitting. I opened myself up fully to the essence in the air, reaping the rewards of my efforts as I packed up my guitar and made way for the next act. Seeing them, I felt a little guilty about how I'd left the crowd, but no one had even hinted about who was up next. Then again, if a troupe of scantily clad dancing girls dressed in sheer veils playing tambourines couldn't rile up the crowd, then they didn't deserve to be on the stage in the first place. Walking back to my table, I couldn't help but appreciate exactly how far I'd come since arriving in lore. It had been a wild ride, and it wasn't over yet. I was just glad that I'd been lucky enough to find these lovely ladies along the way. They were each special in their own way, and somehow, against all odds, they wanted me. They loved me. And despite my earthly upbringing, I was glad to find that my heart was big enough for them all. Interlude, core issues. J. Jacob Carmichael absently traced the design tattooed onto his scalp as his demon spawn drained the last of the small group of adventurers assigned to defend the entrance to the Twilight Mine. The mortals had put up a good fight, but in the end, Vishy's victory was inevitable. The Legion outnumbered the guild force by more than 3 to 1. Carmichael lost more than half of his legion, but such losses were immaterial in the long run. Demon spawn were expendable. Adventurers were not, and the aspiring warlock was more than willing to sacrifice a few pawns if it meant achieving the Dark Lady's goals. As the Legion reformed in the middle of the destroyed outpost, Carmichael rejoiced. Soon his forces would capture the dungeon core and liberate it from its forced servitude to the pretender gods of lore. Its power would be harnessed to fuel the great work, and he would join the ranks of the truly blessed. A human man dressed in blood-stained rags kowtowed before him. "We have captured the merchants as ordered, Dark Master." the aspirant reported. "We will have more than enough sacrifices for the rite." "Good, good," Carmichael replied, fantasies of what he would achieve once this mission was over filling his mind. A wide smile split his face as he turned to address the Legion commander. "Engage." Like some sort of unholy hive mind, the remaining soldiers of Vichy's Legion advanced on the dungeon entrance. Chapter 40. Old friends. W.E. left the inn at dawn, skipping the free breakfast that came with our room in favor of what I hoped awaited us at the Temple of Thera. Shepherd Albin and his wife were amazing cooks. I summoned Dara before we left our room, doing my best to avoid any damage to the woodwork. The temple wasn't far from the hollow leg, so I thought we'd be among the first to arrive. But I was wrong. The temple's dining room was completely packed with people, many of whom looked like they'd seen hard times. I spotted Shepherd Albin and his wife handing out food and got in line. "Should we be eating here, Sebastian?" "These people have more need of this food than we do," Revan asked. Dara nodded and hugged my arm as she scanned the room with tears in her eyes. "How can we help?" Lyra shrugged. "I doubt there's much we can do other than succeed at our mission. The sooner the demon spawn are eradicated, the sooner these people can get back to their normal lives." Tumanako nodded, eyes wide at the number and condition of the refugees. With a resolved nod, we left the line and headed closer to where Shepherd Albin was dishing out food. When he glanced up and saw me, a warm smile spread across his face, and he paused what he was doing. He whispered something to a nearby aide who took over as he made his way towards the end of the table, gesturing for me to follow. He led us out of the main hall and into the main chapel. As soon as we entered the room, the sense of being watched hit me hard, and I looked around until I found Thera's guardian statues peering down at me from their perch in the rafters. Revan shivered briefly, but otherwise seemed to ignore it. Dara just looked amused as she raised an eyebrow and looked up at the statues. "Is all that really necessary?" she asked. The shepherd chuckled and reached out to shake her hand. "You must be Dara," he said with a smile. "Thank you for not coming in your natural form. Many of the refugees would be unable to tell the difference between one of the dungeon-born and a demon." She nodded. "It's the least I could do for the man who set Sebastian on the path that led him to me." She gave the guardian statues the side eye. "If you ever have a change of heart, I'm sure my father would be willing to." There was a flash of light from above and Dara started laughing. "I was kidding," Albin chuckled again. "The Seraphs are very sensitive about that sort of thing, so if you could refrain from any further jokes it would be best for everyone." Dara gave him a sheepish smile and a shrug. Tumanako snorted and examined the shepherd's physique. "Not strong enough for Yuba and too pink. Thera is best for him." The shepherd shook his head and turned to Revan, bowing respectfully. "Chosen of Avo, you honor us with your presence." She bowed in return. "Shepherd, it's an honor to meet you. I have heard many good things." Albin smiled. "I am just a simple servant of my goddess looking out for all of her children." "Lots of that needed nowadays," Lyra said with a frown. She gestured back towards the room full of refugees. "Do you have everything you need?" He waved his hands in dismissal. "Yes, yes, Thera has been generous with her gifts. None in need will go without. Your concern is appreciated." Tumanako grunted, tactfully keeping the criticism I could feel aching to come out. Yuba was all about self-sufficiency. Mercy wasn't really her jam. As if sensing her thoughts, the shepherd turned towards the goblin and seemed to swell with power. "There are more types of strength than the physical." His aura intensified again and Tumanako took a step back. "Those people, they are the families of those fighting on the front lines. By supporting them, I empower our soldiers. By offering them shelter, I give our people hope. By feeding them, I feed the war effort." Suddenly the aura of power disappeared, and Albin was back to the weary old man I was used to. "Now," he said. "Nell would never let me hear the end of it if I let any of you leave here hungry, so come and eat before you leave." He clapped me on the back. I am proud of you, Sebastian. You've come a long way already, and from what the lady tells me of your quest, there is still much to be done. I was strangely touched by his praise. The shepherd had taken me under his wing when I'd gotten dumped into this world. His generosity had set me up for a decent life. Things had gone off the rails after that, but that wasn't his fault, no. It was that damned gremlin who'd set me up to literally take the fall, in more ways than one. I chuckled. I was still amazed that I could be both furious and grateful to that little shit. So what's the deal with everyone thinking the kobolds are gathering to sack the town? I asked. I'm sure Thera had you pass on the message that Dawala and Avil were sending recruits for the war effort, right? Yuba too, Tumanako said with a wide grin. Yeah, Yuba too, I agreed. You did pass along the message, right? The shepherd let out a long sigh. Of course I passed on the message. Not that they believe me. Lord Weatherford has been coming around since there haven't been any attacks on the citizenry, but early on we lost several new adventurers who decided that attacking the gathered Dungeonborn was their best option. Since then things have been tense. I winced. Well, can't blame the kobolds for defending themselves. Essence is already tight without having to poop out some more troops. Shepherd Albin raised an eyebrow. Pooping out troops. You know, I said. Spawning new dungeon critters. Dara patted my shoulder. Sometimes your metaphors are a bit crass, my love. The art of essence-based creation is far more complex than simply pooping them out. First you have to create the matrix and then slowly, Revan interrupted. No need to go into the details now, Dara. I'm sure you can give Sebastian a step-by-step demonstration once we've completed our mission and can return to the tree. Speaking of missions, Lyra said, I've got a mission to devour as much food as possible before I get what Sebastian calls hangry. Shepherd Albin laughed. Well then, M-Lady, let's get you some food. I'd hate to see what fate would befall young Master Crow here if he was the cause of your continued hunger. Hey, I said. It wasn't me. It was I stopped in mid-sentence as Dara raised an eyebrow. I mean, I'm sorry, let's go get some food. I smiled at the shepherd. I'm pretty sure Thera is also the goddess of breakfast. Tumanako snorted and turned to the shepherd. Do you have hot sauce? When he nodded, her smile got so big I was concerned her face might split in half. Chapter 41 Speak of the Devil as Shepherd Albin went back to his place on the serving line while we waited for food. When I reached the head of the line, Nell gave me a giant smile and an extra helping of the breakfast mix that I remembered so fondly from my initial visits to the temple. Nell was as sweet as ever, treating us more like long-lost family than people she barely knew. I even caught the older woman giving Dara a mischievous wink. There wasn't a lot of room in the hall, so we shared a small table off to the side, sitting close together. We did our best to finish up as quickly as possible so the folks that had arrived after us would have a spot. The refugees eagerly devoured the food provided, and I could almost feel their pain. Haunted looks were all too common, but there was a sense of strength there as well. Children dashed between tables, playing with newly met friends while their parents did their best to keep their expressions positive and ignored the fact that their families were incomplete. A lot of people in the modern world often forgot that it wasn't only the soldiers who suffered during times of war. True, the soldiers had a difficult job, risking their lives on the front lines, but their families weren't untouched by their duty. Mothers, fathers, sons and daughters, each was a missing piece of the whole, and those that stayed behind were faced with the constant worry that their loved ones might never return, that the gaps in their families might never be filled. Dara placed a hand on my shoulder and gave me a loving smile. These are strong people, Sebastian. They will endure. When I dropped off our plates, Albin took me aside. Would you mind playing something for the people? They have suffered much, and as they say, music is medicine for the soul. I nodded. Of course. I headed back to the table and picked up my guitar case, going through songs in my mind. My problem was finding something that wasn't stuffed to the brim with America. Most of the songs that were played at any sort of veteran event were appropriately patriotic, which wouldn't work very well here in Magicland. In the end, I settled on a song called Letters from Home by John Michael Montgomery, with a few small changes. I changed the place names mentioned to Tully Falls and removed references to guns in favor of the more medieval tech level of lore. It wasn't an upbeat song, nor was it geared towards any sort of glorification of war or that kind of thing. It was a celebration of how much support from their families meant to the soldiers on the front line. It reinforced just how much it meant to soldiers to hear from their families and know that they were loved. There were only 3 verses in the original song, but when I finished the last chorus, I felt inspired to add my own verse to honor their families' sacrifices. Heroes of lore, standing fast, I hope this letter finds you safe and sound. It's been dark, but I can almost see the end. Nothing will ever be the same. But I hope you know we'll meet again in this life or the next. We'll be together, so stand up tall and know we're proud that we are safe and cheering loud, and our love will be here when you are home again. I blinked away the tears and let out a long breath. The song was a real kick in the feels, and adding my own twist made it even more poignant. I focused my will on the ambient essence and used it to give some semblance of comfort to the refugees. Some might have gobbled the energy for their own advancement, but in that moment, I knew that these people needed it much more than I did. Beautiful, my love, Dara sent with a loving smile. The refugees looked at me with a newly rekindled fire in their eyes, and Shepherd Albin was beaming with pride. He nodded once, and I could feel his gratitude join the emotions swirling in the air. Nell came over and wrapped me in a hug. Thank you for that, Sebastian. These people have been through so much. She wiped away a tear. She escorted us out of the dining area. Whenever you're done with whatever it is you're off to do, make sure and come back for a longer visit. I nodded. I'm sure I'll see you again. We stopped briefly on the way out to leave a few essence crystals in the main temple to help out. Shepherd Albin had said the goddess had them covered, but I wanted to make sure they had enough, just in case. Lyra saw me dropping the crystals in the donation box and paused to give me a soft, loving kiss. Softy, she teased before pulling me out of the building. If you spend any more time here, you're going to end up broke. The village was quiet as we made our way towards the eastern gate. There was a palpable feeling of fear in the air, and even the small squad of guardsmen seemed to be on edge. The gate was closed, which was strange considering it was mid-morning, and as we approached, a trio of soldiers stepped forward to block our path. Gates closed, folks, the one in the lead said. His tabard had a small star embroidered over the heart, likely an indication of rank. Short black hair peeked out from under his helmet, and his full beard was split into 2 braids with a golden rings holding it together. His lordship's outlawed travel to the east. Them lizards haven't attacked us yet, but there's no need to tempt 'em, especially with all these lovelies. He nodded towards the ladies. No offense, but who knows what the lizards would do to you all. One of the other guards elbowed him in the ribs. Damn it, Hal. Sergeant Hal, the third whispered, punching the second in the ribs. Sergeant Hal, number 2 repeated. Captain said not to socialize with the venturers. Hal glared at the speaker. Not socializing, Bill. Just givin' 'em the warning like we're supposed to. I raised a hand to interrupt and held out the papers Lord Weatherford had given us. No need to worry, Sergeant, we've got a pass. The sergeant took the papers and read through them. Looks like they're telling the truth. His lordship's granted 'em access to the east, he shrugged. Hope you know what you're doing. Not our first rodeo, I said, ignoring their confused looks, and gestured towards the gate. Mind opening that up? Right away, he said before ducking into the gatehouse. A minute later, the large gate opened far enough so we could get through. Try not to get eaten, Hal yelled from inside. As we left the town behind, Tumanako turned to me. You humans are strange. She wasn't wrong. I hadn't really interacted with the guard in Tully Falls before, so I didn't have any real basis of comparison, but something told me the trio guarding the gates weren't the cream of the crop. They were probably what was left over after once the real soldiers got shipped off to fight the demon spawn. Halfway to the dungeon, we ran into a second barricade manned by a group of much hardier-looking guards. Based on their mismatched gear, they were probably mercs that had been hired from the local adventurers' population. They took one look at us and at our papers and let us through. I'm not going to lie, I was expecting some kind of bullshit posturing from the group, but instead they seemed almost afraid of us. Of course they are afraid of us, Love, Dara whispered through the bond. Look at their equipment and then look at ours. If you were a hired merc and you encountered a party where 4 out of 5 were wearing full sets of class-appropriate equipment, how would you feel? Point taken, I replied and waved back at the mercs with a friendly smile. After that, the trip to the dungeon was, quite frankly, boring. With all the hubbub about armies of kobolds ready to storm the walls, I was expecting to run into some kind of kobold patrol. I knew that the dungeon monsters were allies and weren't going to be attacking the town, but no one else seemed to get it, even with the priest spreading the word. When we reached the kobold encampment, I was in for another surprise. Barthen, that little gremlin bastard, was waiting with a small contingent of kobold spearmen. "Sebastian Crow," he said with a toothy smile, "it's been too long." "Not long enough," I said. "Guess I shouldn't be surprised that you're here," he chuckled. "Of course I'm here. Where else would a high priest of Dawala be than where his God's chosen was about to complete a critical quest for our side?" "He's got you there," Lyra said with a grin. She nodded at the Lishka. "How's it going, Barthen?" He turned his attention to Lyra and his smile got even wider. "Miss Stone, it's good to see you. I am doing quite well, although business has been dismal." Tumanako tilted her head to the side while examining the Lishka. "Who's this?" Revan placed a hand on the goblin's shoulder and gestured to the opulently dressed gremlin. "Tumanako, this is Master Barthen, owner of the Beggars and Choosers Corporation and High Priest of Dawala." Barthen bowed to the goblin rogue. "That last part should be kept between us," he said with a wink. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Tumanako nodded. "Good to meet you too." "All right, man," I said before gesturing towards the dungeon. "Do you need anything before we head in to finish the quest? I'm assuming Malik has cleared things out or put them in sleep mode or something so we can get down to the core to link everything up." "What is this, sleep mode?" Malik's voice said as he faded into view next to Barthen. "Hello, Malik," Dara said flatly. The dungeon lord gave her a warm smile. "Hello, Dara, you've grown strong since the last time we spoke. I'm sure your father is proud of all that you have accomplished." Revan bowed her head. "Dungeon lord," Malik returned the gesture. "Chosen, welcome to my dungeon." He turned to me and frowned. "While I would be happy to learn all about your motley band of adventurers, we have more pressing matters." Tumanako snorted while Dara just glared at the red-skinned man. "Lead on, Malik. Let's get this over with so we can get back to our own, better dungeon." Barthen gave me another toothy grin and then headed back to where the kobolds were gathering up. "I'll see you soon enough, Warlock. I may even oversee the opening of a branch of the Bee and see near your stone tree dungeon." I opened my mouth to protest, but Dara cut me off with a kiss and then whispered in my ear. "Having a local B and C will make us so much more essence." I guess I couldn't argue with that, even if it meant dealing with Barthen more. Malik ignored the succubus barbs and led us into the dungeon. "Come along." Chapter 42, Networking. Alec's dungeon was eerily silent. The layout was a lot different than I remembered. There were numerous defensive emplacements scattered around where a few kobolds with crossbows could hold off an army, especially with a caster or two to back them up and some spearmen to keep the enemy at a distance. Malik took us safely past the barricades, leading us through his veritable smorgasbord of traps between rooms. The dungeon was a giant meat grinder, designed to chew up any invaders and spit them out. Dara spent the entire walk picking Malik's brain, falling back into her old role of apprentice almost automatically. "So, looking a bit empty in here, no?" I asked, gesturing to the empty walls. Malik raised an eyebrow. "Tell me, Master Crow, if you were told of an impending change to the very nature of your dungeon and the creatures spawned there, would you continue to spend your energy on an inferior product?" I blinked a few times. "Point made, but what if something attacks?" Malik waved a hand dismissively. "Populating the dungeon again is as easy as—" He snapped his fingers and a giant rat appeared inches from my face. "Gah!" I yelled, reflexively smacking the creature away from my face. The furball flew across the room and splattered against the wall. "Not cool, man," I said. I didn't think it was very funny, but based on the expressions on their faces, I was the only one. Even Reven looked amused. "Et tu, Reven? Et tu?" We reached the boss room and Malik opened up the passage leading to the core, revealing an imp waiting eagerly inside. Before I knew what was happening, the little bastard wrapped my legs in a hug and tried to take a bite out of me. "Ah, what the fuck?" I yelled, kicking my leg to get it off. Malik scowled at the imp. "Krill, what did I tell you about attempting to eat our guests?" "A single bite is not much to ask, Master. He will heal, yes," Krill said as he cringed in the face of the dungeon lord's ire. Dara reached down and scratched the imp on the head. "Hello, Krill," she said warmly. "Mistress Dara, welcome back. What can Krill do for you?" the imp asked. Her eyes turned to ice. "Do not try to eat my bonded." A tear ran down the imp's cheek as he bowed his head. "Yes, Lady Dara, this sacrifice I will make for you." Malik frowned and looked at Dara. "That he obeys you and not me is preposterous. This is my dungeon." "Yes, but I am a divine being," she replied. "How could Krill say no to me?" Krill gave a toothy smile and kowtowed before the succubus. The dungeon lord just rolled his eyes. "Whatever. Let's get this over with so we can all get back to work." Malik's gate room was connected to the core chamber by a small hallway that seemed new. The small room was barely big enough for the gate, forcing most of us to remain in the hallway while the dungeon lord activated the portal. He gestured towards the glassy red surface and stepped back, clearing the way for Dara to approach. "Please complete the connection." Dara took out the spherical key she'd obtained from the High Keeper and tossed it into the gate, opening another tunnel into the astral. "Hopefully we'll encounter less resistance this time. Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more. Or close the wall up with our loreish dead something something, so becomes a man," I said, completely bastardizing the quote from Shakespeare's Henry the Something. Even Dara looked at me like I was spouting nonsense. To be fair, I was spouting nonsense, but it was famous nonsense, so I probably deserved a pass. Lyra rolled her eyes and planted a kiss on my cheek as she moved by, taking point as she passed through the portal. Dara and Tumanako followed, with Reven and I in the rear. I turned to ask Malik if he was coming, but he was already gone, leaving Krill standing there waving at Dara with a goofy grin on his face. I chose to ignore the imp. I definitely didn't want to do anything that would give him the impression that he was invited to the party. Thankfully, there were only a few minor astral entities on the path that were easily dealt with. We killed them so fast that Dara started to complain about not being able to drain them. "Damn it, now you've done it," I said after her latest bit of complaining. "What?" she replied. "The more essence we get, the better," Tumanako nodded. "Agreed. What is the problem?" I shook my head and sighed. "She jinxed us." "Jinxed?" Reven asked. "What's that mean?" Lyra said. I shook my head and sighed. "Jinxed, cursed. She basically challenged the system to make things harder by calling this too easy." Lyra snorted. "That's not a thing." "Just you wait," I said as we came into view of the exit portal. "There are rules to adventuring where I'm from. Never split the party. Don't forget the rope. Always check for traps. Make sure the chest isn't a mimic. Never say that something is too easy or that a massive creature flowed out of the wall and flopped onto the path between us and the exit. I fucking told you so, I yelled. If you thought man-bear-pig was weird, try man-boar-hippo-falcon-mantis-duck. I decided to call the thing a chimera. Man-boar-hippo-falcon-mantis-duck was way too much of a mouthful, and judging by the size of the creature's mouth, that was quite a lot. The majority of the creature was hippo, albeit an anthropomorphic hippo, like Moto Moto in that Madagascar movie. But instead of a hippo's normal skin, it was covered in bristles like a boar, with 2 pairs of tusks and spider eyes. The thing had a pair of feathered wings too, although they were way too small to be anything other than cosmetic, and instead of a hippo's front legs, it had a pair of stabby talons like a praying mantis. The worst part, though, was its feet. Giant duck feet. The hodgepodge of animal parts that made up the creature was completely crazy, but at least most of it had a purpose. Hippos were strong and had thick skin. Boars were viscous and their tusks were deadly weapons. The wings were weird, but the bug eyes probably helped it see in the dark or something, and the talons were murder incarnate. But duck feet. Why? Unlike the giant alligator we'd encountered in our first jaunt through the astral, the chimera was just sitting in the middle of the tunnel, blocking the way. It didn't even bother getting up until we were within 20 yards of it, at which point it opened its mouth in a giant yawn, showing off its massive tusks and the forest of pointed teeth that had no place in the mouth of a hippo or a boar. "So, everything's hostile in here, right?" I said, looking over at Dara. She nodded and extended her claws. "Yes." She transformed back into her battle form as soon as we'd entered the astral. "And even if they weren't, we would have to dispose of them." Lyra raised an eyebrow. "Why, couldn't we just kick them out somewhere, give the dungeon a new creature?" The succubus shook her head. "No, much like demon spawn, astral creatures require a lot of essence to manifest on the physical." "Aren't these things made of essence, though?" I asked. "If not, what are you draining?" Dara opened and closed her mouth a few times. "I don't know how to explain it other than the metaphysics are different. Wavelengths, density or something." "Frequency," Revan answered. "The astral plane exists at a higher frequency than lore. If an astral entity were to enter the physical realm, their bodies would lack cohesion unless provided some kind of focus." "Then how can we come here?" Lyra said. "Why can we enter the astral without an issue?" "Magic," Dara said, flashing her a smile. "The Nexus Gates handles it." Revan shrugged. "We only studied astral creatures crossing into the physical. It is how summoning magic works, after all. Elemental planes, astral plane." "Sebastian's bird mounts were likely drawn from here." "Huh, I just made up what I wanted them to look like," I said. Revan shrugged. "They take the shapes given and the magic establishes control." "Regardless," Dara said, "we have to kill it in order to establish the connection." So the twang of Tumanako's bow and the answering roar of the chimera cut off any further debate. I glanced over at the goblin who had just released her 3rd arrow. "What the hell?" she shrugged. "You talk too much." Dara said we have to kill it. More words waste time. The chimera charged right for her, its tusks poised to rip her in half. Right before the tusks would have split her in two, she was gone. Using her new skill, she slipped through her own shadow and appeared behind the creature, loosing another arrow that sank into the flesh right behind the creature's wing. The chimera let out a loud growl and kicked off of the wall, spinning in place just in time to meet Lyra's shield as she flashed across the tunnel covered in bright light. The enchanted metal rang like a gong as it knocked the creature's head to the side, exposing its neck to her follow-up slash. The creature's bristles were tough and absorbed some of the blow, but there was still enough power behind it to draw blood. The creature moved like lightning, lashing out at the redhead faster than my eyes could track. All I saw was a dark blur and a scream of pain before Lyra was sent flying across the tunnel, bright crimson splashing the walls from where the chimera's mantis-like talon had ripped through her side. Revan's healing bolt hit a second later, just ahead of the Chimera's follow-up attack that thankfully missed the injured warrior. I stepped forward and cast Cacophony, blasting the creature away from Lyra with a cone of condensed sound. The damage from the spell seemed minor, but the stunning component worked, buying us enough time to recover. Dara swooped in, taking advantage of the momentary distraction to latch onto the creature's back. Her claws dug deep into the Chimera's hide, slashing through the bristles and into the meaty goodness beneath. Seeing how fast it moved, I decided to slow it down a bit with some affliction magic. I cast Hex, Doom, and Tire in rapid succession. All three spells were successful, but didn't seem to have the impact I'd hoped for. It slowed down slightly, but was still way too fast for something its size. It rushed back towards Lyra, and would have overtaken her before she could fully reset herself if it wasn't for a lucky shot from Tumanako. Her arrow sprouted from one of its bulbous eyes, drawing out a roar of pain. It reared up, almost dislodging Dara from its back. Essence flowed through our bond as Dara held on, drinking deeply of its essence. Focusing through the buzz, I cast Shackle to lock the Chimera's back duck foot to the ground. Hopefully being chained to the floor would do something to keep its speed from being too much of a problem. The redhead was furious, letting out her own roar as she charged back in. Her blade blazed with the power of her single-target taunt as she attacked, opening up a long gash in its snout. "Fucking bastard!" she roared and barely got her shield up in time to deflect its answering attack. The damned creature was still too fast. I hit it with Daze and then pulled my drum around. My allies needed speed more than the damage a few firebolts could do, especially with Dara clinging to its back. I didn't want to accidentally hit her if the Chimera twisted at the wrong time. The beat of war tempo filled the air, supercharged with essence to hopefully flip the speed deficit in our favor. With a savage roar, the Chimera rammed itself into the tunnel wall, dislodging its unwanted backpack. With the added speed from my spell, Dara managed to avoid getting turned into a pancake and slid along the creature's flank, slicing it open like a zipper. Tumanako appeared out of the shadows and buried her blades into its back leg, slicing through the tendons and ligaments of the creature's knee. It squealed and flailed its talons at the goblin. With the speed buff in play, she was fast enough to twist to the side just in time to avoid getting turned into a goblin kebab. But even with her enhanced mobility, she wasn't able to escape completely unscathed. She landed behind the creature. Unfortunately, her left leg landed on the other side of the tunnel, severed mid-thigh. Blood gushed out of the stump, painting the floor red as she dragged herself clear. Revan cursed and cast a quick spell that created a ribbon of golden energy around Tumanako's gushing stump. The ribbon tightened with a flash, transforming into some kind of magical tourniquet and lasso combination that both cut off the blood flow and yanked Tumanako across the tunnel to where Revan was standing. The party system told me that she was alive but in shock from the pain. Revan's quick actions had likely saved her from bleeding out on the tunnel floor, but couldn't do much about her missing limb, especially once the Chimera whipped its head around and swallowed it. The lasso portion of the spell disappeared, leaving Tumanako bandaged but immobile. With a growl of pain, the goblin pulled out her bow and continued shooting at the Chimera. Her aim was shit due to the pain, but her heart was in it. Somehow sensing the source of my companion's new speed, the Chimera turned towards me and charged. It moved faster than I could track, shattering my magical shackle as it flashed across the tunnel. Only Dara's rushed tackle saved me from getting skewered. My drum was not so lucky. The Chimera's tusk went right through the hide and shattered the wooden body, sending pieces flying everywhere. The magic of the spell song would linger for another minute or so, but once that ran out we'd be screwed. I'd avoided being gored, but that didn't stop it from slamming into me. I felt my ribs crack as I was slammed into the wall. I gasped for breath that wouldn't come, fighting against the pain radiating from my side. My legs felt like jelly, and when I tried to stand up my body refused to obey. Lyra's eyes locked onto mine, and she screamed something that sounded like gibberish before laying into the astral creature's exposed flank. Her blade was glowing almost as brightly as the midday sun. Darkness crept in from the edges of my vision as a raspy cough racked my chest. Yeah, I definitely had a bunch of broken ribs and probably a pierced lung. A second later, the darkness receded as Revan's spell washed over me. A golden nova of healing energy exploded out of her body, taking away the pain. My chest sounded like a bowl of Rice Krispies for a few seconds as my broken ribs snap, crackle, and popped back into place. Dara landed next to me and pulled me to my feet, clutching a deep wound in her side that was still bleeding even after Revan's spell. Luckily, her regeneration was already taking care of the rest. She scanned my wounds and then nodded, turning back towards the chimera with a look on her face that sent shivers down my spine. It was fury incarnate. Flames coated her body as she started to actively burn the essence she'd stolen. With a savage smile, she flashed across the tunnel and ripped the chimera's wing off. A geyser of essence-charged blood erupted from the wound, coloring the walls red. With a savage growl, Dara bit down on the wound and started to drink, devouring the creature's essence like an all-you-can-eat buffet. The chimera screeched and arched its back, attempting to slam Dara into the wall again, but a well-placed shield bash took its forelimbs out from under it. As the creature fell forwards, I cast Shackle, connecting its pinned limb to the stone floor with the shortest chain I could imagine. With its arm tied up, it was a sitting duck. Wishing I could use balefire without risking us all, I cast Inferno, melting the chimera's undamaged eye and burning away all of the bristles on its face. Lyra raised her glowing blade over the creature's head. It was so bright I couldn't look directly at it. She'd put so much power into the attack that her blade had become a miniature sun, and when she stabbed it through the creature's damaged eyeball, I knew the fight was over. "Fuck you, you fucking giant motherfucking asshole," she screamed before releasing the energy stored in her blade. The chimera's head lit up like an old-school cartoon X-ray scene, revealing its freaky hodgepodge bone structure. I barely had time to cover my face before everything disappeared in a flash of light. Even closing my eyes couldn't block out the flash that accompanied the explosion. Shards of bone, chunks of gray matter, and all sorts of other fleshy bits coated the tunnel. It would probably have been quite the sight, but unfortunately for me, the light had been so bright I was pretty sure I was blind. I could feel that everyone was still alive after the explosion, but not by much. Revan, Tumanako, and I had been the furthest from ground zero and were in pretty good shape, but both Lyra and Dara were knocking on death's door. I didn't realize that Lyra was so vulnerable to her own attacks. Revan's voice filled the area as she chanted a group healing spell, and seconds later the warm glow of divine magic filled me, restoring my sight and allowing me to see the extent of the gore that Lyra's attack had created. "Well, shit," I said. "That was pretty insane." Dara glared at the redhead. "Och," Lyra looked stunned. I don't even know exactly what that was." "It wasn't the same skill you used on the fugly giant?" I asked, confused. She nodded slowly. "It was, but it shouldn't have been that powerful. I didn't pump any more power into it than I normally would." She looked down at her blade in shock. "I think the Sunchaser amplified it." "Damn," I said. "Impressive." Dara frowned. "That was close." Lyra walked over and wrapped her in a hug, ignoring the gore covering both of them. "I'm sorry my skill hurt you," she whispered. Dara gave her a small smile. "It was the right call. It's not like Sebastian can't just conjure me a new body." "Still," Lyra said, and then looked at the remains of the chimera which were slowly being absorbed back into the tunnel. "At least it worked." Dara grinned and then gestured down the tunnel. "And the exit is right ahead." Revan let out a long sigh. "Good." "It will take some time to fix Tumanako's leg," she frowned. It's too bad we don't have the rest of it. Tumanako winced and spat to the side. Stupid creature ate it. Easier to reattach than to regrow, I'm guessing, I said. Revan nodded. By a lot. It will take me a while to regrow her limb and she's going to sleep for most of it. Tumanako frowned. But victory fucking is, don't worry. You'll get your victory fucking after your leg is back, I said. She started to say something again, but I covered her mouth with my hand. While I was sure there were tons of amazing things that would be possible with only one leg, doing them while the stump was still bleeding wasn't really something I wanted to experience. Some things were just too weird, even for my new hermtastics extravaganza of a life. Lyra laughed while Revan just rolled her eyes again. Let's go home, the redhead said, earning a giant smile from Dara. I nodded and scooped up Tumanako in my arms. Home. Even carrying Tumanako was no issue with my enhanced stats. Revan's spells had stopped the bleeding, but she didn't want to do too much because it would make regrowing the limb harder. As soon as we exited the portal at the womb, the world seemed to lurch. Quest completed. Unification. Equals establish links between all three types of cores. Tower Dungeon Glade. Heavy checkmark equals link the Stone Tree Hybrid Core to the merged Tower Dungeon Glade network. Heavy checkmark. I almost dropped Tumanako as our quest rewards popped into existence in front of us. The goblin was sleeping, so I tucked both of our reward bags into my spatial bag to examine later. No one was there to greet us, but there was a small note written in Thur and pinned to the path leading up from the portal room. Good job, Chosen. Now get out. Except you, Kith daughter, you can stay if you want. I snorted with laughter. The note wasn't signed, but there was no doubt about who it was from. We hadn't planned to hang around the Greenskin City anyway. Dara rolled her eyes and placed her hand back on the portal before closing her eyes. The color shifted back to red and then became transparent, allowing us to see our portal room on the other side. With a grin, Dara waved us towards the portal. What are the odds of having a day or two to rest before your dad sends us on another mission? I asked as Lyra and Revan stepped through the portal. Dara shrugged. Unless something crazy happens, I raised a hand, cutting her off. Best if we don't jinx it, eh? She laughed and I leaned in to give her a kiss before stepping through the portal, making sure Tumanako's sleeping form cleared the edges. Dara followed me through seconds later, and the portal closed behind her. Everyone was exhausted, and I was surprised to see that our time in the astral had taken a lot longer than expected. I brought Tumanako to one of the deluxe inn rooms where she could rest enough to heal. Revan was going to start the process of regrowing her leg immediately, and estimated it would take at least a day to fully regrow. Now that we'd finished our mission, Dara was itching to get started on creating our own dungeon mobs. I offered to help, but she wanted it to be a surprise. As Dara disappeared into the core room, Lyra stretched and let out an exaggerated yawn. I'm beat. I think I'm going to head to bed, she said before heading towards the hallway. I nodded slowly, my own exhaustion making me a bit oblivious. Good night, she cleared her throat. I said I'm going to bed, don't you want to join me? It finally clicked and I looked up to see that she'd already sent her armor to wherever it was the soulbound kit went when it wasn't in use. Oh, yes. Chapter 43. Home again. Home again. By the time I recovered, Lyra had scampered down the hallway. I ran to catch up and had barely turned the corner before she grabbed me by the collar and kissed me. Her hands cupped the back of my head as she leaned in and whispered, "You're a bit overdressed." She bit my earlobe. "Lose the armor and meet me in our room." Before I knew what was happening, I was falling. She tripped me. I managed to recover, rolling back to my feet, but by then she was gone again. Laughing, I dismissed my armor and ran to our room, glad we'd decided to give Tumanako and Revan their own for healing purposes. I had a feeling that there wasn't going to be much actual rest happening for a while in our normal one. Lyra was completely naked when I reached the room, laying on the bed with her fiery red hair draped over her freckled breasts. She grinned up at me and beckoned me closer, running her hand down her body as she spread her legs. "I've been dying for a little one-on-one time," she purred. I licked my lips and crawled onto the bed, losing my underwear in the process. With a growl, I pulled her against me and kissed her, letting my desire flow through our connection. She gasped and pulled her head back, exposing her neck. I leaned in and kissed her soft skin, nibbling a line from her ear to her shoulder. She moaned and reached between us, wrapping her hand around my cock and stroking it gently. I hummed in pleasure and pulled back, sharing my hunger as I gazed into her eyes. She licked her lips and kissed me again. Her lips were hot, and as we pressed together, I could feel her nipples hard against my chest. With a smile, I kissed her neck and collarbone as I moved down her body. My hands traced the edges of her breasts, brushing over her nipples so that by the time I reached them they were hard enough to cut glass. I took her nipple into my mouth, biting gently on it while caressing it with my tongue. She let out another moan and pressed herself against me. "Now this, gasp, is gasp, some quality time." With a chuckle, I released that nipple and kissed my way over to the other, using my free hand to cup her breast. I sucked it into my mouth and bit down harder, eliciting another moan of pleasure. I kissed my way down her stomach and then lower, teasing her already aroused pussy with a soft breath. I flicked out my tongue, barely brushing against her lips. She looked down at me and growled before grabbing the back of my head and pulling my mouth to where she wanted it. I laughed into her wetness, and then eagerly lapped up every drop of her delicious fluids. Her hips arched as she ground herself against my mouth, and my tongue slid between her folds in search of her engorged clit. I slid my fingers into her pussy, moved them slowly in and out while caressing her clit with my tongue. I could feel her pleasure building through our link and could tell she was getting close. With a wicked grin, I slowed down. "Oh, please," she whimpered and spread her legs further, pressing her dripping sex against my mouth. "I'm so close." With slow, purposeful licks I traced a circle along her lips before focusing back on her clit. I curled my fingers slightly, caressing her G-spot while I went to town. She gasped and arched her back as a rush of juices announced her climax, soaking my chin and the bed. Her body quivered with pleasure and she pulled my head up, gazing into my eyes. "Fuck me now, Sebastian," she growled and pulled me towards her. Smiling up at her, I gave her pussy one last lick before kissing my way back up her body. Love and lust in equal parts filled the connection between us as our eyes locked, and I slid my cock deep into her. Her body shook as she came again, and I could feel her pussy tightening even further around me. She was so sensitive that even the smallest movement seemed to get a very satisfying reaction from the beautiful redhead, so I did what any self-respecting man would do. I used it to set my lover's world on fire. I slid myself out until just the tip remained inside before slowly thrusting myself back in. She looked up at me and bit her lower lip. "Damn it, Sebastian, more." I did it again, sliding out of her and pausing. "Did you want something?" I asked. "Yes, God's damn it." "I want you to," her answer transformed into a gasp as my cock filled her again. Faster this time. Every time she opened her mouth to speak I did it again and again, speeding up until my hips were moving like a jackhammer. "Yes," she screamed. Fire ignited in her eyes as she looked up into mine. With a surge of strength, she flipped me onto my back and mounted me like a prized stallion. Hands on my shoulders, she drove herself down onto my cock over and over again. I could feel her pussy spasming around me as she came a third and a fourth time. Each orgasm sent shockwaves of pleasure through our bond, and as she came once again, I let loose, filling her with my seed and riding the building waves of pleasure until she collapsed on top of me. With a tired sigh, she patted me gently on the shoulder and then promptly fell asleep, my cock still inside her. I think I lasted another minute or two before joining her in slumber. Interlude Genesis T. His is taking too long, Dawala growled, his footsteps leaving large cracks in the stone floor of his domain as he paced back and forth. Why is it taking so long? Patience, Avil counseled. The system has never been timely in its endeavors. Yuba snorted. Now that's an understatement. Just watch, Avil said softly, waving her hand over the map. The entirety of lore was visible, rendered in exquisite detail. Scattered around the map were glowing gems representing the remaining cores on the planet. Black gems for dungeons, white for towers, and green for Yuba's glades. The gems were connected by narrow strands, colored to match. Dawala let out a long breath. The links have been established. It's simply a matter of time before a bright flash from the table interrupted him, drawing everyone's attention to the marker for the stone tree in the northern Dreadmarsh. The core was no longer a mix of black and white. It was a bright azure blue, and it had a heartbeat. Bump, bump. Energy flowed out of the blue gem, spreading through the connecting threads towards the green gem of the womb and the black gem of the greenstone depths. Bump, bump. Azure essence flowed into the glade core, filling it with the pure power of the system and transforming it into a second azure gem. Bump, bump. Bump, bump. Two hearts beat as one, spreading change across the planet. Core by core, connection by connection, the system's contribution to the war effort spread through the newly joined networks, rewriting the basic rules governing cores, and expanding their influence beyond their immediate domain. It started slow, but with every core transformed, the speed of expansion increased until the new power spread across the planet like wildfire. And then it was done. The light disappeared, leaving behind a uniform web of azure light. A unified core network spanning the globe and a room full of gods who weren't quite sure what to make of it. It's done, Dawala said. Finally, Yuba said. Avil smiled and gave them both a small nod. The Chosen have performed well. Let's hope that it will be some time before we need call on them again. On the western side of the main continent, one of the gems started to flash red. You had to say something, Yuba growled. What is it? The Chosen said. Jinx it, Dawala cursed. The Twilight Mine. He waved a hand, creating a viewing portal to the dungeon core room. The panicked form of the dungeon lord appeared in the window. The god of dungeons snapped his fingers. Tarek, report, he barked. My lord, we are under attack, the dungeon lord replied, dropping to his knees. They slaughtered the mortal camp above and are storming the dungeon. How long can you hold? Dawala asked, his claws absently ripping through the wood of the map table. Unknown, my lord, Tarek replied. I have a small force of Grot who are preparing to join the war effort, but against Vishy's legion we are likely overmatched. Dawala nodded. Hold for as long as you can. All restrictions on essence use are lifted. He looked at Avil briefly before addressing Tarek once again. We will send aid. Make sure the Nexus Gate is ready. Chapter 44 Really. Ebastian, wake up, Dara said as she shook me awake. I opened my eyes to find the succubus kneeling over me, worry in her eyes. I was even more concerned to see the dark stone ceiling behind her, quite different from the in-room that I'd fallen asleep in. Speaking of, where was Lyra? Where the hell were we? I sat up and froze as the rest of the room and its occupants came into view, Dawala and Avil. Both deities looked deadly serious, as did Revan, who was standing at Avil's side. Letting out a long sigh, I looked up at Dawala. Let me guess. New emergency mission, top secret. This message will self-destruct in yada yada. Dara's eyes went wide. Bastion, I rolled my eyes. I don't even know why I'm surprised at this point. Lay it on me, big guy. Anger burned in the god's eyes, and I realized in that moment that I'd done fucked up. I'd crossed the line and I wasn't going to like the consequences. An intense force pressed down on my shoulders, crushing me to the ground. I have had enough of your insolence, warlock, Dawala roared. His voice echoed through the room. I have indulged your earthly habits as a favor to my daughter, but no more. You signed the contract, you accepted the pact. With each word, the pressure on me grew. You are my servant. I felt my ribs start to crack and I could barely breathe. You will go where I tell you to go, or I will end you and deliver your soul to the reapers personally. Dara gasped and I felt Dawala's attention shift as he continued. I will sever your bond. A wave of pure panic rushed through my connection to Dara as that sentence sunk in. Dawala could do it. He could snip our bond with a thought. Dara grabbed my arm and clung to it. Father, the crushing weight of his full attention fell on me once again. Have I made myself clear? Why, yes, I said, barely able to squeeze the words out of my aching lungs. The pressure vanished. Good, the god said, returning to his normal, friendly tone as Dara helped me back to my feet, tears flowing down her cheeks. The panic I'd felt from her was slowly transforming to rage as she stared at the massive god. I was impressed by her control. I would have probably lost my shit, but at that moment, I was lucky I was able to stand. What would you have us do, Father? She said in a completely emotionless tone. A brief flash of sorrow crossed the god's features, disappearing almost too quickly for me to register. The Twilight Mine is under siege by Vishy's legion. Take the Nexus Gate and drive the demon spawn from the dungeon before they corrupt another of our cores. How much time do we have? I asked. None, Avil answered. What about our companion? Dara asked. She was grievously wounded establishing the link to Malik's dungeon. You'll have to deal with this threat without her, Dawala said. I saw Revan frown, but she was wise enough to remain silent. Understood, I said with a grimace, and the cavern disappeared with a flash. What's going on? Lyra said groggily as I extracted myself from bed. She looked around and saw Dara standing nearby and reached for her. Oh, it must be time for dessert, Dara frowned. Unfortunately not. Another dungeon is under attack. We have to go. Lyra blinked a few times as her brain processed things. Oh, she slid out of bed and stretched. At least we got a little R&R before getting shipped back to the front lines. You're taking this pretty well, I said. She shrugged. I'm an adventurer. I'm used to a volatile life. I almost died of boredom when I had to work a normal job. Dara snorted. Well, if nothing else, our lives are full of surprises. Lyra grinned and slipped by the succubus, slapping her ass on the way out the door. Good surprises, though. She pulled the door open and headed towards the common room. You're still naked, I called out as her supple ass passed out of sight. I know, she replied. She doesn't even know where we're going. I said. Dara leaned in and kissed me. Go get Lyra and meet me at the gate. Revan will probably be there already, but if not, I'll get her. I need to make sure Tumanako has enough supplies. For what? Tumanako said as she walked into the room on a surprisingly fully healed leg. I had to do a double take. How's your leg healed already? Revan said it would take a while. The goblin snorted. Bah, Yuba came to my dreams and told me to get off my ass. When I woke up, I was all better. She gave me a wicked grin. Who needs killing? I'll fill you all in at the gate, Revan said as she joined us. The trip from our room down to the gate was pretty fast, but Revan insisted we go through everything that Avil had told her before rushing through. Logically, it made more sense to be fully prepared, but time was critical. The dungeon we were going to aid was called the Twilight Mine. As the name implied, it was designed to mimic an actual mine, complete with mine shafts, ore veins, and a healthy collection of medium-sized stone men called grots. From their description, they seemed to be what would result if you crossed a naked mole rat with a dwarf, transformed it into a statue, animated it, and then gave it a massive shot of attitude. Rumor was, they were quite docile until you attacked them, or gods forbid tried to mine something in their lair. They were a territorial bunch, and really hated it when someone else touched their shit. The number of demon spawn we'd be facing was unknown, but at least we wouldn't be doing it all by ourselves. The expectation was that we'd have some of the grots and the dungeon lord to help against the demon spawn, but we wouldn't know their status until we arrived. The dungeon lord Tarek had been given carte blanche when it came to essence spending, so he could theoretically pump out as many of the little shits as he could fit as long as we could keep him safe. Dara mentioned there were some constraints on when and where monsters could be created in a dungeon based on the presence of adventurers in the area, but she didn't go into too much detail beyond there being a hard restriction on spawning creatures in rooms that were occupied. As soon as we were done going through our limited intel, we finished our preparations, buffed up, and then activated the portal. YOLO! Chapter 45 Siegebreaker. As soon as I stepped out of the portal, I knew we were in trouble. There was blood everywhere. Mangled pieces of the stone-like grot were scattered all over the room, mingled with the remnants of Vishy's legionaries. Something about the dungeon environment must have prevented their remains from disappearing after death. The doorway leading towards the core room was currently blocked by a crowd of demon spawn fighting against a small group of grot. A whimper brought my attention towards a small alcove near the gate. A short, stocky man stepped out of the nook, eyes wide with fear. Dude looked like what you'd get if you cast Danny DeVito as the devil and then trapped him in an all-you-can-eat buffet for a decade or so. He was short and round with a non-existent hairline. Even his horns were short and stocky. He looked at us with wide, fear-filled eyes. "Thank Dawala," he said, gesturing to the doorway where his dungeon-born were barely holding the demon spawn at bay. "They're already in the core room. Hurry." "How many?" Lyra asked while Reven and Tumanako moved forward. Waves of healing blanketed the defenders, bolstering them against the demons' ranks while black arrows streaked overhead, exploiting the chinks in the legionaries' armor. The dungeon lord shuddered. "I didn't get a count. They flooded the dungeon before my defenses were finalized and slaughtered my grot. By the time I was able to create more defenders, they were on the third floor. Even my bosses were overwhelmed." "Shit," Dara said and closed her eyes. "I can feel fluctuations in the core. They're doing something out there. We need to break through." "That's what I said," the dungeon lord screamed. "These are the last grot I can spawn. They're blocking my access to the core." "Fuck," I said and turned towards the ongoing battle. "Guess it's time to fuck some demons up." I waved at the dungeon lord. "You're welcome to join us. Just don't get in the way." He nodded slowly, but based on how he'd been playing hide and seek instead of actively fighting the demons, I didn't expect much. I scanned the doorway and frowned at the narrow opening. The demon spawn had set up a pretty good blockade. There were at least 3 rows of demon spawn holding the door, with even more waiting in the back ranks to fill any gaps. I was surprised they hadn't bothered to break through the remaining grot and go full murder hobo on the dungeon lord. As I got closer, I saw why. There were like 10 lines of runes carved across the floor of the tunnel between the doorway and the portal room. I had no clue what any of them did, but considering the demon spawn hadn't taken over the entire place yet, I figured they were some kind of specialized wards. The grot didn't seem to be affected by them. "Your ward's going to mess with us, Danny?" I asked, earning a confused look from the dungeon lord. "Danny, my name is Tarek, and no, the wards only affect the Voidborn, and any magic they might throw our way," he said. "Wait, it'll block magic, any magic or just void magic?" I asked. If he was saying what I thought he was saying, all magic, he said with a frown. "They have mortals with them." Reven whirled around. "Mortals," he nodded. "A mortal leads them, a human with tattoos on his scalp. Demons obey him." "A warlock?" Dara asked. Tarek looked clueless. "I don't know," Reven frowned. "If Vishy has a warlock out there, it's even more critical that we move quickly." I nodded. "Right, get ready. I'll make us a path." Dara flashed me a wicked smile as I sent her my plans through our bond. My hands danced through the gestures for lingering flames, altar magic, and fireball, weaving all 3 together into a monster spell that I hoped wouldn't be able to overcome the dungeon lord's wards. Lingering flames would transform the normal fire into napalm, which would help spread the damage further. Or at least that's what I hoped. With altar magic, I focused on the damage component, aiming to transform the flames into something closer to plasma. The combination took a fuck ton of mana, draining almost half of my pool. I considered adding in some essence to the mix, but something told me that would definitely be a bad idea in the current circumstances. Dara must have spread word of my plan to the others, because as soon as I was ready to finish the spell, both Tumanako and Revan attacked the front lines, creating the perfect gap for my spell to get through. The baseball-sized ball of liquid flame soared through the gap, passing the first two ranks before one of the legionaries in the back swatted it out of the air. The entire hallway was engulfed in glowing white flames, bright enough that I had to shield my eyes. The first and second layer of wards shattered under the pressure. The third ward bowed slightly, but held. The liquid flames in the hallway pressed against the magical wall, swirling like the inside of a lava lamp before slowly receding, leaving behind an empty passageway. As soon as the way was clear, the Grot soldiers charged down the hallway with weapons raised. Lyra went next with the rest of our party right behind. After a few steps, I realized my feet were burning through my magic boots. Apparently, my spell had superheated the stone floor. It was annoying, but I sensed that it was nothing we couldn't handle. Revan hissed in pain and then chanted a short spell, coating us all with a thin layer of cool air that seemed to negate most of the burning. She had a spell for almost everything. Die! Lyra yelled as she charged into the core room, knocking over the still flaming remains of a trio of legionaries. Their ebon weaponry crumbled to dust as they fell, revealing a new scene of horror in the center of the room. Staked out around the core at the cardinal points were the bloodied, and somewhat charred, remains of 4 humanoids. Their hearts had been removed from their chests, and their entrails had been used to form a circle around the core. Runes drawn in blood coated its stone surface. The same runes I'd seen on the core implanted in the demon spawn officer at Aelin's Rest. On the far side of the core, a robed man with some kind of sigil tattooed on his scalp was actively painting runes onto the core, completely ignoring the battle going on around him. A new group of legionaries rushed across the room, intercepting the Grot and Lyra before they could get anywhere near the ritual circle. The demon spawn fanned out, forming a wall across the chamber. I snorted and used balefire, targeting the cultist. We didn't need to rush to destroy the demons if I could just take out their leader. The bar of destruction flashed across the room, aimed perfectly to burn his face off. There was a flash as a barrier appeared, mirroring the circle defined by the entrails on the floor, and stopped the attack. Needless to say, I was a bit shocked. Normally balefire trumped everything. The ritualist looked up at me and smiled before going back to his painting. "Fuck!" I yelled before turning my attention back to the demon spawn. Apparently, Operation Snipe Out the leader wasn't going to happen, and we'd have to do things the hard way. If I could get close enough to the circle, I should be able to figure out how to get through it. Lyra and the Grot crashed into the enemy ranks, sending most of them stumbling backwards. The stone molemen warriors seemed to come in 2 flavors. The smaller type had long stone claws that reminded me of a sloth. They were quite strong and had little trouble ripping into the demon spawn. Their ebon armor offered little protection against the Grot's claws. The bigger Grot had giant hammer hands like those toy Hulk gloves that had come out after the last round of Marvel films, but instead of being made of foam, these guys were made of solid rock. One of them punched straight through a legionary's shield and caved in its chest. A backhand sent another crumbling to the ground. Both sets of melee Grot were scary as hell, which raised the question: how had the demon spawn gotten this far into the dungeon with these bad boys on the defense? I scanned the enemy ranks, looking for any signs of an officer. There were 3 embedded in the back ranks, their sideways crests easy to find if you knew what to look for. 2 seemed to be support types that were doing something to bolster the legionaries around them. The one in the far back seemed to be the overall commander. Well, he had the biggest crest on his helmet, so I assumed he was in charge. That and the dedicated trio of shield bearers protecting him from Tumanako's arrows. Riven's healing magic was joined by another pair of grots. The healer variant was thinner than their warrior counterparts, with short stubby claws that let them wield a stone scepter that seemed to focus their spells. Every few seconds another grot charged in from the tunnel to join the fight, but the newcomers seemed to be a lot weaker than the ones currently engaged with the enemy. I guess the dungeon lord must have decided on a quantity over quality approach now that we were in the mix. Personally, I would have preferred he pay the essence for the big boys instead of settling for the Wish.com knockoffs. The battle line was a mess, so I couldn't bring my big guns to bear. I could, however, spam my crowd control spells. The demon spawn were highly resistant to control effects, but even a single second's delay in response time was usually enough for our side to take advantage. The demon spawn near the officers seemed to be completely immune to my spells, so I turned my attention to the spellcasters. I cast sea magic and wasn't at all surprised to see a large shield emanating from the twin support demons. Behind the shield I sensed the hint of another spell in place, connected to the officers by a thin tendril of mana. With an evil grin I cast Disruption Bolt, targeting the shield protecting the demon spawn closest to where Dara was cutting into the front lines. A glowing bolt of bright white energy shot across the room and blasted through the shield, shattering it like it was made of glass. Shards of broken mana rained down on the demon spawn before disappearing into the ether. The spellcaster turned its eyeless gaze my way and pointed. A lance of darkness erupted from its raised hand and crossed the distance in an instant, knocking me off my feet. My spell shield absorbed the damaging portion of the spell, but did nothing for the force. A second beam shot by, narrowly missing me as I rolled to my feet. When the caster came back into view, I noticed an arrow sticking out of its wrist. I silently thanked Tumanako for the assist. If that second spell had landed, I would have been in trouble. It probably wouldn't have been enough to take me out, but I was sure it would have hurt like hell. I sent another disruption bolt streaking towards the caster, aiming to do as much damage as possible. A single spell wouldn't be enough to kill it, but the secondary effect of Disruption Bolt should keep them from providing any additional support. The spell flashed across the battle and then stopped a few feet from the caster. Jagged cracks spread out from the point of impact, transforming the officer's invisible aura into a spiderweb of destruction. It didn't do any damage to the enemy, but the aura was completely destroyed. I felt a wave of hatred from the officer as it launched another beam of darkness at me. A bubble of golden energy appeared around me, negating the spell as I launched another disruption bolt in return. This time it hit, blasting a hole in its chest armor and wreaking havoc on its ability to cast. The mana it was shaping into another attack fizzled and exploded in its face, disintegrating half of its crest. Tumanako's next arrow hit it right in the open faceplate, finishing it off. Dara took advantage of the officer's death and charged into the disrupted front line. A trio of the smaller grots went with her, ripping into the distracted legionaries with their talons. Her extended claws snuck past raised shields to puncture the ebon flesh of the demon spawn, opening them up to her most potent attack, Essence Drain. Meanwhile, Lyra was making steady progress through the enemy ranks. Flanked on either side by a mixture of the Hulk Fist and Claw grots, she was a juggernaut. The demon spawn fought back with a fury, landing multiple blows against our forces, but it was nowhere near enough. Riven was a force of nature, easily keeping track of the battle and healing our wounded almost as soon as they were hit. The tattooed cultist continued painting runes on the core and the back, confident in the protection of whatever ritual shield they'd put in place. We were getting closer, but if we had any hope of stopping whatever insanity he was trying for, we'd have to up our game. Ah well, I thought. Time to go full murder hobo on these motherfuckers. My mana was still recovering from casting the giant plasma ball, but I had enough in the tank for another big spell. The second officer was still there, buffing the troops, so if I wanted to get the best bang for my buck, he'd have to die first. "Hey lady," I sent to Tumanako, "target the other caster when I dispel his shields." She replied with a simple acknowledgement, drawing an arrow wreathed in shadow back to her cheek. Ready. With no time to spare, I burned a chunk of essence to enhance my speed, sending 3 disruption bolts towards the enemy caster in the time it would normally take me to cast one. It was expensive, but with Dara's ability to drain more from our enemies, it was worth it. The first bolt shattered the protective shield on that side of the battlefield. The second ripped apart his supporting aura, and the third, well. One of the normal legionaries decided to be a hero and leapt in front of the officer, intercepting the spell. Instead of getting blasted by my spell, the officer was hit by a shower of nastiness as his hero was transformed into goo. Tumanako's arrow didn't miss, sinking into the unprotected slit between its neck and chest piece. The officer reached up and grabbed the arrow before stumbling away. It wasn't dead, but I doubted it would be able to do anything besides regret its life choices for a while. "All right, loves, pull back," I sent through the bond. "It's about to get a bit hot in here." "Oh pooh," Dara replied with a pout. "Such a waste of so much delicious essence." "Tell that to the idiot in the circle painting on the core," I replied. "Good point," she sent. "Burn them all." Lyra pulled back, drawing the grots with her. They seemed confused but were intelligent enough to know that there was a method to her apparent madness. I smiled and started casting, using altar magic to increase the size of the wall of fire I intended to use to fry the remaining demon spawn. The spell was going to take up most of my remaining mana, so I needed to make it count. Essence flowed out of my core and into the spell, transforming the magical flames into something more. The wall ignited from left to right, sweeping across the battlefield in a wave of destruction. The demon spawn's faceless forms writhed in the inferno, as the essence that made up their bodies added fuel to the fire, and an explosion of superheated air blasted through the room. Lyra and the Hulk-handed grots managed to keep their footing, but the rest of us were knocked on our asses. I blinked away tears and tried to focus on the fight, barely able to see the blurry forms of the few remaining demons who had dodged the flames. A wave of healing magic cleared my vision, and I saw that most of the grot had survived the unexpected explosion. Some of the smaller ones who had been too close to ground zero had been destroyed, but I counted their destruction a small price to pay for the devastation done to the Legion. The spell flickered, and I looked over to see the tattooed man standing inside the wall of fire, staring at me with unbridled hatred. He was completely untouched by the flames. He made a grasping gesture, and a small vortex appeared in his hand, drawing on the flames. The wall of fire was torn to shreds as the flickering flames were drawn into the vortex, condensing into a glowing yellow ball within his grip. I felt something snap and my control of the spell was gone. Sensing my confusion, the man brought the gathered spell to his face and inhaled the flames, shivering with pleasure. The tattoo on his head glowed brightly as he absorbed the essence imbued into the spell, and his smile grew even wider. Most of the Legion was gone, reduced to ash by the empowered spell, but the officer was still standing, seemingly untouched by my attempted demonocide. "You have interrupted the lady's great work," the caster growled. "Now I will deal with you personally." He stepped forward, twin trails of smoke emerging from his nostrils as he opened his mouth wide. Lyra screamed, "Take cover," and raised her shield, activating her wall of light a second before the cultist unleashed his attack. Flames exploded from the man's mouth like a dragon's breath, completely immolating everything it touched. The grots caught in the fire actually melted, and if it weren't for Lyra's shield and Dara's speed, they would have joined them. Revan was encapsulated in a bubble of golden light, keeping her safe, but that didn't save the two healer grots from being knocked out of the fight. Tumanako and I were far enough away to avoid the worst of the flames, but what reached us still hurt like a bitch, and that was through my buffs, shielding rings, and fire resistance. The smoke that followed was almost worse. I could barely breathe, and the sound of coughing from the front lines made me worry about my companions. A short chant from Revan remedied the situation. A cleansing wave of golden light swept through the area, dissolving the lingering smoke and revealing the tattooed pyromancer and demon spawn captain. The man looked annoyed that Lyra and Dara had avoided a fiery death, but his annoyance was short-lived. He raised a hand to finish them off, but he'd made a critical mistake. He'd left the protective circle. I sent a beam of balefire streaking towards his heart, but right before the beam would have hit, the demon spawn captain pushed him out of the way. The balefire tore through the captain's shoulder, transforming its sword arm into mist. The demon spawn shrugged off its shield and drew its blade with its intact arm before heading our way. Before I could target the caster with another spell, the captain was in my face. 1 second it had been across the room, and the next it was there, its blade already slashing towards my neck. I did the only thing I could, channeling a little Dark Souls mojo as I dove to the side, rolling out of the way to avoid getting beheaded. When I got to my feet, he was on me again, and I reflexively summoned my pack blade to block, using the indestructible weapon to absorb the attack. My strength wasn't nearly enough to stop the full force of the blow, but it was enough to stop it from taking my head. The attack knocked my blade wide, leaving me wide open. Its sword slashed in, slicing through my new armor and ribs. I felt my lung collapse, but the pain was too intense for me to consciously care. A follow-up kick sent me flying across the room. The impact with the floor amplified the pain and everything went dark. A scream of rage brought me back to consciousness. Most of the pain was gone, and I could see the remnants of one of Revan's healing spells clinging to my side. Lyra and the captain were locked in battle, but it didn't look good for the redhead. Seeing the demon's speed, I was pretty sure that if it had full use of its arms, we would all be dead already. What about the caster? I scanned the room and found him facing off against Dara near the core. She was in full-blown rage mode, slashing and dodging for all she was worth. There were burns covering her body, and half of her hair was gone, but I could feel her burning essence to heal the damage. The caster wasn't in any better shape. There was a shield of fire surrounding him that Dara was having a hard time getting through, but I could see several bloody gashes in his torn robes. The caster wasn't paying attention to me, so I sent a beam of balefire his way, forgetting about the damned circle. There was no clear line of fire. He must have noticed the attempt because he had a shit-eating grin plastered on his face. That was until Tumanako appeared from the shadows behind him. The fiery shield flared and burned the goblin, charring her arm and half of her face as she drove her blades into his back. I felt her pain through the bond as she flinched away from the shield, trying to roll clear of any follow-up. The cultist raised his hands to cast a spell, but the only thing that came out of his mouth was a spray of frothy blood. Dara took full advantage of the situation and ripped into him, sinking her claws into his stomach despite the fire. A surge of essence flowed out of the man and through the bond network, fueling her healing and replenishing some of the essence I'd used earlier. With that surge of energy, I focused on helping Lyra with her fight. Hex went off without a problem and then weakened. The spell dropped the demon's strength for a fraction of a second, but that was more than enough time for Lyra to strike, opening up a gash across the officer's thigh. Revan continued to chant, refreshing Lyra's buffs and sealing her wounds. "This thing is insane," Lyra sent through the bond, deflecting another wild swing before dancing out of range. I'm out of mana and my stamina is almost shot. Incoming help, I yelled before casting another weaken followed by shackle. The golden chain connecting its ankle to the floor tripped it. It didn't fall, but its mobility was shot, and when Revan switched from healing to offense, it was unable to dodge. A wave of holy flames engulfed both Lyra and the captain, healing her while burning away the demon spawn's body. Its wounds widened, weakening it further. The captain's sword dragged behind it on the ground as Lyra circled it, turning it to face away from us. With a grin, I moved forward, manifesting my packed blade into a longsword that would give me some reach. It wasn't my favorite weapon, but it would do. I slashed at the demon spawn's pinned leg and grinned as my blade made contact, cutting through its armor and into the flesh beneath. More essence surged into my body as I pulled through the sword. When the demon whirled around, it was almost easy to avoid its cut. The attack left it wide open, and before I could even register what was going on, a glowing black arrow pierced its heart while Lyra skewered it from behind. The combination of light and dark attacks ending its existence was almost poetic. The essence flow from the tattooed man ended along with his life, leaving us victorious. I just had one question at that point. Where the fuck was Tarek? Chapter 46 Route T. He runes on the core drew my focus, distracting me from the anger I was feeling towards Tarek for being a coward. The fat little fucker had abandoned us, using all the essence he had left to escape through the Nexus gate. What kind of dungeon lord would abandon their core to the enemy without even trying to fight for it themselves? Especially once we were there and kicking ass. Why wouldn't he just? Okay, maybe the incomplete runes on the core hadn't distracted me quite as much as I'd thought. Once the tattooed cultist was dead, the circle surrounding the core had crumbled, but the runes he'd been painting had remained. Revan was busy taking notes, recording the runic designs in a notebook for later study while Dara and I focused on its inner structure. The core's essence reserves were super low. According to Dara, there wasn't even enough essence left to maintain the dungeon's first floor. Apparently, Tarek had used more than I thought, creating minions to hold back the demon spawn. The sound of armored boots on stone drew my attention back towards the gate room. A small column of kobold spearmen marched into the room and split into groups. A few squads took up defensive positions around the room while another headed out into the dungeon proper. Kobolds? Lyra asked, sharing a confused look with Tumanako. What? Dara said, looking up from where she'd been focusing on the core. When she saw the kobolds, she frowned. Damn it, father, why him? She asked. Why indeed, a familiar voice said from the gate tunnel. Ever since Sebastian arrived, I find myself having to leave my dungeon more and more often. Hey Malik, I said. You're late, the dungeon lord shrugged. I am only here because of your success. Lord Dawala would not risk a second dungeon for a lost cause. He looked at Dara with a sad smile. Even if it meant the loss of your bonded. Dara narrowed her eyes. Yes. He has made the fact that he considers Sebastian expendable quite clear. Lyra came to stand at my side. Hello, Malik, she said. You taking over this dump? The dungeon lord nodded to her in greeting. Number Tarek is still the lord here and will resume his responsibilities once Lord Dawala is done with him. His cowardice will not go unpunished. Good, I said. That guy deserves to be force-fed a giant bag of dicks. Covered in razor blades, Dara added, and dipped in ghost pepper oil. I finished. Yes. Well, Malik replied, regardless of your particular fetishes, it is not our decision how Tarek is disciplined. But rest assured, my lord is not known for his mercy. Dara giggled. He's going to get what's coming to him, that's for sure. Her mirth fled as she looked back at Malik. So why are you here? I'm sure your father will fill you in once you return to your own domain, he replied. In short, we've discovered some additional benefits with the changes introduced by your core. They have been quite game-changing. Revan finished recording the runes from the core and noticed Malik. Dungeon Lord, she said with a small bow, Malik returned the bow. Chosen, have you discovered what they were doing to the core? She shook her head. Nothing solid. The runes appear similar to what we saw with Aelin's Rest, but there's no way to know for sure since we didn't have time to thoroughly examine that one. Malik approached the core. Whoever discovered this method has access to things they should not have. To mix the runes of creation with those of the void like this, it is insanity. Tumanako grunted. Crazy work sometimes. The dungeon lord looked thoughtful. Barthen will want to study this. If we can determine how their ritual functions, we should be able to defend against it. Lyra snorted. No shit. Malik looked her way and frowned. We do what we can, Miss Stone. He turned and gestured towards me. For now, you are to return to your stone tree and await further instructions. I looked at Dare. How much you want to bet that as soon as we get back we'll get assigned to some other crazy emergency? Malik frowned. The fate of the world waits for no man, Master Crow. We do as we are ordered and hope it is enough to stave off disaster. That we do, Revan said, and then placed a hand on my shoulder. Let's leave while we can. Good plan, I replied. Lyra nodded. I could use a bath. Almost instantly, Dara was at her side, arm draped over her shoulder. We haven't had a chance to check out the bathing rooms at the inn. We should do that. All four ladies headed towards the gate, whispering together. I moved to follow, but Malik grabbed me by the shoulder. I realized that all of this was not something you expected when you arrived on our world, and that the things you have been called upon to do have been much more than what is reasonable for any one man. I started to respond, but he cut me off. Number, let me finish, he said. You have been asked to face things far beyond your experience and ability, and yet you have succeeded. Dara has found a bondmate worthy of her, and that Master Crow was something that I never thought to see. Thanks. Now take the time you have to live. Enjoy the moments between disasters and hope that once the demon spawn are driven from our world you can enjoy a more peaceful life, he said. Although with those four, I doubt your life will be boring or peaceful. I laughed. Definitely not. He patted me on the shoulder and gestured towards the gate room. Have fun. Oh, I will. Chapter 47. Let's try that again. As soon as we exited the gate, Dara held up her hands. Wait, I want to get things ready before we go upstairs. What do you mean? I asked. What things? She grinned and shared a look with the other ladies. Remember when you took Lyra to bed last night and Revan was healing Tumanako? It was last night, love. Of course I remember it. Lyra grinned. I certainly do. Dara blew her a kiss. Well, I put together some Dungeonborn to take care of the tree. As soon as I got back I had them spawn, so we need to give them a little time to get everything ready. You made monsters in the inn? Tumanako asked. Dara rolled her eyes. Not every Dungeonborn is a monster. You can have all sorts of creatures. Monsters, quest givers, healers. Basically anything you can think of. In this case, I made us a staff to help out once we have guests. Revan nodded. I've heard of some dungeons where you can encounter something that's not out to kill you. They are rare but not unheard of. Dara frowned. They used to be a normal part of things until that bastard Ermin decided to have his lore keeper turn into a murder hobo and attack the adventurers. After that, the guild implemented a strict kill-them-all policy for dungeons. Won't that make them kill the staff? Tumanako said with a confused look. I chuckled. I doubt most folks will even realize the inn portion of the dungeon is a dungeon. Exactly, Dara said. Plus, I really don't want to have to pay anyone or cook or, well, do anything other than run the dungeon. She turned to me. I raised my hands in surrender. I don't want to run an inn by myself. I'd love to perform every once in a while, but I doubt we'll get to stay here all the time. At least not until the war is over. Revan nodded. Should my king order me to court, I will be required to attend. Tumanako snorted. I am not a waitress or cook. I will stab anyone who causes trouble, though. Always fun to be a bouncer. Dara growled in frustration. That's not the point. I made this so Sebastian could have something a little bit like where he comes from. Even if it's not exactly like Earth, it has a little of that feeling to it. An homage to Earth culture, a collection of good things. like a tea gif. Lots of memorabilia on the walls. Applebee's. Gah, just go upstairs and see, she said. I froze as soon as I entered the common room, my eyes locked on the man standing behind the bar. Dara had done a deep dive into my memories of all things Australian to pull this guy out. The barkeep was an older man with weathered skin. Short blonde hair peeked out from under a wide-brimmed hat, similar to a cowboy hat but smaller. Around the bowl was a leather band, studded with crocodile teeth. Dude was wearing a leather vest with no shirt underneath, showing off a wiry physique and tan skin. It was fucking Crocodile Dundee in the flesh. Noticing my look, he tipped his hat. "G'day, mate, can I get ya something to drink?" Dara looked at my poleaxed expression and whispered. "Watch this," she waved to the bartender. "Hey Mick, check out this knife I found in the dungeon." She held up a small dagger. Its blade was about 6 inches long. The barkeep snorted. "Ah, Sheila. That's not a knife," he said and reached behind his back. When his hand came back into view, he was holding a huge Bowie knife. "This is a knife." I just shook my head and sighed. Things had just gotten even more interesting. Epilogue. Is it working? Yuba asked. "Yes, it's working," Avel said. "Better than anticipated." Dawala nodded, waving a hand over the map. These additional changes were unexpected but highly efficient. Yuba chuckled. "Leave it to the system to throw some hidden gems into the mix." Avel let out a long sigh. "We need to bring this to the council." "Why?" Yuba growled. "They've been enough trouble." "We can't fight this war alone," Dawala said, "regardless of the difficulties the others introduce." Yuba grunted. "I have no issues with Thera or Valinar. Even Kersai and Kalishka have their uses. But Samas is more concerned with being right than winning the war, and while Hefimel is reliable, if he had his way we'd be stuck in years of discussions before making the simplest of decisions." "He's not that bad," Avel said. "It's just his nature to gather every bit of evidence before making a decision." "And Samas?" Yuba asked. "The Justicar's brand of justice has narrowed recently, and this kind of conflict brings out the worst. He genuinely wants to destroy the demons but is fixated on it being done his way," Avel replied. "He lacks flexibility, but when he acts he gets results," Dawala said. "Nonetheless," Avel said, "in order to properly coordinate with the mortal armies, we need to involve the entire council." "Agreed," Dawala said. "Now that the cost to use the Nexus gates has been cut to almost nothing, we can send our forces wherever they are needed. It would be even better if we could coordinate with the mortal generals." Yuba started cracking up. "What is so funny?" Avel asked. She pointed at Dawala. "You're going to send your warlock to deal with the mortals, aren't you?" She laughed again. "The elf I can see. She's got the training and the temperament to deal with them. The warlock, that's a shit waiting to happen." Dawala frowned. "He's learning." "Is that why you almost turned him into paste the last time he was here?" Yuba said with a toothy grin. "His flippant approach to things can be quite irritating, especially when time is short," Dawala replied. Avel nodded. "It is quite annoying at times, but he does produce results." Dawala grumbled. "That he does." Yuba snorted. "Let's hope the humans don't just kill him." "Thera has volunteered one of her own to keep him safe," Dawala said. "Does he know that?" the greenskin goddess asked with a tusky grin. "No, we haven't told him yet," Avel replied. "We have a little time before it becomes necessary," Dawala said. "We should get our forces organized before sending our envoys. It's best that we know what we're working with so we can provide concrete numbers." Avel waved a hand, causing the map to vanish. "Well then, I guess that settles things. Let us gather our forces and prepare. The sooner we get this done, the better. The Council's patience is limited." The end of Book 4.